Without further ado, let's go right in. The right of turnabout. Day 1, trial day 1. Oh, yes, still left the volume on. I can still see my head and okay. I don't think it can be picked on the mic, but I can still hear myself. If I speak louder, I don't have to hear myself talk. All right. May 11th, 9:40 a.m. High Court of Korean accused lobby. I wasn't able to find any conclusive evidence yesterday. But if I can figure out Lady Kira's motive for threatening the High Priest, then maybe.
Nick, today
Don't look so down, Maya. I'm going to defend you with everything I got. Okay, somebody says you would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. I don't know. It could be anyone. It could be Saad Mahdi. It could be Raya, or it could be the Minister of Justice. Oh, it's Raya. You would do well to cease this insanity while you still can. As I said yesterday, I'm going to defend my client in court. Well, know this. You shall not witness a miracle of the sort that occurred last time. The moment she is found guilty, you too will be found guilty of abetting the accused. I never claimed to be a miracle maker, but I am good at discovering the truth. And unlike miracles, the truth is always waiting to be found. The truth, you say? Then it seems you have chosen your fate. This shall be your very last trial. She slammed the staff and she leaves.
Nick,
I'm going to prove you innocent, Maya. You'll see. After all, you have to introduce the plumed Punisher, the warrior of Neo with Twilight Ram to the folks back home, alright?
right! I may be a defendant this time, but I'll be by your side like always, Nick.
Ah! She's gonna be at the defense stands even though she's not allowed. Thanks, Maya. This place is tough on lawyers. I'll need all the help I can get. Plus, it's always good to have you on the team. Well, it's time. Let's go. May 11th, High Court of Korean. Doors opening. Court is now in session. All rise. Let the trial of Maya Fey begin. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. Nayuta, ... doing the pray pose. Quiet! Can't you see Prosecutor Saad Mahdi is absorbed in silent prayer? Great. The trial barely started and the judge is already mad at me.
He's very devout for a prosecutor.
Why is the accused standing over there?
Oh, well...
Your Majesty, in addition to being the accused, she's also my assistant. The accused is your assistant, you say? Very well, then. A criminal does indeed make a fitting partner to a lawyer with a defiled soul.
That wasn't very nice.
Well, yeah, bat-mouthing lawyers seems to be a custom of sort here in Korean. I must say, I am surprised to see you still here in Korean, Mr. Wright. And even more so to find you in the Hall of Justice once more. I cannot fathom why you would willingly risk your life in yet another trial. The answer is simple, Your Majesty. I am a lawyer, and this is what lawyers do. Although, to be frank, I'd rather be anywhere but here right now. Butterfly soul on index, Nayuta, ... Such foolishness. Ah, Prosecutor Sadmadi, are you ready to begin now? Yes, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Flutters away. But first, I promise you both this. I will cast your wicked souls into the fires of hell. Thus shall the soul of the victim attain salvation. Ha 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 ha! Splendid! I would expect nothing less of you, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Gallery, please save the victim's soul, Prosecutor Sadmadi. Punish the wicked lawyer who dares to stop these last rites. I think I'll pass on that whole fire and brimstone deal. But I'm not surprised by your words or stance, considering what Apollo's told me about you. Sighs and shakes his head. Another butterfly on his index. So it was you who instilled that putrid loyalty guile within him? Putrid? What? He too must soon face the fires, lest his soul be lost to redemption. But I shall send you on ahead so that he will not be lonely when he arrives. Sorry, but I'm afraid it won't be that easy. People say I never know when to give up. Nervous? Are you nervous, Maya?
A little.
Feels like it's been ages since we stood side by side like this in court.
Too bad I'm the defendant.
Don't worry. We haven't lost a case together yet.
You're right. Let's give this everything we've got, Nick.
Now then, Prosecutor Sadmadi, would you please explain the case at hand? Of course, Your Majesty. Let us begin the last rites of the victim. Scroll. Maya Fey has been charged with the crime of murder. The victim of her heinous crime was High Priest Tarust in me. He was conducting the purification rite when he was brutally slain. And the cause of death? Let us review the victim's autopsy report and the crime scene photo, shall we? Okay, now see the picture. The cause of death was blood loss from a stab wound delivered to the abdomen. The murder weapon was likely the warbad dagger which was used in the rite. However, the weapon has yet to be found, though the scene was thoroughly searched. A sacred relic used as a tool of murder? The Holy Mother's wrath shall be most severe. The murder itself took place at the height of the purification rite. Prayer pose. The accused had donned Lady Kira's sacred robes, and the victim was there to offer prayers as her high priest of Korainism. Now they see a diagram of the crime scene. There are curtains all around, lanterns at the four corners, in the middle top and the center top of the scene is the spring. There's Trust, who is facing towards Maya. His back to the spring. Maya's in front of him. During the rite, the victim and accused were the only two at the inner sanctum. Therefore, the only person who could have slain the victim is Maya Fey. I must say that does cast a great deal of suspicion upon the accused. Indeed. Now then, allow me to submit this diagram of the crime scene as evidence in this case. Inner sanctum diagram added to the court record. A diagram of the scene of the high priest murder. It shows where the lanterns and the warbat statues are. In Korainism, slaying a priest is a sin most grave and dreadful. As such, Maya Fey's soul shall be plunged into the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling. Wow. Oh my god, they're gonna be tickled for all eternity.
Not the tickling!
There, she shall be tickled without end for 500 million years.
No!
That is a terrible fate indeed. Would the defense care to respond? My client is not ticklish one bit. And I can prove it right now if you allow me 1 hour. And here I thought the lowest level of hell was the hell of back pain. Yikes.
I don't remember killing anyone, and I don't have that dagger or anything like it.
Yeah, what she said. As my client stated, she had no memory of the event as described by the prosecution. But more importantly, she had no motive to kill the high priest in the first place.
Objection!
Sighs and shakes his head. I thought you might say that. Nevertheless, flutters. The meaningless prattle of lawyers is utterly ineffectual here in the Hall of Justice. For all will be made clear by her benevolence, Refa Padma Kurain's insights. Ah, so it is, and so it shall be. The divination seance reveals the truth for all to see. Here we go again. Bailiff! Please show in the royal priestess. Here she is.
Oh, it's Princess Reva. Oh, how beautiful her benevolence looks again today.
Glory to the Holy Mother for this blessed day. As popular as ever, I see. Rest assured, good people of Kurain, I will defeat this murderer and her abettor. Staff. They shall not escape on their Freedom Express today. What a joy it is to have the royal priestess back in the Hall of Justice. May the Holy Mother grant us her divine favor. Urdi ara Kurain. Urdi ara Kurain. Urdi ara Kurain. She sure looks pleased with herself. Especially for someone who didn't know what a Freedom Express was until yesterday. Huh? Is there something stuck on to my face, barbed head? No, nothing, Your Benevolence. Now then, Your Benevolence, the divination seance, if you please. Very well. Nena, my robe. Thank you. My staff, thank you. She's about to dance. She already got her bells on her wrist. Prayer pose, bows.
Oh, Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
She gonna dance? Okay, during the dance, I'm gonna cut down my cell phone so I won't be distracted. The pool ripples. The ripples multiply. And the pool shines bright, Some light is coming out of it. Now it's as still as a mirror. What are we gonna see? Yeah, we see Maya. She's in the prayer pose. The prayer monk looks at the left, at the lantern first. Left lantern, right lantern, and then towards Maya. Okay, now he looks at a script, a scroll. He ring. No sound. No smell. Wind. Okay, now there's Kira. Footsteps. Incense. Pain. Fade to black. So basically what happened is Maya was posing. He looked through his scrolls, and as soon as he put down the scroll, it was a Kira. Like, Maya did not have time to don that dress. It's so short of time. Like, their only argument is like they've been in this. They were only two at the same room. But if a guy could parachute, knock down Maya, and that person was already dressed as Kira, that would have made sense. Because, like, we see he's looking at the scroll, and as soon as we look back, we don't see the foot. Like, his vision is only as like, they're at a distance that we can only see Maya as lower as her knee. Like, she could fall. She could be on the floor, and we wouldn't even see it because they were, like the monk never lowered his gaze to the floor. So as far as vision goes, it's flawed. The victim's Mitama has spoken. The divination seance is complete. Great, another clearly incriminating seance vision. It could not be any clearer, O foul defense. The accused donned the secret robes of Lady Kira and then attacked the victim. Oh, how very terrible it must have been! The figure of Lady Kira lit against the dim lantern light. The scent of incense growing ever more potent as she drew near. One can almost sense the horror Abbott and me must have felt. Buddha pose, butterfly. The facts as presented by her benevolence are indisputable.
That wasn't me! Do something, Nick!
I'm working on it. That couldn't have been any clearer. Looks like I'm in for another uphill battle. The accused committed this vile act during our ancient tradition, the purification rite. Come to think of it, the rite's guide explained the multi-part purification rite in detail. I want to read it again. Rite's guide? Okay. So, it's a 3-part ceremony where the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Poniponi. Begins with the transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while a priestess downs the roll of Lady Kira, which has been purified with incense. Okay. Rite of water. The priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and her dagger. The ceremony ends with the rites of fire, which the priestess circles the sacred flames to purify her soul. The two then devote themselves to prayer until the rites comes to a close. So 2 days later at noontime, basically the whole thing's a fancy way. Blah, 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 blah. The transformation rite. The high priest reads scripture while the priestess downs the robe of Lady Kira. The rite of water. Lady Kira enters the spring and the eye purifies. Okay, I did it, but the game did it for me. Sorry. The rite of fire. The priestess circles the sacred flame to purify her soul. Indeed! It seems that the murder occurred during the transformation rite. Between the transformation and the water thing. The rite dictates that the high priest stands in the front of the spring. Therefore, the accused must have attacked him from the direction of the broken lantern. Well, Barbed Head, would you care to object? Of course, because I know my client is innocent. So you say. You truly do not know when you are beaten, do you? I managed to pull it off last time with Albie. I'll just have to do it again. You intend to find fault with her benevolence's insight yet again? It would seem lawyer are Paul Kunan creatures indeed. Look at that Paul Kunan. Paul Kunan. Paul Kunan. What exactly is a Paul Kunan?
Someone who's a real piece of work, so to speak.
They can call me anything they want. The only thing I care about is uncovering the truth. So, Barbed Head, are you foolish enough to risk your life for your so-called truth? Because my insights are the truth. To deny them is to willingly dig your own grave. Insight. Rafa's insight. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lantern and reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite, ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, he heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled her incense-laden robes. It was then that the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. As his lifeblood spilled over, his vision dimmed till finally he passed from our world. But, okay, from here it says as if, like, he got stabbed to the gut, and then he turned around, facing the statue, and then fell into the spring, making it turn red. But I think we have a piece of evidence that proves, and it's going to be in accordance with Maya's testimony, even though it doesn't mean much, that the spring was already red when they entered the cause of death, blood loss from abdominal wound delivered by bladed weapon. Yeah, Maya's statement. On the day of the rite, the water in the spring was already stayed red with Abba and me, and Maya arrived at the inner sanctum. That is everything the victim experienced in his final moments. Inner sanctum's diagram, updated in the court record, shows where Maya and the high priest were during this rite. Dressed in the sacred robes of Lady Kira, the accused rushed the victim head-on. The brutal stabbing she perpetrated could not have been any clearer. Yes, it is plain for all to see.
No, it wasn't me! A sudden drowsiness came over me during the transformation rite. I didn't even get a chance to put on Lady Kira's robes.
Sighs and shakes his head in the Buddha pose with the butterfly. You waste our time with such meaningless statement, accused. You cannot explain away the truths revealed by the royal priestess's divine insight.
Oh. How did you end up finding contradiction last time?
The deceased's final memories include all 5 senses.
Oh, you mean those words that appear in the pool of souls? Looks to me like the bigger the word, the stronger the sensation was to the victim.
Yeah. So they were wind, footsteps, the smell of incense, and the pain. Yeah, that's how it looked to me too. The sensations themselves are never wrong, only their interpretations. That's why I tried to point out mistakes in Rafa's insight the last time.
So there will be contradiction between what Abbott and me felt and their insights, huh?
You got it, and I'm going to find them this time too. Should I check how to point out contradiction in Rafa's insight? Okay, Yeah, switch between insights with left and right thumbsticks. Look for inconsistencies between them. Sensation division. Pause with X. Jumping to different point with circle and square. When I see an insight that doesn't seem right, I should select with the triangle. Then all I have to do is point the sensation that contradicts with the insight. The sensation this time seems to fluctuate more than the ones from Albi's trial. In which case, I'd better keep an eye on changes in their intensity too. Okay, so now we're going to pay attention to the intensity as well. So the victim commands the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. Yeah, bowing to the left lantern, bowing to the right lantern, reading a sutra. As the first part, the transformation rite ended, he lowered the sutra. Suddenly, the wind came in. Footstep. Okay, the way it showed, like, the footsteps are not getting any closer. It feels like the way it's been animated, it seems like the moving figure is still, and he is falling onto that blade. He heard the accused approaching footsteps and smelled the incense-laden robes. It was then the victim felt an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. All his life blood spilled over, his vision dimmed, till finally he passed from our world. Okay, the incense is going bigger, which makes sense, but the footsteps do not. The footsteps should become closer. The footsteps should have followed the incense. So this is where the contradiction is. So this is the statement. I'm gonna pause at footsteps when the incense is gonna be bigger.
Objection!
Yeah. The victim supposedly heard the accused approaching footsteps. But did he really? What nonsense is this? Is it not abundantly clear? No, it's not. Because there is something strange about those footsteps. Strange? Explain yourself, barbed head! The footsteps are strange because the timing doesn't make sense, they don't get louder. They're not getting any louder. And why exactly does that matter? Please focus your attention on the incense the victim smelled. The scent grows stronger as the accused approaches. If the accused really had approached the victim, the sound of her footsteps would have grown louder as the scent of incense grows stronger. Ah! Why? That makes perfect sense! How can this be explained, your benevolence? Well, there must be a reason.
Objection!
It is as they say, even a putrid worm of a lawyer will turn. What does that even mean?
He's not exactly singing your praise, that's for sure.
Still, we cannot discount this information solely on account of its lawyerly source. Prayer. Your benevolence, perhaps you must listen more carefully to the abbot's mitama. Listen more carefully? What's he talking about? Yes, it would appear so. I shall try to refine the sensation. Refine the sensation? Well, I can more accurately gauge sensation by deepening my communication with the mitama. I didn't know you could do that. Why have we never done this before? Because it was never been contested before, duh. By refining a sensation, a clearer picture of the truth can be discovered. Oh, so that's how they amend their testimony, air quote, with a seance. Oh, I'm gonna refine the sensation, so must do that from the start. Oh, bless me, Tama, I beseech you, hear me now and respond to my call. Bells. Footsteps change. Footsteps change into bells! What could this mean? Okay, so the sound that was constant was the bells from his wrist and ankles. But the sound of the bells cannot cover the sound of the footsteps. That still doesn't make sense. Bells, but the only bells at the scene of the crime were...
Ah, that jingling must have come from Aberdeen Me's bells.
Okay, not in his wrist, but his ankles. You mean those big things he had on his ankles? Well, there you have it. The sound of bells was from the high priest's own footsteps. Oh. But that's like proof that he moved towards. That means that he was moving towards the cues. Then that means if the footsteps belong to the victim himself, it means it was the victim was moving, not the accused. The victim was the one who went running towards the broken lantern from the spring. A far cry from what a benevolence inside would have us believe. Arr! Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record. But why would the victim have approached the accused? Maybe he was trying to defend himself. Please explain. He could have felt threatened by Lady Kira standing there with a dagger. If so, he might have thought to overpower her before she attacked. Still your voice! This is nothing but a theory, and a poor one at that! The theory is not worthy of MatPat! Shut up! Be not led astray by this lawyer's obvious postulation!
Objection!
While these incidents is inexcusable, I would ask that you calm yourself, your benevolence. Is there something you would care to say, Prosecutor Sanmari? Even if it was Abbott and me who moved, it does not negate the accused crime. What do you mean? The accused was likely waiting for the high priest to approach. Ah. And as he neared, she plunged the dagger into him. It is as simple as that. All right. It really doesn't change much, does it? Yes, it is as the prosecutor has said. In fact, it is as I meant to say all along as well. Right. And that's why you were so shocked when you first heard it. Understand now, lawyer, that contradiction you conjure up has come to naught. Once I own my insights, it will vanish like dying rays of the sun. Insight revised. The victim commenced the purification. Okay, so he rushed the accused and tried to fight her off by the broken lantern. But we didn't hear any glass shattering. His lifeblood spilled over, his vision did finally pass up from our world. See? The fact that it was Abbott and me who moved changes nothing. Ah, come on, Phoenix. You gotta keep your cool. That contradiction I point out must mean something. That one sensation changed after Princess refined her vision. It stands to reason that something else might have changed too because of the refinement. I should focus on any sensation that have changed, while searching for more contradiction between them and her insights. So how do I point out the absence of sound? You rush the accused and try to fire her off by the broken lantern. Oh, maybe showing the lantern. There's no lantern here. Okay. It's not broken. Okay, I'm gonna try to select the lantern. Sight.
Objection!
No? Your benevolence, isn't this statement inconsistent with the vision? Oh, we read that already. Water. Incense. Pain. Oh, it's the water. The objection is water. They didn't fight by the broken lantern. They fought by the water. Okay. The sound of water. He crossed the pool. He crossed the spring. He crossed the spring. That doesn't make even less sense.
Objection!
Okay, that was not the lantern, the problem, it was the water. Hold it! How do we know the purification rite was performed exactly as it was supposed to be? Huh, that's easy! The customs governing the rite are very clear, and Abbot Amy would have adhered to them. Well, that's strange. Mr. Wright, would you care to explain just what it is so strange? Yes, I would ask you to consider the sound of the victim's footsteps. The sound of the bells changed to the sound of the water at one point. What's this? It's simple. The victim must have stepped in some water. Oh. Yes. And the only source of water in the inner sanctum is the spring. And there lies a contradiction. What contradiction? I believe the rite started out as it should have. The victim stood with its back to the spring, and the accused stood right in front of it. But we now know that the victim then moved into the spring. Paul Kumka! This is absurd! This means the accused location differs from what our benevolence's insight indicates. Ah! Then where do you propose the accused stood once she donned Lady Kira's robe? Based on the sound of the victim's footsteps, I believe Maya was standing here. Where the statue is? Like there's a lantern here and a lantern here. This lantern is broken. So she could not stand here. The only way she could have stand is that statue over there. She was standing in the middle of the spring. I'm gonna try here.
Take that!
Until this moment, we've all just assumed that Abbot Amy and Mrs. Fay were standing where they were supposed to be, as shown in this guide. In short, The victim should have been standing with his back to the spring and the accused in front. However, if that is how they were really standing, he couldn't have stepped into the spring as he approached her. The problem is the victim did step into the spring. This can only mean that Miss Faye had actually been standing in the water. But if this is true, then their position would have been completely reversed. Inner sanctum diagram updated yet again in the court record. What is going on here, Miss Faye? Were you really standing in the spring?
I'm sorry, but I barely remember anything about the ride.
Boo! High priest would never make such an obvious blunder during a ride. What on earth? Is that even possible?
That's enough!
Be that as it may, this does not overturn my insights. It doesn't? Let us say the accused was standing in the spring. So what? So what? This completely reversed their position is what? That their position differed from what is customary is rather curious. However, what does that change? It certainly does not erase the accused's brutal crime. I guess you have a point there. You lawyers are an absurd breed. Never thinking ahead, you cling to the first significant contradiction you can muster. Sorry, force of habit.
Sounds like Princess Rafa has a pretty good grasp on what lawyers are all about.
Oh, Maya, where would I ever be without your brutally frank commentary right now? Is this contradiction really meaningless? But something really doesn't feel right. Did I take a wrong turn somewhere? I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Insight revised. Victim commits purification right. The third is began rush the accused and tried to fire off by the poolside lantern. But the poolside lantern was never broken. The side blood spill, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Now the contradiction is no more. But the truth of the matter still stands, no matter how stubbornly you deny it. What do you have to say for yourself now, Mr. Wright? Nah.
Nick!
Your Majesty, this lawyer may have raised a trivial objection, but her benevolence's insight have no further inadequacies of any kind. Yeah, so it would seem. Wait a second, there is another contradiction. Still you flounder about, wretched beast. Though you rack that putrid brain of yours, nothing worthwhile will come of it. Maya, please tell me you remember something that might help us out here.
Sorry, I really don't remember a thing. But now that the place I was standing has changed, who knows? That alone may cause a new discrepancy within Princess Rifa's insights.
That's right, we now know that Maya was standing in the spring. A major change like that could have very well produced a contradiction. I should take another look at the inner sanctum's diagram in the court record. Okay. Battle Rebels. Today's purification site. Froze the ground from the inner sanctum. The plaza of yesterday's melted. The right cannot go as planned. We give thanks to Apiraki. Well, if the murder occurred between the poolside lantern and the statue, that would explain maybe the blood splatter, but the blood is quite big. And it's still the wrong lantern that was broken. Okay, so I should take another look at the inner sanctum diagram in the core record, confirm where Maya, Naba, and Amy were standing, and then focus on finding any discrepancies between their position and the insights. Purification rite by bowing the lantern and reading a sutra. First part, transformation ended. He lowered the sutra, suddenly rushed the accused, and tried to fire off by the springside lantern. It was then the victim felt intense pain, but this is when he was stabbed. So it must be the third again. Wind. Incense, bells, water, pain. So he's no more in the water. It's still blurry. I want to see if the lantern changed between the first whoops. Okay. Sides, no. I'm gonna save here. Can I save here? Yes. I'll save here. I want to try something. Can I point at the lantern? Is the lantern the problem?
Objection!
Yes. So I was correct. The lantern was the problem, but just not now. Your benevolence, I just found a new contradiction. You did? Huh. No doubt it's but another of your vile attempt to slander my insights. Nope. Take a good look at what the victim saw. It just might change your mind. The lantern flame behind the accused was flickering. There is nothing unusual about that, especially as the wind had stirred. Oh. Okay. When they meant that the lantern was broken, is the wind guard that was broken. The flame was flickering, reacting to the wind. All the other lanterns should not have done that. The only one that does is the broken one, which is standing at the southwestern part of the temple. The one by the spring side is the northwestern. Nope, that's where you're wrong. If the accused has been standing in the spring, then what you see here should be one of the lanterns flanking the statue. Oh, yes. Yes, there should be a statue behind Maya, behind Kira. There's no statue here. I failed to see your point. My point is, something is wrong here. The two lanterns flanking the statue were both outfitted with glass wind guards. So neither lantern's flame should have been flickering in the wind in the first place. Heh.
She seems pretty tickled, Nick.
I don't remember saying anything funny. I failed to see what you wish to prove here, but... Very well. We shall refine the vision and reveal the truth for all to see. Oh, blessed Mitama, I beseech you, fix your sight upon the lantern there. Huh? That lantern doesn't have a wind guard on it. And rightly so. For the wind guard was removed to reveal the sacred flame within for the rite of fire. They remove? Wait, but now they don't. Okay, so this doesn't make it even less sense. Oh, they removed the wind guard for the rite of fire, but what about the rite of water? Therefore, there is nothing odd about the flame flickering. Say what? When we searched the crime scene, those lanterns had their wind guard on. That's because the police put them back on. The sacred flames have burned uninterrupted for hundreds of years, Defense. We could not risk them being extinguished even during an investigation. That would never fly back home. Well, Barbed Head, are you done quibbling? If so, then it's time to bow down before this testimony of the Mitama.
Nick!
Don't worry, Maya, I'm just getting started. Alright, let's go over everything we know so far. Maya was wearing Lady Kira's robe and standing in the spring. The high priest is thought to have been moving towards her. So I should look for sensation that stand in contradiction to this arrangement. I won't give up. I'm going to find a contradiction that will undermine the accusation against Maya. Victims commands the purification rite by bowing the lantern, reading a sutra. First part, transformation rite, and enter, lower the sutra, suddenly rush the accused and try to fight her off by... Oh, wait. Now we have a better view. Okay, before the lanterns were blurry. Now they're perfectly fine. Yeah, you see? This one is intact. Wait. When he was praying to the left, praying to the right, here. This one is clearly broken. So right now, he was facing Maya the way they should be. And when he was reading the sutra, he did a 180. And when he removed the sutra, he was standing in front of the statue of the accused, where the statue was. Okay. So we have a case here. Finally, we have a case.
Objection!
Come on! Did I point at it wrong? Did I point at it wrong? Oh, baby. Oh, shit. I pointed it wrong, but maybe I wasn't on the right statement. Ah! Oh, shit. Transformation fight ended. He lowered the sutra. Okay, this is correct. The video is correct. The image is correct. Now I have to find the statement that contradicts this. The victim commenced the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns, reading a sutra. First part, transformation rite ended. He lowered the sutra. Rushed the accused and tried to fire off by the springside lantern. It was the victim fell as an intense pain. I believe this is when he was stabbed. Okay, so I'm gonna try here. Victims commence the purification rite by bowing to the lanterns and reading a sutra. I'm gonna save just to be sure.
Objection!
Wrong statement. Let's try this one.
Objection!
Yeah, because this one is not the spring side lantern. It's the broken one. What could this possibly mean? That lantern clearly contradicts the inside. But this contradiction will overturn the entire case I've been building. Are you alright, Mr. Wright? 1 minute you shout out and the next you fall silent? Perhaps this is like the bellow of one who is barreling down a hill with no way of stopping. Is that alright, Prosecutor Sanmari? Now you ... Don't get cold feet now, Phoenix. Even if this overturns the entire case you built so far, the only way is to keep moving forward, because that's where we'll find the truth. Sorry, but I'm not barreling down a hill. In fact, I'm in full control of everything with the indisputable contradiction that I found. Is that so? The lantern behind the accused clearly, no, blatantly contradicts your inside. Does it now? One of the lanterns of the entrance side of the inner sanctum was broken. And if you watch what about in me saw in the final moment, you will notice that the lantern behind the praying form of his Miss Faye is broken. The lantern behind Lady Kira, however, is still intact. In short, we are seeing two different lanterns in this seance vision. How could this be? And even if it were so, how would that contradict my insights? ... Let me start by saying the claim I'm about to raise will overturn the case I've built thus far. Will the defense please explain himself? Based on the broken lantern, we can tell Maya and Abadimi's position and the lantern position. I think it's gonna be Maya and Abbott. When the accused and the victim were standing. But did you just finish asserting that the accused was standing somewhere else? I did, and I built my argument on that faulty premise. But thankfully, it has led us here, to the actual spot where Maya Faye was standing. I must say, if the defense keeps changing its assertion in such a capricious manner, its credibility may come into question. I'm willing to take that risk, Your Majesty, because I believe this will be the last time. I'd like to start by pointing out the actual spot where the accused was standing. Very well. Show us where you now believe the accused was actually standing. Based on the location of the broken lantern, where Maya was really standing, over here. She was standing over here. But yeah, the victim did a 180.
Take that!
I wasn't thinking straight before, but now it's all falling into place. We know the victim has stepped into the spring. That means Maya Faye had to have been standing in the water as he approached. However, his memory, which has only now become clear, reveals that Miss Faye was standing by the side of the broken lantern. In other words, she was standing there where she was supposed to be according to custom. Hold it! Does that not bring us back to the very beginning? No. This is where things take a different turn, and I mean that literally. The victim has to have been moving towards the spring. That means that while he was moving, he has his back turned towards the accused. What's this? Do you mean to say the victim turned around during the ride? But such an image appears nowhere in the seance vision. Actually, it does appear. It's just that no one noticed it until now. The rite of water, the priestess enters the spring dressed as Lady Kira, and the high priest purifies both Lady Kira and the dagger. The priestess has to come into the spring, and the high priest purifies Kira and the dagger. And with the rite of fire, the priestess circled the secret flames to purify the soul. But what does the high priest does? Devote himself to prayer until the... No. No one noticed? How could no one have noticed something so big? There was a moment when the scripture of the victim was all that we could see. Thanks to that, none of us could tell what in fact was turning around in that moment. Oh, okay.
Objection!
If this is as the defense assert, then their benevolence insides no longer makes sense. How do you intend to explain that?
Objection!
I don't need to explain anything because it's just as you said, Prosecutor Sanmari. Her benevolence insights don't make any sense because they contain a huge error. Such insolence! A huge error, you say? Do explain. The huge error is the order of the rights, the crime scene, the number of people there. The number of people there, I would say. I don't think it's the order of the rights. Maybe it's the order of the rights, because if they say that fire comes after transformation and then the water, I'm gonna say the number of people there, because now it makes a position for Maya and a position for the culprit. The number of people there. I believe this is what happened at the scene of the crime. The victim was reading a sutra when suddenly he sensed someone behind him. The real killer immediately looked back to see someone dressed as Lady Kira standing there. Wishing to see who it was, he approached the rope figure, moved into the spring, and then he killed her. That's when he was stabbed. This cannot be! Oh, but it can, and it is! The inside stating the accused stabbed the victim is wrong. And that is the real truth lying behind this testimony of the dead. Paul Kunga! Are you suggesting that there was someone else at the scene of the crime? Have I misunderstood? The voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! Fainted. Phew. That was a close one. But I managed to divine the true meaning behind the seance vision somehow. I should add these new facts to the court record. Inner sanctum diagram updated in the court record for the 5th time. Your benevolence, please allow me to take it from here. I will overturn the brash accusation of this faithless, putrid-minded lawyer. Yes, I shall place my trust in you. And she leaves. Are you sure about this, Prosecutor Sanmadi? My work as an international prosecutor has taken me to courtrooms around the world. And in that time, I have learned to perform last rites for souls and trials lacking a seance. Yes, of course, forgive my ludicrous inquiry. Moreover, I have with me a forensic investigator from overseas. Her name is Emma Sky. I will show you all the most magnificent last rites ever seen. I guess he really does think highly of Emma and her forensic expertise. I'm impressed that he's come to understand their value. Then again, he is an international prosecutor who solves tough cases around the world. Time to hunker down, huh? Now then, let us continue with today's proceedings. Could the defense please tell us who the third party dressed as Lady Kira was? Your new claim has negated the insights of the royal priestess, so I trust you have some evidence to support it, correct? Yes, of course. This third party must really have wanted to kill the high priest. I might be able to identify who it was if I have evidence of their murderous intent. Well, we're waiting, Mr. Wright. The evidence that can reveal the identity of the third party is this. Are we going there? Are we really going there? The bloodstained letter?
Take that!
Oh shit. This piece of evidence tells us who the third party is. Yes, I suppose this evidence does clearly demonstrate one thing. The fact that you are lowlier than the lowliest of worms, that is. Even a lawyer like you cannot worm your way out of this one, defense. Talk about opening up a can of worms. Your Majesty, I would like to present another piece of evidence. Well, it seems the worm is not without a spine. Very well, what other evidence do you have for us today? I'm gonna save. Lady Kira's warning.
Take that!
3 days before the purification rite, the victim received a warning letter from an unidentified individual. He did? Whoever sent it clearly meant to threaten the high priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the high priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. Peace! I don't understand. I had heard that Lady Kira has been in the news of late until only hunted rebels. If so, why would she have killed the high priest? Excellent question, Your Majesty. Maybe it would help to think of it this way. What if the high priest was a rebel? Has secretly been a rebel? Oh, blasphemy! The high priest? He couldn't possibly have been a rebel. The high priest, a devout follower of Qurainism, a rebel? Do you even comprehend the blasphemy of which you speak? Well, do you? I too found it hard to believe it at first. But as I continue my investigation, it started to become more and more plausible.
Objection.
The third party was the rebel hunting Lady Kira, and the high priest was a rebel. B. Your mockery of Qurainism? No. Of the kingdom of Quran itself knows no bounds. Whoops. That shameless Polkunkan lawyer. He's making a mockery of our religion. Peace. As a faithful Quranist, I take issue with these claims. Polkunan, yeah, I forgot. It's Polkunan, not Polkunkan. And I am loath to admit them into today's proceeding. I don't like where this is going. The defense's claims are but vile blasphemy, tantamount to spitting on the Holy Mother.
Is it really that big of a deal,
Is it really that big of a deal, Maya?
Abbot and me was a distinguished monk and very well respected too, so yeah.
Please, don't let this turn into an international incident. But fear not, good people of Qurain. The renting of this putrid-brained lawyer who seeks to sully the soul of the deceased shall come to no avail once I conclude these last rites. clasp hands together. The prosecution's assertion that the accused killed the victim remains unchanged. But the victim was stabbed in his abdomen. How is that possible when he had his back turned towards Miss Fay? Someone else must have killed him.
Objection!
Are you sure about that? You may have invalidated the seance, but do not let it go to your putrid head. The karmic flow of this trial is as yet still in my hands. How can he be so confident? Something has occurred to me, you see. And your allegation of a third party are but a deluded fantasy. And I shall prove that by calling a new witness to the stand. Okay, it's gonna be Emma Sky. An eyewitness will deliver a definitive answer that will dispel the defense's doubts. An eyewitness? Very well, let us call this eyewitness to the stand. Oh, the soldier! No name! He's an eyewitness? Who the fuck are you? It's him again. Well, now, he has to be the shaggiest witness I have ever laid my eyes upon. Please state your name and occupation. Oh, that's so-and-so. Whatchamacallit? Cover his face. Eyeglasses. Here. Oh. Anonymous TBD. Anonymous. Anonymous. His name is Anonymous. Is he doing the flamenco? Oh, maybe it's the warbad. He's doing the tail with his right hand and the beak with his left hand. Doing eyes with the index and pinky, and the beak with the rest of the fingers and the thumb. Anonymous TBD. At least that's what they've been calling me. TBD, as in to be determined? Can't you just tell us your real name? The witness has suffered a blow to the head, rendering him amnesiac. Therefore, I named him Anonymous TBD in my report, but he thinks TBD is part of his name. Anonymous. Not even anonymous. And TBD's.
Objection!
You're letting an amnesiac testify. So what? You brought animals to testify, did you not? Have no fear, I've already questioned him at length. While it is true that he has utterly forgotten his name and past, his memory of what he witnessed is still very much intact. Considering the depth of information, any new knowledge may be of help. This is a word I've never heard before. Dirt. Not death. Dirt. D-E-A-R-T-H. This must be a synonym for lack. Oh, sorry. Therefore, I will permit this testimony. Now, Mr. Immis, please tell us what you saw. Immis, ... Witness testimony written in sutra. The night of the murder. That night, I was up at the town of Mount Poniponi, the mountain next to the inner sanctum. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. Yeah! Thumbs up, double thumbs up. I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around, I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. That's when I saw the accused stab the high priest with a dagger. There's no way you saw Miss Faye stab the victim with a dagger.
I swear I don't know what he's talking about, or don't remember at any rate.
Mount Pony Pony, the beautiful mountain that is also known as the Little Sanctum. They must be talking about that smaller mountain from the poster. There's no way you saw shit from 112 meter away from a lower position, a murder that was covered behind curtains. Bullshit! Mr. and Miss, I was wondering, what can I do you for? The inner sanctum lies at the high elevation where clouds and fog can obscure the view. Are you sure you were able to see what happened from the mountaintop next to it? Good point. His Majesty raises an excellent question. Well, Mr. Amos? On the day of the ride, there wasn't a cloud in the sky. I had a perfect view. If you don't believe me, check the weather forecast in the paper that day.
Nick, don't we have the newspaper from that day?
Yeah, let's take a look. The area around the inner sanctum will enjoy clear skies today. Warmer temperature will make for excellent prayer weather. Be warned, that will be a cold front moving overnight. It does say calm, clear sky, doesn't it? See? Told you so. May 9th newspaper updated in the court record. Well, it would appear the witness has offered testimony worth hearing. Mr. and Miss, I too have a question for you. Didn't he already question the witness? Well, that's what I'm here for, right? Shoot. How was the accused holding the dagger? Was she holding it underhanded, its blade protruding from the bottom of her hand? Yep, I believe she was. It's called a reverse grip. Ah, I thought as much.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. What bearing does that have on this case? Buddha pose, butterfly. Cease your interruption, you hated lawyer. Do you not see the significance in how the blade was held? Why don't you enlighten me, O enlightened one? Sighs and shakes his head. Fair, I knew you were a fool. I can already picture it on your next life. Next life? Yes, after your soul rides from centuries in the pits of hell. You shall be reborn as a witless sea urchin with barbs limited to your posterior. You shall live a short, inconsequential life, only to be brutally devoured by a sea otter. That was a bit excessive. I simply asked what the dagger grip had to do with the case. Now pay attention. How the accused held the dagger is of vital importance. With such information, we can infer exactly what action she took. You were saying that the victim was killed while he had his back to the accused. Is that correct? Yes. As such, the accused's dagger grip tells us something very important. The accused approached the victim from behind, swung around him, and plunged the dagger deep into his abdomen using a reverse grip. Okay, so they're suggesting that he stabbed him from the front while she was behind him. Like he was grabbing the monk with one arm and stabbing it with the other with a reverse grip. A very unpractical position, but doable, plausible. What? Thus, Mr. Emma's testimony clears up any doubts that might remain. Ha ha ha! And it coincides with her benevolent insight as well. This is a disaster. I thought I blown those inside out of the water, but now they're back to haunt me. Now then, the defense may cross-examine the witness. Cross-examination written in sutras. Night of the murder. That night I was up at the top of Mount Pony Pony, the mountain next to the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
Are you sure you're not mistaken, Mr. Amos? Was it really Mount Pony Pony that you climbed? Oh, I'm sure of it. It was really Pony Pony-ish mountain. What does that even mean? You know, now that I think about it, it was a mighty fine view. I hate crowds, so I climbed up there to pray in peace. If you hate crowds, why bother climbing to the top? Couldn't you have just easily prayed at the bottom of Mount Pony Pony? Wrong, bucko. This is a once-a-year epic event. I want to pray as close to the actual thing as possible. If you're so gung-ho about it, why didn't you go pray at the Plaza of Devotion? Like I said, I hate crowds. I wanted to pray in peace. Oh, Holy Mother, why do I only get the annoying ones? And my burning faith demanded that I climb up the mountain closest to the inner sanctum. Also, I know it's a no-no, but since there was no one around...
Hold it!
Since nobody was around... there's nobody who can corroborate your actions either. Oh, you're exactly right. In that case, Mr. Amos, let me ask you this. Was there a reason you didn't want to be seen? About that, if you get caught climbing the surrounding mountain on the day of the ride, you can get in big trouble. Har, 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 har. That's it? Yeah, it's totally embarrassing getting yelled at when you're a grown-up. Har, 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 har. Yeah, you're real grown-up, alright. Since nobody was around, I lost all inhibition and... I used my binoculars to spy on the right at the inner sanctum. I want to check the... I'm gonna save here and contest this statement over there. I'm gonna present the curtain.
Objection!
Thank you. Your Majesty, I had my doubt about his bushy bearded witness, but now I know we can trust him. What? You ain't judging me solely on my bodacious beard, are you? Not at all, Mr. Amos. It's much more than your sketchy appearance. It's your sketchy testimony. His testimony, you say? Yes, recall how the inner sanctum was at that day. Specifically, that it was completely enclosed by the ritual curtain. Why, yes, I believe you're right. The curtain would have completely blocked the witness view from Mount Pony Pony. Therefore, it couldn't possibly have seen the murder happen. Oh, Mr. Inmas, have you been knowingly making false statement to this court? He's sweating beads. You got me! The witness will lower his voice. I didn't actually see the accused herself. He didn't actually see the accused herself. What's that supposed to mean? Let me set the record straight, I beg you. Okay, amended testimony. The more I look at him, the more I think this is Larry Butts, but I don't think this is Larry at all. The night of the murder amended. I saw their shadowy silhouette and projected against the ritual curtain. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on that clear and still night. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. Shadows? That's what you saw? The shadows on the wall. Yeah, that's possible.
What are we going to do now, Nick?
All I can think of is to look for inconsistencies between the actual right and what Mr. Immis says he saw. Now then, the fans may cross-examine the witness once more. Saw the showers ripple against the ritual curtain.
Hold it!
So what you saw were simply shadows? That's right. Those shadow figures on that bright white curtain. They showed through plain as day. I could see everything that happened. But Miss Fay and Abbott and me were at the top of a mountain late at night. The only light up there was coming from 4 small lanterns. How could the shadow have been projected that clearly onto the curtain? No wonder people LARP on you lawyers. You're always so dang skeptical. The lanterns weren't the only sources of light, you know. Yeah, the full moon. The figures were created by the light of the full moon on a clear and still night.
Hold it!
You claim to have seen shadowy figures that were projected onto the ritual curtain. But did you really see them, Mr. Amos? Of course I did. The bright moonlight projected them onto that curtain clear as day. I was like watching a scene out of a horror movie from my front row seat on Mount Pony Pony. I guess the moon does shine a bit brighter when you're way up there. Maya, do you recall how bright the moon was that night?
Remember there weren't many clouds and that the moon was definitely out. I don't remember if it could cast any shadows.
Okay, thanks. You can't deny that the moon was really bright, which means it's possible it was bright enough to cause shadow to appear. Har 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 har. I remember it just like it happened. She was just a shadow, but I could tell it was the accused reverse creeping that dagger.
Hold it!
Hang on. I need to... How do you know it was Miss Fay if all you saw were shadows? Oh, it was that little bun on the top of her head. Didn't need to see her face. That distinctive Bob's a dead getaway. Never underestimate my keen sense of observation. Har 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 har. Now that's one funny haircut.
It's not nice to make fun of a girl's hairstyle. I like my hair this way. Besides, you're the one to talk to, Sasquatch.
Oh, you're not into this wild manly look I'm sporting. Shows what you know, little girl. Har, 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 har.
Nick! Isn't there some kind of a crime you can charge him with?
I'm afraid it doesn't work that way. Now he claims he only saw shadows. His testimony was sketchy written all over it.
Then there must be an inconsistency in there somewhere.
Yup. Was he really watching everything from Mount Pony Pony? If so, then I should see how his testimony lines up with the condition of the right. I mean, the full moon is correct. But still... From that height, I don't think he could even see the shadows in the curtain. Could see the shadows on the mountain wall, but not on the curtains. Cold front move. That means wind. I have no idea what to present here. Okay, I'm gonna try something stupid. If it works, I'm a genius. If it doesn't, it's to be expected. Like clear and still night, the cold front overnight.
Objection!
Yeah, too far. So yeah, basically they were saying, okay, did you have something to say to this contradiction? Everybody says like, what's the matter? Ah, did you have something to say, defense? Oh, I fell into deaf ears. Basically, that's what happened. It was the accused reverse gripping that dagger. Let me check the history. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
No?
Objection!
No? Something the matter? Sorry, that scream just sort of slipped out. I don't know about trials in your country, but refrain from such rash outbursts here. Perhaps this will deter any future urges you might have. Oh, I'm not helping my case in the judge's eyes, both literally and figuratively. I'm kind of stumped. I don't see, I don't see how. I'm gonna try this.
Objection!
No. Okay, I'm gonna have to give up and use story mode because I'm stumped. Second. Okay,
Objection!
so wait, what? The rights guy on the second testimony was the correct answer? Oh! It says that the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. So if the moon is at the top of the mountain, it cannot project the light. Ah! You saw silhouette projected by the moonlight. Sorry, but that's just not possible. What do you mean? How is it not possible? It was totally possible. That's impossible. I think I'm going to need a logicalese translation on that. Let's take a look at the rights guide, shall we, Mr. Immis? The right is held when the moon is directly over the summit of Mount Pony Pony. Doot doot doot. Doot 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 doot. So, if the moon was shining from the west, many shadows would have been cast eastward. But Mr. Immis was standing to the west of the inner sanctum of Mount Pony Pony. Oh, Holy Mother! That's right. Our witness here couldn't have seen any shadow figures on that curtain. No! No way! Hee 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 hee. Perhaps it was the sacred flames of the lantern that cast the shadow he saw. I'm afraid not. I inspected them during my investigation, but the flames were too small to cast the script distinct figure of Mr. Immis claims to have seen. But I did see some silhouettes, really.
But how could he, Nick?
Maybe it was someplace where they were visible. Wait, don't tell me. Your Majesty, if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows, it brings a brand new fact to light. And that would be... the brand new fact that comes to light if Mr. Immis really did see those shadows is he didn't see the murder, that he was somewhere else. Both is correct. Both are correct. I'm gonna save here. Because right now, this is one of the few moments where I have no idea where this is going. I'm gonna start with he didn't see the murder. He didn't see the murder! But I just told you I did see the silhouettes on the curtain. If you think I didn't see the murder, then prove it. I can't actually prove it, but my lawyer's intuition tells me you didn't see it. Mr. Wright, you shall have to do better than that unless you want more of these. Okay. So he was someone else. He wasn't where he claimed to be at the time of the murder. Oh, then where do you propose the witness was? Someplace where he could have seen the shadow figures, naturally.
Wait, you mean...
None of the mountains east of the inner sanctum are close enough or have a good view. That leaves only one place he could have clearly seen the shadows from. And where might that be? This is where Mr. Immis was at the time of the murder. The Plaza of Devotion, the High Priest's home, or the Inner Sanctum. He was at the Inner Sanctum. Mr. Immis was at the Inner Sanctum, just outside the curtain on the east side. That's the only place from which he could have seen the shadowy figures. Oh, ah! Yeah.
Really? Wow, I didn't even think of that.
But wasn't the Inner Sanctum off limits to all but the victim of the accused? And the third party was there, you mean? I get the feeling that's a subject Prosecutor Salmati would rather not touch right now. Ah, you made... That's right, this witness was at the scene of the crime. Which means he is the mysterious third party we saw during the divination seance. He could have been the one who dressed as Lady Kira and killed the High Priest. Girl gay! What?
Objection!
Oh, he has a blade in the back. Innocent curve. No one but the two participants were allowed anywhere near the intersectum. And the only way up there are the stairs that start down at the Plaza of Devotion. So tell me, how do you propose the witness enter that sacred space? Oh, you must have, I haven't thought that far ahead. The sanctum has sheer cliffs on three sides and a steep, towering rock face on the other. No one could have made it there by climbing the face of those cliffs. His Majesty speaks true. To say Mr. Imus was at such an inaccessible location is but a bit of tarnish his credibility. Is that not right? Right, I wasn't at the inner sanctum. No sir, no how. At least I'm pretty sure I wasn't.
Hold it!
Then what about those silhouettes you claim to have seen? I'm starting to think I've been imagining things. What? This is insane! I knew we couldn't trust that lawyer. He's trying to frame the witness. Peace! Peace, I say! This is impossible. Unless I can show how he got to the inner sanctum. It just looks like I'm trying to slander Mr. Imus.
I believe in you, Nick. Rah, rah, sis boom ba, fight, fight, Phoenix Wright.
Just look at the accused. Has she no shame?
What's your problem, lady? Phoenix Wright is very trust beauty, I love you, know.
Oh, she's got some nerve for a criminal. I bet that lawyer poisoned her mind. Please, Maya, you're only making it worse. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but it's probably best to keep it to yourself for now. I would advise the defense to think carefully before making any more sudden outburst. Yes, Your Majesty. If I wasn't the bad guy before, I definitely am now. Now, Mr. Imus, I would like you to think back carefully before you testify next about where you were that night. I wasn't at the inner sanctum. I was never at the inner sanctum, I tell you. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place. Boy, you lawyers sure are scary. I guess it might have been impossible for him to go to the inner sanctum like he claims, but... Now, will you desist in trying to frame this innocent witness? Yeah, I'd like to see you explain how he got up there. Mr. Wright, is it not the time to end these cross-examination? Buddha butterfly pose. A moment of desperation leads to 100 million years of torment. It means that for each moment a sinner spends struggling to deny their sins, 100 million years of torments are added to their time in hell. Quiranism is the strictest religions ever. And just so you know, you already accrued 200 million extra years. Plus the 5 they started with, that's 700 million years, huh?
Sure, that's another 200 millions, give or take. What's another 200 millions?
Well, it's a big deal to me. I can't keep saying that the witness was there at the inner sanctum. If I can't prove it, the problem is, how am I going to do that? I was never at the intersectum, I tell you.
Hold it!
As he says with sweating. Are you sure you weren't there? All I'm sure is that you were deeply skeptical. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are all lawyers always like this? Most certainly. They always try. They always try to pin crimes on innocent witnesses without any proof whatsoever. They are no better than bacteria or viruses. Yikes, you mean he's contagious? Ooh. He's gonna give me lawyeritis. Ooh. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Eating leisure 6. Whoa, that was a close one. You almost put me there at the scene of the crime when I wasn't even there. That much I'm sure of, even with the fuzzy memory.
Hold it!
You just said your memory was fuzzy. I sure did. What's the big deal? I'll tell you what. Your testimony isn't very credible if your memory of the event is fuzzy. Oh, no worries there. My memory may be fuzzy, but I'm very clear on one thing. Here we go again. If you ask me whether or not I remember what I did that night, I would say I do. In short, you are confident that your testimony is true. Is that correct, Mr. Amos? Har, 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 exactly. Yes, you don't get to be a judge for nothing. So in closing, I can clearly say that I was totally not there. Besides, it would have been impossible to get there in the first place.
Hold it!
Not impossible. I wonder if it really was impossible for you to get to the inner sanctum. If you have something to say, just say it. Couldn't there have been another way to get there? A way that wouldn't attract attention? No, there isn't. Which means there is. Perhaps the defense will share his theory with us? I don't even have a wild guess. I don't know theory, though. Time to reach into my bag of bluffs. To reach the inner sanctum without attracting any attention, he climbed off the cliff. He came from the plaza. He fell from the sky. Maybe he fell from the sky. Har, 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 har. The lawyer thinks he's a comedian now. I was wondering what crazy theory he would propose next. Well, defense, let's hear it. Mr. Amos could have parachuted down. We already know the weather was clear and there was no wind to speak of. Perfect weather for skydiving, I would say. Sighs and shakes his head. Now that you have been backed into a corner, your delusion grow ever more delusional. The inner sanctum is on a tiny ledge upon a sheer cliff over 2,000 meters tall. Okay, but there's a penitentiary at the very top. And there was somebody who escaped from there. One misstep and the skydiver would soon find himself in the Twilight Realm. But yeah, I don't care how still the wind was. Even I couldn't make that jump. Wait, what's this building on top of the secret mountain? That is Royal Penitentiary number 4. Oh right, Princess Rafa mentioned there was a prison up there. How do you get your prisoners up there anyway? By helicopter, only with authorization from the Minister of Justice. He is the only one who can approve flights that pass over the inner sanctum. Mountain range poster, updated in the court record. Might I also add, defense, that no parachute or any other equipment necessary for skydiving has been found? Yes, they were. Are you saying I flew down there by flapping my arms? I may be an incredible dude, but even I'm not capable of that. Well, please add that statement to your testimony, Mr. Amos. It's not like I can fly through the air either. What about this? prayer flag found outside the ritual. They have been sewn together into a long banner. I want to save here. Because, I'm running out of lives.
Objection!
Oh! Mr. Amos is right. He couldn't have skydived down there without any gear. Well, now, finally come around, have ya? Now you see that I couldn't have possibly been there at the inner sanctum? Right! If you didn't have any gear, that is. What on earth are you talking about? That overreaction is a dead giveaway that I'm on the right track. Take a look at this piece of evidence. Those are prayer flags, are they not? Yes, but they have been sewn together to create one big banner, a banner that also functions like a parachute. Paul Konka! The people of Korain are so used to seeing prayer flags that the police didn't even think twice about these flags during their investigation. No, this cannot be. The witness landed at the inner sanctum by using these prayer flag as a parachute. Is that not right, Mr. Amos? There's no way out. I'm surrounded. Mr. Amos? All this talk jogged my memory. I guess I was there at the inner sanctum after all. Grr. As I suspected, there were 3 people there that night.
You did it, Nick! You weren't wrong after all!
Thanks. Mr. Amos! You were the one disguised as Lady Kira that night, weren't you? What? No way, no how. It's like this. Oh yeah! I was only there at the inner sanctum by accident. By accident? Exactly! And that thing's not a parachute, it's a homemade paraglider. Paraglider? Are you telling me you can fly using that patchwork mess of a material? It may not look like much, but that's as sturdy as it can be. I rode the wind like an eagle, going higher and higher from my earthly launching point. But then something happened that forced me to land at the inner sanctum. So you just happened to land there? You expect me to believe that? No, please calm yourself, Mr. Wright. However, the fact that the witness was at the inner sanctum is crucial testimony indeed, and it certainly warrants further explication. Therefore, let's continue with more testimony. Why I was at the inner sanctum. That evening, I was enjoying a trek through the night sky with my homemade paraglider. But I just admit Mount Pony Pony was right there, something terrible happened. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum. As I landed, I banged my head, causing me to lose my memory. So you see, I ended up at the inner sanctum purely by accident. Mr. Amos, you failed to mention any of this during your pre-trial questioning. Can't be helped. I mean, I'm just remembering it now. Continue such slipshod theory and you will be cast into the hell of hangnails. Not the hell of hangnails. This is where you shall have hangnails grown and ripped out from 800 million years. Ooh, I think I'll pass on that. Looks like that cop professor sounded mighty off guard. This is my chance to rip his case to shred. That evening I was enjoying a trek to the night sky with my homemade paraglider.
Hold it!
You were enjoying a trek through the night sky with your homemade paraglider. You didn't go to pray. Well, devout courageous like me can pray anywhere, even while flying through the sky. But I wouldn't recommend you try it. You're bound to end up dead. Har 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 har.
A paraglider? I didn't see anything like that.
That's because of the ritual curtain that blocked your view. You should have seen me magically soaring between the mountains.
Really? What do you think, Nick?
Don't ask me. Har har har. I was really enjoying that flight. At first, anyway. But just as Mount Polymone was drawing near, something terrible happened. Oh.
Hold it!
Something terrible happened. Exactly. And when I say terrible, I mean terrible. What? Was there something unexpected near Mount Pony? What was it again? Wait, you don't remember? Let's just say it was terrible. An accident forced me to make an emergency landing at the inner sanctum.
Hold it!
What exactly was this accident you had? Good question. Now, what was it again? A wind? Oh yeah, it was the wind. Not just any wind, but a sudden gale force wind made me lose control. The wind was strong enough to make you lose control? Yeah, you got that right. Okay then, please add that to your testimony. Gale force wind came down of nowhere and made an emergency landing at the sanctum. Save here, because I think this is where the contradiction is. I'm gonna point the newspaper. Cold front.
Objection!
Yeah. We have a saying in my country, Mr. Amos. From one lie sprouts another. What's that supposed to mean? It means someone caught lying will lie again in an attempt to conceal the first lie. In other words, this current testimony is just a blatant lie you're telling to cover your tracks. What did you just say? You claim gale force wind caused you to lose control. But this newspaper has the weather report for the day of the murder. It says, the area around the inner sanctum will enjoy calm and clear skies today. Bon concur! Why, I do believe it does say that.
From one lie sprouts another. That makes sense, but is it really a way back home? Is it really a saying back home? I never heard of it.
Yeah, I kind of made that one up.
For real?
Your Majesty, the witness's testimony contains another flaw, one that's even more fatal to this cause. More fatal, you say? The defense will explain himself at once. Mr. Amos claimed he was flying up around the inner sanctum with his paraglider, but it would be impossible to get all the way up there without any wind. Well, yes, I believe you're right. But we know the witness was at the inner sanctum, so... Mr. Amos, how did you get there? And from where? Without any wind, he couldn't have flown up there from the bottom of the mountain. By a process of elimination, the only starting point that makes any sense is... Your Majesty, I believe I have an answer to your question. To reach the inner sanctum, Mr. Amos must have launched himself from here. The penitentiary.
Take that!
Oh, ah! Are you inside? That's where he came from? If he couldn't have come from below, the only other option is from above. So you see, Anonymous came down from Royal Penitentiary number 4. From there, he could have easily reached the Inner Sanctum by parachute. And that means he might have also killed the High Priest. What? Mr. Imus, were you the third party at the Inner Sanctum? And the one behind the warning to halt the right that the victim received? Was it you we saw in his final memory? Are you the rebel hunter, Lady Kira? Ooh-ah! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sir, help me out here. Da-da-da.
You did it! You finally left him speechless!
Ah, come on, Mr. Prosecutor, man! Quiet, you fool! You should use this time to prepare yourself for what is to come. Oh, is he gonna... For a fate far worse than hangnail, hell awaits you now. Is he gonna Satura his ass? Come on, Satura the witness. Satura the witness. Satura the witness. Not the lawyer this time. Well done, defense. I must concede this point to you. The witness did in fact descend to the Inner Sanctum from Royal Penitentiary number 4. He didn't even put a fight this time? That's awfully generous of him. But if you are as perspective as you seem, then surely you already figured out the riddle. The riddle of Anonymous' true identity. Yeah, his true identity. Not sure I quite know it quite yet, but I guess I have to answer with something. It would seem I'm the only one still in the dark here. Would the defense care to enlighten me? Who is this man we've been calling Anonymous? The witness' true identity is... Alright, let's bring the wanted poster then. Is this really him? Only now do you realize the truth. Well, please do share with us your belated insight.
What's wrong, Nick? Why are you holding it back?
Because this isn't going to be very helpful to our case.
Really? Are you sure?
Unfortunately, I've got no other choice. That scruffy beard and shaggy mane completely threw me off. But it's all becoming clear now. The nighttime base jump, as an acronym, BASC, base jump from the mountaintop prison. The precision landing at the Inner Sanctum only using a homemade parachute. MS ... Only a paratrooper, or more precisely, a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is Dad's Arbol, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group. What? Gah! The witness is an escaped prisoner? Precisely, the police have been scouring every corner of the city to no avail. Meanwhile, here he was under our noses the entire time. Ooh, ah! Didn't think anyone would see through my clever disguise. Heh heh heh, but the witness charade is not all that's been shattered. Is it, defense? Boy, do I hate this guy. Please recall the defense's own words. Whoever sent clearly meant to threaten the High Priest. The letter said, do not perform the rite. But the rite went on as scheduled. I believe that is why the High Priest was murdered. Who do you suppose sent that letter? A person with something to hide. The rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira herself. He claimed that the real killer was the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira.
Yeah, what's your point?
Well, if he's a rebel, he cannot be a rebel hunter, you know? What of the witness' true identity? Only a paratrooper, or more precisely a former paratrooper, could have pulled that off. This witness is Dats Arball, prison escapee and key member of Dirk's rebel group.
Oh no!
He is a rebel and an escaped prisoner. He could not possibly have been Lady Kira, mortal enemy of the rebels.
No!
Now, perhaps the witness will enlighten us to the truth. After all, he has yet to refute any of this. Hoo-ha! You got me. I'm the razor-sharp fangs of the Defiant Dragons. Oh, it's the dragon pose that he's doing. That's our ball. So he's posing, he's doing the Defiant Dragon pose. When did you get your memory back? Oh, around the time you guys were talking about there being no wind. But you gotta give me credit for making all that testimony off the top of my head. Are you prepared to tell us the truth now? Well, it's true I parachuted down to the inner sanctum, but I banged my head on impact and ended up unconscious outside the ritual curtain. In short, all my eyewitness testimony was all a big fat lie. Ha 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 ha. A big fat lie? Oh, and by the way, long time no see, Yeti. Okay, so Nayuta's nickname is Yuti. Wait, they know each other? Your Majesty, this filthy rebel belongs in the jail cell. Oh yes, of course. Bailiff, seize him at once. Seems you really have forgotten the will of the dragon, huh, Yuti? But I haven't. And no dogs of the Garan regime are gonna lay a finger on me. Alley-oop! Deploy all available resources. I want all units placed on high alert. Cutscene? No. The magistrate shakes his head. The escaped prisoner escaped again! The police force has been placed on high alert. He will be caught before long.
An escaped prisoner who has escaped the law again after giving a ton of false testimony. Talk about a troublemaker.
He really pulled a number on all of us. What was the point of all that anyway? Well, I can't help but feel that entire episode was an enormous waste of time. Your Majesty, perhaps it was not as great of a waste as you might believe. What makes you say that, Prosecutor Sanmari? That airball dropped something as he made his escape from these halls. Oh, the scrap of paper looks awfully familiar. These appear to be direct orders from Dirk. From Dirk! The rebel leader? Oh, but we only have a small corner of it. Wait, I remember now. Your Majesty, I've seen that scrap of paper before. You have? Yeah, the scrap of paper that airball drop is part of this. The other half of this? Is that it? Shit, I'm not sure. Good thing I can say though.
Take that!
And this is... I found it at the scene of the crime. It appears to be a copy of the order that Mr. Arball dropped. If we put the two together, we should be able to read what the order says. Okay, so the piece is not perfect, but it's enough to get a full sentence out of it. Oh my! And just what does it say, Mr. Wright? You tell me. I can't read that. I can't read Chinese. Ah, yeah. Prosecutor Sanmadi, if you please. The ignorant lawyer has not bothered to learn our language. Very well, then. Scroll. Okay. So he's taking the time to read. So he's using a scroll, but I guess it's him actually reading the note. I do not understand. Well, what does it say? Using the lamplights as a landmark, it was to parachute down to the inner sanctum. Upon the right's completion, he was to don Lady Kira's robe and make his escape. What? That is how he was able to escape from prison? So, if I were to assume that Mr. Airball was the one who killed the High Priest, then maybe it was because Abbot Inmi tried to thwart his escape plan? Oh, foul lawyer, I'm afraid that is simply ludicrous. I didn't say anything. He just read my mind. I know how your putrid mind works. Unfortunately for you, however, now that the rebels' escape plan has been revealed, it is clear that Airball is not the High Priest's killer. How can you be so sure? Buddha pose, a butterfly. If only you would use that putrid brain of yours every once in a while. That Airball plan could not have worked without the help of a certain individual. Oh. So there are 2 copies of that piece of paper. And, yeah. For him to wear Lady Kira's robe, he would need the collaboration of Maya. What do you mean? I am speaking of Abbot Inmi, of course. Had that Airball simply donned Lady Kira's robe and made his escape alone, he would have been far too conspicuous. But were he by the High Priest's side, the faithful citizens praying in the plaza would have had no cause to suspect anything. Oh, okay, I get it. Because he cannot just simply take the place of Maya and do the thing. So if he were to land, if he wanted to, the plan was to pretend to be Kira during the prayer after the ritual is complete, like during the moment where they meditate. So his plan was to take Maya's place and put on the garb and wait until noon 2 days later and then get out. Like if he were to leave before, he would have been suspicious. But if he were, you know, to knock down Maya and took the robe as well, that would be as equally suspicious. But what happened is that he killed the High Priest, left the clothes there, and escaped without being dressed. It is therefore unthinkable that Airball was the High Priest killer. So then, you're saying the High Priest was a... Oh, I cannot bear to say it. I am afraid it is so. He is numbered among the rebels who threaten our kingdom. How could this be? The High Priest a rebel? There must be some kind of mistake.
Shut to them!
Let it go and move on. Accept the truth, it is the only way. Well, we brought the very... Oh, when we say it... Oh, how blasphemous. When he say it, he just say Satura and move on? Fuck you! And that goes double for you, defense. Cease your futile battle now. Why should I? Because I will now put the final nail in the coffin of the accused. Now that we have eliminated Dad Zarbald from our list of suspects, there is only one person that still remains, the accused Maya Fey.
Hold it!
Hold it right there. Aren't you forgetting something important? Something important? Please do explain, defense. We can't end this trial without looking into the arrow, the murder weapon, or the third party. The arrow? The murder weapon. What about the murder weapon? We haven't found it yet. What does it matter if it has been found or not? The fact remains that the victim was killed by the accused. I also failed to see how that would be important, Mr. Wright. This, however, is... Oh, shit. It seems there is no need to continue this trial any longer. No, Your Majesty, there's still something important about to be brought to light. The arrow or the third party? Okay, I'm going to say the arrow and restart from my last reload. What about the arrow that was fired into the High Priestess' house? It was simply a means to deliver the warning letter to the victim. That's more or less the same conclusion we came to yesterday. You know, I guess you're right. Okay, so the third party. It has to be the third party. So, I'm gonna load from the autosave. I cannot fast forward because it's new text.
Hold it!
I'm talking about the true identity of the Lady Kira we saw in the seance vision. If that wasn't Dad's airball, then who was it?
Objection!
That matter has already been resolved. It has. What's he talking about? Okay, he's gonna say that the thing that we saw was Dad's airball, and he's gonna continue saying that Maya killed the priest from a reverse grip from the back. It is as I have maintained from the start. There was no third party in the seance vision.
Objection!
But there was another Lady Kira there besides Maya Fey. We all saw her.
Shut it up.
Oh, what the? Oh, he blocked the rosary with his forearm. Now they're attached. Instead of his forehead, it's gonna squeeze his arm. I can't do my finger point! I cannot point! Ah! He immobilized my arm! That asshole. Oh, he's gonna do it. Huh. Ah! It is time to let it go and move on. Your fate has already been sealed, much like your arm. This hardly seems fair. It is quite simple once you consider where the victim and the accused were at the time. If the victim was near the spring with his back to the accused, what would he see ahead? Besides the water itself, there is nothing but the Warbat statue. Precisely. The Lady Kira we saw in the seance is the Warbat statue draped in her sacred robes. No way! The accused wanted the false Lady Kira to appear in the seance vision. Before she came from behind and stabbed the victim with a dagger in the reverse grip. But why would the accused want to do something like that? Like create a false Lady Kira? To show it to the victim as he was being slain? What reason would the accused have to fool the victim she was about to kill? It was not the victim she was trying to fool. It was this very court itself. Come again? Suspicion would not fall on the accused if it looked as if another Kira was there. And the defense was foolish enough to fall for it and claim it was a third party in disguise. Are you saying? I am. It was all a clever, wicked scheme perpetrated by the accused. A scheme in which she sought to use the seance vision to mislead us. Have you met Maya Facer? She's not that smart to take that far ahead, even though she's been accused of murder many times. This can't be happening. What a face you're making, defense. I am surprised you're taking this so hard. After all, did I not clearly state a while back that you were chasing after naught but a deluded fantasy? Flashback. Hey, something has occurred to me, you see? And your allegation of a third party about a deluded fantasy? Yeah. You're telling me he knew this is how it would turn out all the way back then? Yeah. And that it was all just waiting for the most effective moment to spring it on me? Yep. Do you understand now? I have had you dancing in the palm of my hand this entire time. It can't be. This is an outrage! You took our royal priestess' sacred divination seance and used it to commit this most foul and despicable murder!
No, I did nothing of the sort.
Maya!
Nick, it's not true. I didn't.
Objection.
Cease this ugly display. Your fate is sealed now that the facts has been exposed. Your Majesty, the time has come to convict this criminal who only seeks to taint this sacred hall. Indeed, it seems this trial is over.
Hold it.
Does the defense wish to offer up yet another counter-argument or something? The accused is not the killer. And, here's why. Now what do? I got nothing. Would appear that the defense has run out of arguments to make. I thought for sure that the rebel was the killer. The only person with a possible motive, the one dressed as Lady Kira, has vanished. And I've got nothing to use against Prosecutor Sanmari's argument. Damn it, I can't lose now. Not like this. Very well then. I shall now render my verdict. Wait. Please wait. I'm begging you. Is it time to let it go and move on? This trial need not to be drawn out any longer. The defense has failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court find the accused, Maya Fey, and the defense, Phoenix Wright, guilty! No. Bailiff. Your Majesty, please forgive the interruption, but... Oh, it's a guard. What is the meaning of this? A body has been discovered in the Plaza of Devotion, Your Majesty. What's this? A body? What happened now? And we found this out of the victim. The murder weapon. The Warbat dagger. Why, that's Lady Kira's Warbat dagger. Oh, rubble, rubble. Lady Kira, she has returned from the Twilight Realm. She has come to defeat the rebels. Peace! Well, it would seem the dagger that was once lost has now been found. Okay, but if somebody else was killed outside the court, that proves that that it wasn't Maya. I have one more thing to report, Prosecutor Sanmati. Yes, what is it? This dagger? How? It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Reverse grip? What?
But
why would Maya's print be on it? Dot 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 Nayuta. I cannot believe it, yet it must be true. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sanmati? This trial that run its course and the accused's guilt has been firmly established. However, it would seem the defense was right about one thing. I was? You claim that the murder at the Inner Sanctum had been carried out by the rebel hunter masquerading as Lady Kira. I did say something to that effect, but what of it? Prosecutor Sanmati, are you suggesting what I think you are? I believe the true identity of the rebel hunter who has been masquerading as Lady Kira is none other than the accused, Miss Maya Fey! What?
me?
What? I realize how shocking this must seem. Looking back, however, I now realize there was much that pointed to this fact. The rebel hunting Lady Kira was first sighted about 2 years ago, and the accused first came to our kingdom 2 years ago as well. Oh no. Why, the timing matches perfectly! But there is more. That warning letter was found in the High Priest's bedroom 3 days before the riot. Despite this house being locked up tight that
Objection!
night. How does that prove anything?
Objection!
It is difficult to believe an intruder could have found a way to enter such a secure house. However, the accused was known to come and go freely there, mainly to prepare for the purification rite.
Abba Himi was an important figure with a ton of duties, including training acolytes. He was really kind, even for a foreigner like me. He even invited me over to his house whenever I was between training sessions.
The accused could have easily left the house unlocked for herself without anyone noticing. No! Lady Kira's warning updated in the court record. A warning from Lady Kira to Abad and me. Only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it. If we assume that the accused was Lady Kira, that more than establishes her motive for killing the High Priest. Yes! The victim was secretly an insurgent, bent on helping Das Airball escape after all. Precisely. That made him a target of Lady Kira's wrath. Buddha-posed butterfly. And after killing the High Priest, she then unleashed her divine justice on another rebel. So it seems the scope of this case has expanded. We now have 2 murders perpetrated by Miss Maya Fey masquerading as Lady Kira. Phoenix, say something. Da. If Miss Fey is indeed a serial killer, it would affect the severity of her punishment. In light of this, I believe the second murder must be investigated before we can proceed. As you wish, Your Majesty. Maya Fey, I hereby charge you with this second murder. May your defiled soul feel the weight of your sins. Well, she's already have the death penalty, like. What is she gonna get? A second bullet to the head? A new murder charge on top of a guilty verdict? It seems the defense will live to see one more day. Talk about hanging on by a thread. Come tomorrow, a far more terrible punishment awaits you. I hereby suspend these proceedings so that the second murder may be investigated. Until the conclusion of this new investigation, this court is adjourned! To be continued. Do you want to save? Yes, I want to save. Continue to the next chapter, yes. I promise 2 to be continuous per stream, and this is what I'm gonna do. Alright. Somebody's texting me. Sorry. All right, May 11th, 1:03 p.m. Temple. What do I do now? I can't believe Maya and I were actually found guilty. This trial need not be drawn out any longer. The defense have failed to counter the charge filed by the prosecution. In accordance with the law, I invoke the Defense Culpability Act against the defense. Now then, this court find the accused Maya Fey and the defense Phoenix Wright guilty! I'm dead. I'm a dead man walking. No. Elbows to the stand, hands between his hands. Mr. Wright! I saw the whole trial. What's going to happen to Miss Maya now? Well, I'm worried about that too. But right now... Bailiff, I have one more thing to report, prosecutor somebody. Yes. This dagger... It bears the fingerprints of Maya Fey on it. Right now, I need to focus on the next trial. The murder of Acolyte Zilla, right? At least the jury is still out on that one, so to speak. The two murders are most likely connected. If I can get to the bottom of Acolyte Zilla's murder... Oh shit! They killed the student as well? It might give me the ammunition I need to overturn Maya's guilty verdict. Let me help you investigate. I want to assist you any way I can. I appreciate it, Albie, but we're talking about a murder. Yeah, but it's going to be hard for a foreigner to investigate this on his own. You have a point there. I wish I knew what to do. Raifa, da. Oh, now she's disappointed. Oh, isn't that your benevolence? Raifa. Princess Raifa. Huh? Oh, it's you again. The dead lawyer walking, guilty of abetting a murder under the Defense Culpability Act. Oh, I think she hasn't lost any of her charm. Raifa, da. Why the long face? I thought you'd be glad I was found guilty under the DC Act. Huh! I am in no mood to take joy in your suffering. For I was unable to defeat you, and had to leave the job to others. I failed in my sacred duty as the royal priestess. I guess that's answered my questions. Have I misunderstood the voice of the Mitama yet again? This cannot be! Fate. Sorry. Sorry, my mom is texting me from her trip. Raifa, dot. All I did was defend my client. I can't bear to see her looking so sad like this, though. Your benevolence. Raifa, dot. Your benevolence! Huh? Oh, barbed head. I thought you had already begun your journey to the Twilight Realm. Not dead yet. Still have an investigation to do for tomorrow's trial. What's this? Do you mean to say you have not given up yet? That's right. I'm going to prove Maya's innocent tomorrow. But why? Why do you refuse to give up? I cannot fathom such obstinacy. Investigate all you want, I care not. You really don't mind? But aren't you worried that a lawyer backed into a corner by the DC Act might do something desperate like forge evidence? What's this? If left unsupervised, I would be free to do whatever I wanted, you know. I wouldn't give a damn. I have only one day to live. Grr! Okay, now to see if she takes the bait. Yes, I see your point. Barbed head? Yes. I know what happened yesterday. You perpetrated some sort of fraud or other misdeed when I was not watching. Huh? That explains why I misunderstood the voice of the High Priestess Soul. Yes, of course, that is the only explanation. Da da da. I was just trying to cheer her up, now she thinks even less of me. I must not allow you to sully your sacred knowledge of justice with your misdeeds ever again. Therefore, today I will be monitoring your every move once more. I will not fail to spot your misdeeds this time. The moment I see everything out of the ordinary, I will send you straight to prison. And you, boy, do not throw your lot in with this foreign devil. But, your benevolence. It's okay, Albie. You don't need to worry about me. I'll be back before you know it. But first, I should probably lighten my load a bit. Albie, would you mind holding on to some evidence for me? Of course not! I'm always glad to help. Unnecessary evidence, unloaded it onto Abby. So what do I have left? She bows and thanks me. May the Holy Mother blessing be upon you. Okay, so I got the newspaper, the autopsy report, the inner sanctum photo, Maya's statement, which I never use, the warning, the plume punisher strap, and the inner sanctum diagram. So what was removed was the arrow, the bloodied message, which was the same as the one piece that fell from Airball, the envelope. Basically, it was meant to that's redundant. The mountain photo with the penitentiary on top. The right guide. And if there was something else that's forgot, it was even less relevant. Maybe it was stuff that was used during the investigation and not during the trial. Okay, so now he leaves. Now then, the scene of the crime is the logical place to start. If I recall correctly, the body was found at the Plaza of Devotion. Technically, I can re-examine everything, but I'm gonna be sure it's not saying the same stuff as before. So I look a little haggard in my reflection. It's like the water showing me how I feel on the inside. Wait, what am I doing? I have to stay strong, especially for Maya. Not the grindness, but maybe if I prayed with all my might, the Holy Mother will help me. Who am I kidding? I have to figure out how to solve this case myself. I can hear the monks pray all the way over there. Maybe the Holy Mother would answer mine if I slipped in with theirs. Here goes. Please let me save Maya Fey. There wasn't much, so let's go to where did he say? Plaza of Devotion. Ah, they cowardly killed the victim while he was praying. So nobody is there to pray, but there's an outline of where a zealot was, and there's a piece of purple cloth with a bouquet of white flowers who sits behind where the body was killed. Well, the body was discovered, or where the guy was killed. where the victim was killed. So May 11th, Plaza of Devotion. Looks like the police already finished their investigation. To think someone would be killed here, a place devoted to prayer. A body outline in flowers. Did someone leave them here in memory of the deceased? So if the guy was praying, the seance would be pretty much worthless since his head would be facing the carpet. We would have some auditory cues and maybe smell and the pain at the end. Did someone leave them in surrounding the deceased? And there's something different about the prayer flags today. Something different about the prayer flags? Oh, yes! There's a new one. And it's a purple one. It's not the same color as the other, and it's been attached by one corner. But it looks like the same purple as the scarf from Airball. As the high priest's disciple, acolyte zealot was utterly devoted to his training. First the high priest, and now his devoted disciple. Maya Fey will pay for this. As I keep trying to tell you, Maya has nothing to do with any of this. And you can prove this how? What do you think I'm doing here, gathering dirt and dust for the trial? You and your smut mouth, this is precisely why you and your lawyerly ilk are so reviled. Hey, Mr. Wright. Oh, Emma. Hey, Mr. Wright. It's that detective from your country again. Hey, it's the princess. You seem displeased that I am here. Oh, no. Don't be silly. Mr. Wright, I'm so sorry about what happened to Maya. Sorry. It's not your fault, Emma. You were just doing your job. And if I had just done mine, Mr. Wright. But it's no use crying over spilled milk. Would you mind telling me what you know about the murder? It's do or die in court tomorrow, and I mean that literally. Gladly. I'll help you in any way I can. Remember, I have my eyes on the both of you, so see to it that you commit no misdeeds. Of course not. You're talking to a professional here. The incident. Let's see, how about starting with an overview of what happened? Sure. The victim is Perez Zealot. He was the high priest's disciple. His body was discovered around noon today, right after the riot wrapped up. So during the high priest's murder trial. That's right. Apparently he had been there praying since the day before the riot even started. Talk about serious devotion. Yeah, I barely lasted a few minutes. This is a picture of Mr. Zealot's body. So he was still in the praying position. Oh! He's got a tattoo of a peach on the back of the neck. And he was stabbed on the dorsal, the first dorsal vertebrae. Just below where the brain vertebrae stops. So it's like the third dorsal, probably. Like, it's right around where at the height where the clavicles, what's the other? It's right between the shoulder blades. where the clavicles meet to get to the rib cage is at that height in the back. The dagger is in his upper back. Looks like it would have been practically painful. Yes. Is that a tattoo on the back of his neck? It's peach shaped. Everyone started leaving when the praying was finally done, but the victim remained bent over in prayer. And when they went over to check on him, they discovered he was dead. Right? Crime photo zealot added to the court record. Yes, the estimated time of death is May 9th, sometime between the start of the rite and the discovery of the high priest's body. In other words, we believe the crime took place during the purification rite. Yo! And the murder weapon was the same ceremonial dagger that killed the high priest. So they were both killed around the same time? The prosecution believes Maya came down the stairs after killing the high priest, and then stabbed Mr. Zealot with the same dagger. Circumstantial evidence does point to Maya, but what about the cause of death? He apparently died instantly from the dagger that was left thrust up into his upper back. Here's the autopsy report. Zealot autopsy report added to the court record. Cause of death was a spinal cord injury from being stabbed into the upper back by the bladed weapon. Estimated time of death, you say? How can you know such a thing? Yeah, between 4 and 5 in the morning. Cause of death, spinal cord injury from a stab wound around his back. Weapon is thought to be a warbat dagger, the same weapon used to kill the high priest. Okay. And the blade was left there. I want to know! Well, barbed head, out with it! Oh, so the princess of the Spirit Medium Kingdom is interested in forensic science? Huh! I have no interest in science, forensics, or otherwise. Nevertheless, I will someday be queen. As such, it would be wise to know what silly things the common folks believe in. There's nothing silly about it. I'll have you know, even Prosecutor San Muddy holds forensic in high regard. Does he? Perhaps I should not underestimate the power of science. Still, I suppose it's nothing much compared to the divination seance. She really doesn't have an adorable bone in her body. Emma, I think she's actually interested. Would you mind explaining it to her? I guess I have to now. Okay. There are many ways to estimate the time of death, but the most well-known method used, the change in body temperature. Interesting! Body temperature drops at a steady rate from the moment a person dies. That means we can tell how long someone's been dead by measuring their temperature. I see. That was quite enlightening. Barbed head! Present your forehead now! What? Why? You feel just a little over 95 degrees Fahrenheit. It seems you are not dead yet. Of course I'm not! It was but a jest. After all, you're still the dead lawyer walking. I fail to see the humor in any of this. Were there any witnesses? With so many people there at the plaza, you'd think somebody would have seen something. You would think so too, won't you? But we haven't found a single witness. How's that even possible? Like, everybody was praying. Everybody was praying so nobody saw or hear anything. They were too focused on their meditation or whatnot. They were in a state of not unawareness. Because everyone was bent over, utterly devoted to prayer, naturally. Alright, the back-shattering pose that nearly killed me. Still, you'd think someone wouldn't have noticed something. I thought so too, bud. With the monk's scarf he had on, no one could see the dagger in his upper back. Oh. The guy left the dagger there and put the scarf on top of the dagger. Oh. Plus, everyone was so absorbed in prayer they didn't see or hear anything. I can't believe this. What you choose to believe is your choice, but the fact remains there were no witnesses. However, there is one piece of irrefutable evidence. The dagger. Yeah, the fingerprints of Maya Pei. Sadly, yes. Murder weapon. Could you tell me more about the murder weapon? The killer used the Warbat dagger, the legendary weapon of Lady Kira. It was discovered impaled in the victim's upper back. The accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger, were they not? Yes, they were. Warbat dagger added to the court record. A dagger modeled after a Warbat said to have been used by Lady Kira. So, yeah, the blade is completely soaked in blood. With such irrefutable evidence, there's no questioning the accused's guilt. Not so fast. What about a motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. What do the police think about this matter? Motive? Maya had no reason to kill Acolyte Zealot. So you say, but let us now hear what the police think about the matter. Oh, the police believe Maya is Lady Kira, figure who has been battling the rebels. And since Mr. Zealot was a disciple of the High Priest who turned out to be a rebel, he too was likely a rebel and therefore made the same untimely demise as his teacher. Yes, that is how the police currently view this crime. There's no way Maya is that Lady Kira vigilante. I agree on a personal level, but the police are just going with what today's trial concluded. I really blew it in court today. Can I present shit? Maya's fingerprints were found on the dagger that was used in the murder. The police are therefore investigating her as the prime suspect. The evidence is irrefutable, with no room for argument. I really don't want to treat Maya as a suspect, but based on the evidence and police reports I've received so far, it's not looking good. Not good, more like how could it get any worse? Based on the estimated time of death, we believe that he was killed during the rite itself. It appears he was stabbed in the upper back with a dagger and died instantly. But there were so many people here, how could Noah... Okay, Noah didn't notice. I know, I can't believe it either. I guess they were just that focused on their prayer or something. Same thing? Inner Sanctum diagram. It's been ages since you presented evidence to me. Remember when we worked that one case together? Yeah, the DLC from many years ago, back when you were as old as Maya. How old is she? 1 year younger. She's 27, Maya is 28. Abby is 9. Trust is 42. Nayuta's 25. Rafa, of course, is 14. Pere Zealot is 21. The Widow is 31. Wait. The Rebel is no longer part of the profiles. I seem to recall a thin layer of fingerprint powder on every piece of evidence then. Well, I guess they get that way from time to time now too. As enthusiastic as ever, huh, Emma? Okay. Sorry, I need to scratch my ear. Okay. Okay, what can she tell us? The victim's name was Taraseni. He bled to death from a stab wound in the abdomen. And the killer? At the moment, our only suspect is the person who was with the victim at the time. In other words, Maya. Congrats on your return to the legal world. I wanted to congratulate you sooner, but I never had the chance. Thanks, Emma, and congratulations to you too on becoming a forensic investigator. Thanks. Oh, I know. Let's celebrate by dusting your attorney's badge for fingerprints. Or how about we do a luminol test on it? I think I'll pass on both, but thanks. So, oh yeah, I never examined the scene. There's this handkerchief over there. This prayer flag looks much newer than the rest. Your benevolence? What does it say here? The dearest wishes of our subjects are written upon these prayer flags. Reading the prayers of others is considered rude, but if you must know, it says, at the usual spot, bring grub, the key too. Huh. That is one of the more direct and practical prayers I have ever seen. I wonder if it's even a prayer. Brand new flag added to the court record. A brand new prayer flag found at the plaza at Devotion has some writing on it. Bring food and the key. Acolyte Zilla was killed in a prayer pose. With his head bent over like that, the last thing he saw must have been this rug. It is a prayer rug woven by devout monks. May the Holy Mother's blessing be upon his departed soul. It's strange that there are no bloodstains, though. Perhaps it was so cold his blood froze, or perhaps it was absorbed by his vestment. It is pretty cold. Maybe the blood really did just freeze inside his body. No. So these flowers were left in memory of Acolyte Zella. What are they called? They are known as Namanda, and they are given to express sorrow when a life is lost. It seems offering flowers in memory of the dead is a universal practice. Namanda flowers added to the court record. Flower of the Chinese used to pay tribute to the departed, express heartfelt sympathy. Okay. That message on the prayer flag seems a little weird, but I think I've seen everything there is to see around here. You have not found or heard anything of particular worth. Are you ready to give up? No, I'm not calling it quits yet. Does it look like you have any hope of winning, Mr. Wright? Emma? I can't really say at this point. All I know is I have to keep investigating. What are you two sneaks up to? I would advise you to get back to work if you are done here, detective. Otherwise, I will report you to Prosecutor Sadmadi for dereliction of duty. I'm going. Well, see you later, Mr. Wright. And good luck. I should really pay a visit to everyone in every place connected with this case. I haven't checked this, but apparently this is not important. Acolyte Zilla died bent over in prayer. There's no trace of blood on the ground, though. The fact that there's so little bleeding could mean that it was a single stab to a vital point. Not that it would have been very difficult considering the position it was in. Alright, so let's go back to everything. Temple, Detention Center, Bazaar, Inner Sanctum, and High Priest House. Okay, nothing at the temple, so let's go to Detention Center. Oh! They're not done with Maya yet. Bazaar? No. Inner Sanctum? Alright, they want us to go to High Priest's house. Yeah, the widow is there. May 11, High Priest's house. She's looking at the picture of the Holy Mother with a picture of your book. Sorry. Hello, I'm sorry to bother you again, but... Oh. Oh, it's you. Barbhead! You're not contemplating casting suspicion upon Lady Billy, are you? She lost her beloved husband, and now Acolyte Zealot was like a son to her. Of course I'm not. But since she was close to both victims, I wanted to hear what she has to say. Very well. And then there's the fact that Lady Kira didn't attack Mrs. Inme. What that probably means she isn't a rebel. Is this about pure puree? Well, I am sorry, but I don't think I can talk about that right now. But what about Maya? She's innocent. Maya? I heard she was found guilty. First, my dear husband, and now puree? Mrs. Inme, you don't really believe that Maya is a killer, do you? I don't know. But that was the verdict, so what else can I believe? What am I to do? The verdict was already reached in your husband's case. But the truth of the matter is yet to be found. How could you be so sure? Because I believe that Maya is innocent. Oh, I got a new remote. There you go. Yeah, basically my remote was not working, so I ordered a new one. It's a cheaper, smaller, but it's a universal Samsung control, so it works. That is all I have right now. My fate in her. So please help me understand what happened. So you're defending her based solely on fate? Even though you'll be punished for abetting the accused. That's right. Alright then. Your fate has moved me. I will tell you what I can. Are you sure about this, Lady Belieb? Face in front of her. My lovely wife is also a devout follower of Quiranism. As such, she is not one to make light of another's fate. But if I found that you have lied about your fate and Maya face innocence, angry face, I shall curse your entire family and all your disciples for the next 8 generations. Hey, leave Athena and Apollo alone, buddy. Back to neutral. Beret Zealot. How did Acolyte Zealot end up living here as your husband's disciple? About 2 years ago, while my husband was at the spiritual retreat in the mountains, he came across parade collapse on the ground. That's when he brought it in here. You were always one to help those in need, weren't you, my dear? Removes her veil to kiss it. And he'd been living here ever since? About 2 years ago. That's around the same time Maya arrived in Kurain. I have a feeling that it's Zealot who's actually the real Kira. Yes, he was born in a poor village and had nowhere to call home. My husband felt pity for the boy, so he took him as his disciple. But not only as his disciple, he was like a member of our family too. I see. If this is where Acolyte Zealot live, there might be something I could learn about him lying around here. Okay, I'm gonna examine. There's the tote bag, the board game, trash bag. Barbhead, it appears you're quite fond of rummaging through the garbage. I just thought there might be some other important piece of evidence in here. Oh, is that right? ... Look, I'm not doing this for fun, really. Doesn't look like there's anything else of interest in there. Sorry, I need to scratch myself. Temples are itching. Drum. What a magnificent altar. Of course it's a magnificent. It is for the Holy Mother after all. The Holy Mother? Is she that faceless figure there? Such insolence! How do you not know who Her Holiness is on sight? Do you seek to cross over into the Twilight Realm right this instant? Sorry, it won't happen again. This is why lawyers are so despised. Now listen well. Depicting Her Holiness's face is the greatest taboo in all of Korainism. There are none alive today who know what her face really looked like. And that includes a member of the royal family. Wow, now there's an unusual custom. It's gotta be one heck of a secret. Even the royal family cannot know what she looks like. This is the royal family picture of the queen and her husband, the justice minister of Korain. Yes, my mother and my father. What do you think? Do they not possess an awe-inspiring air? Oh, terrifying is more the word I would use. Well, yes, they are very awe-inspiring. The photo of the high priest, his wife, Acolyte Zealot, and Maya. Oh. Since Maya's in it. Okay, so Believe is holding the steel samurai watch, and Maya is holding the plume samurai keychain. Then we have the monk and the zealot. They're sharing a meal. It's like a huge salad with a lot of vegetables. There's a big pot. There's some, looks like deep fried something. I don't think it's chicken, but I think it's most likely vegetables. Like a potato-shaped vegetables soaked in seafood. It must have been taken the day before the rite. I should ask Miss Inmi about it. Family photo added to the court record. A picture of Maya and the high priest family taken during the Feast of Blessing on the day before the rite. To think that this would be their final family photo. That no good Maya has some nerve. I mean, here she is, posing with the two men whom she would soon kill. I beg to differ. I see this photo as a proof that she didn't kill him. That smile of hers does not fool me. I sense a deep and abiding malice behind it. All proof Maya's smile is the real deal. Sorry about that. It appears I'm done with my examinations. I'm gonna talk about... No? Present the family photo. Can I ask you about this photo? It was taken during the Feast of Blessing, the day before the rite was held. The Feast of Blessings, eh? Would you mind telling me a little more about it? This photo was taken during the Feast of Blessings. Yes. It is forbidden to eat during the days of the rite, so the day before it's performed, yeah, you stuff their face. Who enjoys dishes full of gingill, an herb known to strengthen the body and mind. You beloved gingill-based dishes I make, didn't you, dear? Gingill. I heard you can go 3 days without sleeping after eating some. Yes, but many foreigners don't care for it because of its strong smell. Our customs say that these dishes can only be eaten the day before the purification rite. That's pretty specific. Is it because the smell is too strong? Very good guess, indeed. Is it to ensure the smell is gone by the time the Kiras is welcome until the next day? Sorry, dozing a bit. I'm keeping myself awake with energy drinks and energy bar, but it doesn't seem to be working. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have to finish after the next to be continued. Wow, is it really that strong? Come to think of it, the evening before the murder, an overwhelming odor was all over town. It was like a cross between garlic and mint. After the Feast of Blessing, Pere went over to the Blassa to begin his supplication. I never thought that would be the last time I would see him. What was Maya doing at the time? Shortly after Pronray left, she went to the temple to prepare for the rite. I don't know what she did after that. Belief statement. A statement about the Feast of Blessing that was held the day before the rite. Okay. So she witnessed the comings and goings of Pronray and mostly Maya. So, Acolyte Zealot went out to pray the afternoon before the rite. According to the newspaper, on the day before the rite, the plaza was so cold the whole place had ice over. Oh! He was killed before! The time of death it has been misread because the body was frozen. Aha! Ray always prayed a lot, far more than anyone I've ever known. He was a devout young man whose faith was twice as strong as others. I don't know why, but that's kind of intimidating to me. I thought I'd made some progress by now, but I haven't come across any particularly insightful information, even here. You seem disappointed, Mrs. and me. Is there anything else you could tell me? Forgive me, but if I keep thinking about those two any longer, Barbed head? Yes, I understand. Thank you for your help. I'm sorry to have troubled you. We have paid a visit to all of the people and places connected with this case. I think it's about time you prepared yourself for the inevitable, don't you? Um... Let's see if I can bring more. The belief statement. Family photos taken during the Feast of Blessing. Customary to partake in dishes made with gingill. Dishes are only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon on the day before the rite. Must be finished by 3 p.m. on the same day. For some reason, the Punisher's trap is still among the piece of evidence. For some reason, it's oh. Okay, so when I examine the Punisher's trap, there's a description, and it plays the Plume Punisher song, which is a ripoff of Still Samurai. Heartfelt sympathy. A new flag we found at the Plaza of Devotion with this scribble on it. At the usual spot, bring grub and the key too. So yeah, he has a very long scarf, and it would have been easy to hide the scarf. You would just have to hang the scarf on the pommel of the blade. So what are my notes? This is the first time I'm going to check on my notes. Dog those related to the incident. Okay, there's still some... oops. Inner Sanctum. Maya's here. May 11, Detention Center. Dot dot dot. Maya sure looks tired. I'm so sorry, Maya. I failed to defend you during that trial earlier today.
I'm sorry too, Nick. Never meant to get caught in this old mess. Even worse, I got you caught up in it too, and you were convicted under that stupid law. Nick, you should really withdraw from this case. Maybe they'll even commute your sentence if you do.
I could never abandon you like that. You might not believe me, but I'm going to pull on the upper win somehow.
It's not like I don't believe in you, it's just...
Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
Ripa? Da-da-da. You're awfully quiet, Your Benevolence. It is only a matter of time until your executions are carried out. I simply thought I would allow you two a good talk before you depart from this world. Sorry, but we're not giving up yet, and we won't till the bitter end. There is no need to put on a brave face. Your fates were sealed with today's verdict. Worry not of Maya Fey. The Twilight Realm will cleanse the taint from that neophyte practitioner's soul. Then perhaps the Holy Mother may finally forgive her. Maya da. Wait. Was that her attempt at comforting me? Barbed head! Further resistance shall come to naught. Stop your desperate struggle. Accept the judgment that has been passed upon you. She obviously doesn't know me very well. Then perhaps your sentence will be commuted and...
Hold it right there, Your Benevolence. Why do you always have to be like that?
Maya, what are you... What is the matter? I was simply showing some mercy upon your souls.
Nick here is risking his life to defend me.
And that is why I told you it will come to...
No, it won't! Nick is just doing what lawyers are supposed to. He's defending his client no matter what.
Enough! There is no place for your lawyers in the Hall of Justice, for we have the divination seance.
But your insights were wrong!
Oh boy, that's gotta hurt.
Don't you get it? Errors are bound to happen if your insights are accepted without question. So I ask you, Royal Priestess, what is your true duty? Do the victim's soul or the Holy Mother herself wish you to judge people in error?
Oh, you dare bring Her Holiness's name into this? You know nothing! You phony baloney! Please, you two, enough already.
Sorry, Nick, I got a little carried away. That's not really like me, huh?
No, I should be thanking you, Maya. It's good to have you in my corner. How dare you mock me so! You will not get away with this! I was a fool to show you compassion, and to think I could convince you to accept your fate. So struggle all you want in the Hall of Justice tomorrow. You will receive your just deserts, as the scorn of our kingdoms is heaped upon you. Can't see straight through that contorted smile on your face, you know. She may say these terrible things, but it's just the way she was raised, I guess. Then she leaves. Zealot's murder. Could you try to remember what happened one more time?
I've been trying as hard as I can, but I can't remember anything from the middle of the ride onward.
Oh, right. You suddenly felt sleepy and everything after that's a blank. Wait. Didn't they say something about overeating on Gingil will make you sleepy or something like that? She stuffed her face silly. Of course she wouldn't remember shit.
Even so, I didn't kill anyone, and I'm not the one going around dressed like Lady Kira. Although it's kind of cool to think there's a Mrs. Female Vigilante out there.
Right. Parade Zealot. Were you close to Acolyte Zealot?
We met several times during the meeting about the rite, but I didn't know him very well. He seems pretty quiet.
Didn't you eat together the day before the ride?
Yeah, we ate this one super stinky dish, but it was actually really good. I wasn't sure I would like it, but it was love at first bite! Like, you know the salty noodles, Eldun's noodle? It's like if you added garlic and herbs to that, and then let it simmer for a really long time.
Sounds more like a hot pot than ramen to me at that point.
Now I miss ramen too.
So what was Acolyte Zealot's like while you were eating?
He seems to be enjoying the food, but as soon as we were done, he left to go to pray.
And what did you do?
I returned to the temple to prepare for the rite.
That coincided with Mrs. Enmy's description of events. Lady Kira's identity. Any idea who might be pretending to be Lady Kira?
When the rite started, it was just me and me.
But the seance vision showed a third figure who looked like Lady Kira.
I know. Lady Kira, I wish I could have seen her in the flesh.
Yeah. Let's stay focused on the case, shall we? It was supposed to have been impossible for a third party to enter the inner sanctum.
But what if she came from the sky? You know, like that bushy-bearded paratrooper? That mountain would have been no match for Lady Kira's wings.
That's from the Plume Punisher TV show, right?
How'd you know?
Because the real Lady Kira doesn't have any wings.
Oh. I've got it this time. There must be a secret room with a secret door at the inner sanctum. Did you know there are 88 secret Plume Punisher based here in Kurain?
Secret Plume Punisher bases? Can we please stop talking about the Plume Punisher show for a second, Maya?
I guess so. Ah, keeping it real is much harder than it looks.
Well, I should get going now.
Sorry I wasn't any help.
Don't worry, I've got this. We'll beat the Chargers tomorrow and be on the first plane back home before you know it. Then we'll go grab dinner at El Dunes or your favorite burger joint, your pick.
Oh, sounds good. I think I'll get the extra large hamburger steak topping on my salty bowl. Best of both worlds! You can have whatever you like.
You can have whatever you like. You can have whatever you like. But first I have to beat the Chargers.
Oh, I almost forgot!
What is it?
I have a favor to ask.
Okay. Why are we whispering?
I forgot I have something at the High Priestess house. It's super important. Would you mind getting it and holding onto it for me?
The tote bag? So what's this super important thing?
In my bag, you'll find a folding book. It's only given to the priestess who performed the rite. It's called the Tome of Secrets.
Oh. That does sound important. How could you leave something like that just lying around? That explains all the whispering. If Rafa found out, all heck will break loose.
Look, it's got Lady Kira's real name written in it, so... Oops! Don't tell anyone I told you that! In fact, forget anything I said anything at all. It's supposed to be a secret.
The Tome of Secret contains secrets? Huh, imagine that. Huh? What are you two whispering about? Nothing. Just that she forgot something, so I told her I would go get it. You are up to something, I just know it.
Thanks, Nick. I'm counting on you.
Alright, let's go back to the High Priest's house to get the thing from the bag. May 11th, High Priest's house. Hello, anybody home? Oh, no answer. Mrs. Inme probably out right now. Well, I just get what I came for and get the fuck out, huh? I am watching you like a warband, Barbed Head. You had better not stealing anything. I would never do something like that. Just here to get what Maya asked for. Then get on with it! I would if you stopped interrupting me. Here's Maya's bag. What's that strange patch on her bag? Oh, the Steel Samurai. He's a hero of an action hero show back in my country. It's actually Maya's favorite show. She's got all sorts of merchandise related to it. I see, it looks strikingly similar to the Plume Punisher. They're similar, but the Steel Samurai definitely came first. I see, how interesting. Rifa seems generally intrigued. There must be a common thread between Plume Punisher and Steel Samurai fans. Come to think of it, didn't Maya mention something about trading with a Plume Punisher fan? But I digress. I better find what she asked me to look for and get going. Let's see here. Oh, it must be that Tome of Secret that Maya was talking about. Tome of Secret added to the court record. A tome given only to the one who will play the role of Lady Kira in the Purification Rite. Can I... Well, Barbed Head, are you finished now? Can I read it? The priestess acting as Lady Kira representative must know her name. The name is... Imsan? Imsan. Imsan. Imsan Kira. Speaking his name is unforgivable. Lock this knowledge deep in your heart and devote yourself to prayer. Oh. The way to hold the dagger has always been with an inverted grip. There's a picture of Lady Kira. The mask is smiling. It's a benevolent smile. She's barefoot. But the rest tracks. Let's see here. What's the picture of the newspaper? No, I don't have it. The mask is not really smiling. Cannot see it well on the strap. Kinda smiling. No, it tracks. It tracks. It kind of smiles. Hold on a second. The string around is coming undone. Whoops! Oh shit, I saw a picture! Oh no! Ah! You fool! Do not lay eyes upon it! Put it away, quickly, before we go blind! Relax. My end just slipped. This is the Tome of Secrets! Are you trying to get us cursed? Lady Kira is liable to swoop down and gouge our eyes out! Oh, right. This book is related to Lady Kira's, isn't it? Your benevolence, would you mind if I ask you some question? Tome of Secrets. This is not for something I would normally speak about unto an outsider such as you. Well, can't you make an exception? If you insist. Nena? What of this folding book? Yes, I see. This very important tome is bestowed upon the priestess in the purification rite. Look, very important, huh? What's written inside? Yes, 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 I see. Really? Is it alright to reveal that? She nods. Your benevolence? Patience! Patience! The book contains Lady Kira's true name. Her true name? Is the name really that important of a secret? To a Corvinus priestess, a person's name is one of the most important things to know. Lady Kira's real name. Are we gonna inquire on that? Oh, I'm being texted again, sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. What's so important about a name? Without a name, a priestess' voice will fail to reach a person's mitama. It is much like trying to send a letter without the recipient's address. A spirit can only be identified once you know the deceased's face and name. Ah. So they're gonna channel Lady Kira. They need her real face and her real name. We don't see the real face, but we see the real mask. The mask was shaped. So that's why the Holy Mother doesn't have a face. It's taboo. Everything makes sense. And nobody knows the Holy Mother's real name. I get it. It's like when you see someone in a crowd you recognize, but you don't know their name. It makes it impossible to get their attention. Indeed, you must know a spirit's face and true name before you can commune with it. It is the same for Corvinism's most secret art, one that my mother alone may use. The Queen has a secret art? Huh! It is something a foreigner such as you could never hope to guess.
In Corvinism, spirit channeling is a secret art that can only be performed by the Queen. No one else is supposed to be able to do it.
Okay, so apparently, apparently the queen can channel spirit as much as good as Kira, as Maya, but Reifa cannot, but because she never trained as such. I see. I should pretend this is all new to me. Besides, I get the feeling she secretly really wants to tell me all about it. Okay, the Queen's secret art. Okay, could you tell me about this secret art of the Queen you spoke of? Come again? Oh, sorry, maybe we shouldn't talk about this. It is a secret after all, right? It is a secret art of spirit channeling, but I suppose those words are meaningless to you. I'm just surprised how willing you are to tell me about it. A third-rate lawyer could not channel spirit simply by learning of the technique. Third rate's a bit harsh. I never settle for a second. What is it? You have the look of a tentacle hag frog upon your face. What the heck is a tentacle hag frog? Spirit channeling. That's where a medium lets the spirit possess her body to return to our world, right? Well now, I see you have done your homework. Oh, I guess I studied a bit. With the power of spirit channeling, one can bring back even the most ancients of spirit. It is quite a magnificent power, is it not? I've never seen her eyes light up like this before. I imagine they're pretty shocked when they come back from ancient times. Indeed! A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't sense any gap in time. Between the moment of its death and the moment it's channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. Thus, even heroes and scholars of antiquity can be channeled and directly learn from. Our queens have also used this power to help the rulers of neighboring lands seek counsel. That is why we have never been invaded and how we have maintained our unique culture. So spirit channeling is a really effective tool for international politics. It is indeed! And that is why only those with the power to channel spirits may rule our kingdom. But of late, there has been an endless influx of illegal immigrants from neighboring lands. The fools come seeking the same great power as my mother. Illegal immigrants? Yes! It's becoming quite a problem. Some has lost their way in life and look to Qurainism for their salvation. Among them are also those of dubious nature who have been driven into their own lands. From their own lands, sorry. Dubious nature, driven from their own lands. Gasp and Pain definitely fit that bill. But they sure weren't treating him like an illegal alien. Reifa's spiritual power. Can you channel spirit too, your benevolence? I am but the royal priestess. There is still much that I must learn. As for now, the divination seance takes me to the very limit of my ability. So her spiritual power doesn't measure up to Maya's. You were just mocking me in your mind, weren't you? Just know it! Don't be ridiculous. It is written all over your face, you impudent nincompoop! The divination seance was once one of the most important roles fulfilled by the queen. That is why my mother taught me when I was little. So the queen can perform the dance of devotion. That would be a sight to see. Someday I will be a powerful priestess and queen just like my mother. And the divination seance is a vital part of my training to prepare me for that day. Forgive my ignorance, your benevolence. We shall see. It will not be long before I too master the secret art of spirit channeling. I will be a magnificent queen who unites her people for the greater good of Khurain. Now I see. Spirit channeling is something she really aspires to.
I'm going to ace that test and become the next master. After all, I can't let my clan and the other villagers down.
It looks like she actually has something in common with Maya. Are you quite through now? There are more important things to do than to stand here and talk about spirit channeling. That's true. It doesn't have anything to do with this case, as far as I can tell. Or does it? If the Queen is a spirit medium... Are you about to suggest that my mother was channeling Lady Kira? I guess she saw that one coming. Heh! Lawyers are indeed a witless breed. On the day of the riot, my mother was engaged in other duties at the palace. Of course. My mother is a very busy woman, and the idea itself is preposterous. Do you truly believe the Queen of Kurain would personally battle the insurgents? This is precisely what makes you third-rate. Ugh. No, another dead end. This is bad. Anyway, I need to continue looking for leads, so... Over there! After him! Don't let him escape! What is all that racket? Nena whispering. What? That escaped prisoner that resurfaced here in town? Escaped prisoner? You mean the guy with the bushy beard? There is no reason to panic. The police are on his trail. He's no longer a suspect, but he might know something considering he was at the scene of the crime. Let's go take a look. Wait! May 11th, Korean Bazaar. Ow, my aching back. I forgot how badly I injured it. This is the bazaar. Ow, ow, ow. I need to do some stretching and exercise before I get back home. Oh, a familiar face. Question mark, huh, Mr. Wright? Ah, Mr. Wright! Hey, Albie. That's Arabor. Have you seen... Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Are you alright, sir? 1 second. Ugh. Have you seen the escaped prisoner around here? Oh, so that's why all those police came rushing over here. I heard them saying something about an escaped prisoner disappearing in this area. He disappeared in this area? He couldn't have taken to the air again, could he? Barbed head! I told you to wait! It's too dangerous for you around here, your benevolence. Mr. Airball could be lurking nearby. What sort of a princess would I be if all it took was an escaped prisoner to frighten me? She's fearless, I'll give her that. Well, I noticed there's a manhole cover that's been removed, so he probably went to the sewers. I can't be responsible if something happens to you. As long as I'm here, though, I might as well search the area myself. If I were an escaped prisoner, where would I hide? The open manhole over there. That manhole cover, it's open. Oh, Shadow spotted it. Whoa! What is it, Shadow? Did he sniff out something or someone in the manhole? I wonder. Could Shadow track Mr. Airball if he had something with the rebel scent on it? I don't know. I feel like I got something with Mr. Airball scent on it. Something he might have touched. Okay, so I'm gonna present... something that he touched. Oh, come on! They removed the flags as well. The makeshift parachute. I didn't notice. The flag. Because the scarf is the same color as is. Here, Shadow. How about this? I hope it works. I think he picked up a scent. You mind if I borrow Shadow for a bit? By all means. I had no idea you could do this. Yeah, go get him, boy. Your benevolence, I'm heading down the manhole now. It could be dangerous, so please wait here. Wait! Don't worry, I won't commit any of those misdeeds you're so worried about. That is not what I fear. There may be a vicious insurgent lurking down there. Oh, are you worried about me? No, I was simply wondering why you would go to such lengths in your investigation. After all, if you would simply withdraw from this case, they might commute your sentence. I'm doing this to prove my innocence. But how can you be so sure of the accused's innocence? She's already been found guilty. Don't worry, maybe this extra day in court is a blessing from the Holy Mother. Let's use it to our advantage. We'll turn this trial inside out and upside down. You'll see.
Okay.
I believe in her. If she says she's innocent, then that means she's innocent. Lawyers must trust in their clients to the bitter end. That's just what we do. You lame brain. Do what you will. Well, I'm going in. Let's go, Shadow. Be careful. Yeah, we're in the dark. Wait, come back here. It's pitch black down here. I can't see a thing. Wham. Ah! I've been knocked that silly. Of course, Airball got me. Oh, ow, ow, ow. What happened? I went down to the manhole and then this. Oh, this is Dirk's hideout. There's the book, and there's the dartboard with the queen's face on it, and Dirk threw a kukri in it, and he got a bullseye in her forehead. And they're feasting on a roast, meat on bone, with what appears to be a meat bun, but giant one, big as two fists, and some sort of okay, those are empty bowls. And yeah, it's a dingy place. They're hanging a lizard by the tail to let him dry, so they would eat it on skewers. There's a little mitama altar, and there's a vase showing three. What's the name of the flower? Three namanda flowers. And there's a coat hanger with what appears to be Dirk's overcoat. And there's some sort of flag. There's a green dragon with red characters on it I cannot read. And there's a six petal lotus on top of that scroll. There's an old antiquated TV. There's a moth fluttering around a single um, ceiling lamp, and there's a spider going up and down its own tread, some carpet, and there's a secret trap on the door. Just notice there's a ladder that goes to another basement, yeah, a little secret entrance. Oh, you finally came to. So this must be Airball without the wig, because he has the same clothing, but now he has his armband of the Defiant Dragon. It's a black armband with the black dragon, still shaped like a Magatama. He's coiled like a Magatama. Now he doesn't have his big wig and big beard, but he still have a bit of a patchy beard, a little stubble on the chin, and now he has two earrings on his left ear, and he has yeah, good smile, thick lips, short brown hair, the same hair as the wig, and being text again. Long black eyebrows. This is my mom wishing me good night because it's nighttime in Europe. All right. Ah, I remember that face anywhere. It's the wanted poster. Now we see Dirk. That dragon symbol on his armband, that's the mark of the rebels. But on the flags, the dragon is red. Here his is white. There can be no mistake. It's him. That's Harbol. He's doing the same pose. Oh, he's sticking out his kukri. Yikes! Oh, he's gonna peel an apple. Of course he's gonna peel an apple. Sorry I got a little rough with you back there. Thought you were the cops. Why are you making that face? Hey, want an apple? Feasting on an apple. They're already, he's sticking it from his pouch, but they're already skinned. Already peeled. Why are you making that face? Phew! I thought it was going to kill me. He thought, okay, so because we're against the government, the royal family, he brought us to his base thinking he's a potential ally. I'll pass on the apple, but thanks. I don't mind a good apple, but not right now. What is this place? Oh, this is the office of my brother-in-arms, Dirk. 2 thumbs up, very happy about it. Hey! But right now, we're using it as a rebel safe house. Wait, back up a sec. What kind of office is this exactly? A law office, what else? Really? Dirk used to be a lawyer? Yep, just like you. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Crime public enemy number 1 is an ex-lawyer? I didn't see that coming. But I don't suppose I'll be coming around here anymore. You won't? Are you planning to flee or something? It's just, I want to get out of the rebel business. I'm tired of being hounded by the cops and all that. So I came by today to pick up the last of my stuff. Really? I'm gonna sell Dirk's info to the Minister of Justice and then slip out of crying! Hey! Like it's gonna work. He's gonna sell out his friends. My God, that's never gonna work. Wait a second. Ah! You're a key person of interest in this case. You can't go running off like that. Relax, will you? I'll tell you whatever you need to know. Oh, and sorry about punching your lights out back there. My bad. So, Mr. Lawyerman, what do you want to know? Tell me about the murders of the High Priest Taros and me and his acolyte Perezealot. Sure, I'll tell you whatever I can. Don't know if I'll be much help, though. I mean, I'm not a rebel anymore, so hey! I wonder how true that really is. The High Priest murder. Tell me everything you know about the High Priest murder. I have a feeling I'm gonna use my Magatama here. He's gonna hide something. Well, as you know, I don't remember much about that. I banged my head on a rock as soon as I parachuted into the inner sanctum. So when I told you I had nothing to do with his murder, I meant it. Yay! Okay then, where were you when you came to after banging your head? By the time I came to, it was already done. Must have been out the whole... I must have been out cold the whole time. Hey! So, you didn't see the crime happen at all? You got that right. Why did you say you did when you testified? Oh, about that, since I didn't remember a thing, I was afraid I would seem suspicious, so I came up with that whole story. Does he even realize how much trouble his big fat lies has caused me? Sorry for the trouble. It was definitely my bad. He's pointing at me, laughing his guts out. Eyes crying of laughter. He doesn't seem very sorry to me. So the bottom line is you were at the scene of a crime but weren't involved in it. Got it. Dirk, the attorney. So, Dirk used to be a lawyer. Yep, he was a force to be reckoned with back when he was still practicing. He was a juggernaut of the law and as mighty as a dragon. could strike terror in the prosecutor's heart just by glaring at him. People called it his dragon's glare. He even got criminal to confess and pass out with a well-placed glare. You gotta be kidding me. But most important of all, he would never surrender. He would fight for the accused, no matter how the odds were stacked against him. Is that what you mean by the will of the dragon? Yup, that would be it. Actually, your work in court yesterday was mighty impressive too. Hey! You didn't give up, no matter how hard of a beating you took. Not like dirt, I might add. Oh, thanks. Even if a big part of that beating I took was because of you. Okay, so we're gonna have to examine shit. So here's a knife to the queen's face. There's a knife driven deep into a photo of the queen. I guess the rebels really hate her. Better remember to stay on their good side. Incense and white flowers. The flowers are still fresh. They must have been put there maybe today or yesterday. Did you put these here, Mr. Airball? Something wrong with flowers? Good treat. Oh no! No! He's gonna bring an apple and peel it. Yep, it's just a traditional thing here in Khura'in. Pay it no mind. Pictures? This looks like a photo of Dirk and his compatriots. And here's one that looks really old. Oh shit, it's Naruto and Apollo! Is that Dirk when he was young? This was taken about 20 years ago. And Naruto has a t-shirt of Kira. He's got the mask on it. Apollo still has his bangle around his wrist, but is very too loose to be efficient. And we have, a smiling Dirk. He still has the bead, the makeup diamond between his eyes, just same as Naruto. And they look happy. It looks like it's been taken in a small village. Those are Dirk's son. Are you for real? Are you for real? Is Dirk Apollo's biological father? Like 20 years ago, he kind of ran away. But no, they say he died. No. Okay. No. I remember. Apollo's father was a magician as well. But he died a year after being a magician because, after giving birth to Apollo because he did something stupid. Yeah, none of them look anything like Dirk. So yeah, those must be adopted sons. Yeah, those are Dirk's sons. Really? So this is the rebel Dirk in the center. He doesn't look evil. And both of his sons look kind of familiar. The one on the left is Yuri. Oh, but you know him as... Oh, you know him as Prosecutor Sanmari. Prosecutor Sanmari is Dirk's son? That he is. Yuri was once a rebel too. Hey! He used to really respect his old man, both as a father and as a lawyer. Then why did he become a prosecutor? Being a lawyer in this kingdom is the same as signing your own death warrant. On account of the Defense Culpability Act, right? Yeah, that's why Yuri decided to be a prosecutor instead. He wanted to spark a revolution from the inside, so he dove right into the enemy's den. I would have never guessed it, looking at him now. Can't say that again. Dirk is battling to change Khura'in's legal system. The will of the dragon spurs him on. We all thought Yuri was taking up the mantle to carry out that will too. We were sure he will help overthrow Charon one day, but as you've seen, he now uses the law to do her bidding. Dirk's been besides himself, so he no longer carries the will of the dragon in him, huh? I wonder what happened between father and son for it to come to this. What about the other child in the photo? Oh, that's Dirk's adopted son. He's gone back overseas. His name is Apollo. Apollo? Wait a second. That bracelet! It really is Apollo! He was a rascal, that one, and his voice could shake the entire room. I imagine he's out there raising high hell somewhere. Yes, I'm sure he's doing just fine. Considering how far he's come, Mr. Airball's description really doesn't do Apollo justice. Oh, the pun on his own name. The pun on Apollo's name. Brilliant. I'm gonna clip that later on. Alright. Flashback. Phoenix, ... Apollo! I've been watching you grow over these past 2 years. That's why I know you're ready. Why I know I can't leave Trucia in the office to you. I believe in you, Apollo. Apollo, ... Thank you. I'll be fine. Everything will be fine. He's a responsible young man now. He never lost that loud voice, though. Okay, fridge. You guys get electricity? Somehow. The power goes out occasionally. That's pretty convenient. Well, you're telling me, sometimes it goes out for an entire day. What about the stuff in the refrigerator? Why don't you see for yourself? He puts the scarf back on his nose to see. You want to open the refrigerator? There's stuff that's been run for days, even months. Forget I ask, I'm afraid of what I might find. The inside of the fridge, it's its own horror story. Okay, it's living in the fridge, don't know what it is at all now. What's this thing with the dragon on it? Some kind of a sign? Yep, that was his business sign back when he was Dirk's office. He used to be a lawyer, right? That he was, but he was a really long time ago. This place has seen better days, that's for sure. Well, I hope he can pull his sign back up someday. I wouldn't hold my breath. So is that coat yours, Mr. Airball? Nah, it belongs to the rebel leader, Dirk. It's pretty impressive. I like the color, too. Wanna try it on? Really? You sure it's okay? Of course! Bet it would look great on you! Hey! Well, then, don't mind if I do. It smells all moldy! I can't believe you fell for it! That thing's been hanging there forever! Note to self, don't trust this guy ever again. There are bowls and platters of food here. They're still warm as if it was all recently prepared. You must have a pretty big appetite, Mr. Airball. Guys as big as strong as me? Got even bigger appetites, you know? But you just fled from the police. I don't know how you could eat this much after all that excitement. Kukri? Sorry if I offended you. Okay, this is gonna be a still running gag around. He's gonna think out his Kukri and he's gonna think it bad. Apple again. First, let's start with an appetizer. Appetizer. Where is he getting all those apples from? Wanna join me, Mr. Lawyer Man? Got plenty of sewer lizards, too. Ew! They're called sewer lizards! Thanks, but I already ate. I think I lost my appetite. Huh, is this a law book? It's a law book, but they draw on top of it to make the Defiant Dragon symbol. A dragon mark has been branded into the cover. That's Dirk's law book. Really? The leader of the rebels? That Dirk? That's right. And that mark of the dragon is the emblem of the rebellion. The pages in this one section are really dirty. Must be the section on the Defense Culpability Act. Dirk's law book added to the court record. I want to read that. Must have done a ton of research on the Defense Culpability Act. In the name of Her Eminence, those who would support criminals will be deemed just as guilty. Oh no, that's a description of the Defense Culpability Act. Oh, okay. Okay, it only says that branding it with the Fire Dragon mark demonstrates the strength of Dirk's conviction. I just realized that the tattoo in the back of the Zealot's head is the same shape as the mark of the abbot in me has on his forehead, like the little marks. Looks like an inverted peach. It's just that it has actually color. It's full. It's like the mark on the forehead is just an outline of a peach. Okay, so this proved that this flag was left there by Airball. He left a message to someone else saying, at the usual spot, which is Dirk's office, bring grub and the key too. So the grub part has been brought, but I don't know about the key. He practically wore out the entire section. Well, I gotta start packing. Who knows when they might catch up with me if I don't scram soon. Please wait, I still need to ask you something. Go ahead, shoot! I don't think, I think he's gonna prank me still. Like, he has a face, like, that says, I'm gonna get you. So, yeah, double thumbs up, very big smile, open mouth. What are you rebels trying to do? Why were you at the Inner Sanctum in the first place? Mr. Airball's plan. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool for getting taken in by Dirk. You should have tried hightailing it out of Karine like I'm doing. Hey! Aha! Level 4 secret. Psyclocks. Mr. Airball is hiding something, but I won't know exactly what until I can undo the locks. What exactly are you trying to hide, Mr. Airball? Huh? I'm not hiding anything. No way, no how. I just have to use my Magatama on him then. Alright.
Take that!
That's plan. I'm going to ask you again. Why were you at the Inner Sanctum on the day of the murder? Or more precisely, what were you trying to do there? You can keep asking, but the answer is still the same. Hey! I was trying to escape from prison, that's all. But that high priest was a fool. He fell for Dirk's line and sold his own country out. How can you say such a thing about him? He helped you escape, didn't he? Don't you even care about what happened to him? Nope. I was getting out of the rebellion anyway. He should have opened his eyes. We never stood a chance against the Garand regime. Hang on. Do you really believe what you're saying? Didn't the high priest that really hurt you on the inside? Like I just said, I couldn't care less about the whole thing. I beg to differ. This wouldn't be here in this room if you didn't feel a thing. Okay, what is he talking about? Let's see. Uh, the warning? No. This wouldn't be here in this room. Oh, wait. Uh, oh, the flower!
Take that!
I heard these flowers are offered in memory of the dead here in Korain. The high priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone. Hello, blind pizza guy. How you doing? How you doing? I'm at the investigation part. We got a guilty verdict, but since there's been another murder and it's been related to the first, we gotta investigate. It's like double or nothing, basically. Even though we already got a guilty verdict on the first, if we can undo the first murder by solving the second one, we probably got overturned. But like the odds are really, 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 really not in our favor. Yeah, we found out that the anonymous guy, the bearded guy that we found was actually the, as we've suspected, the former paratrooper was part of the rebellion under Dirks. He parachuted out of the jail and landed into the inner sanctum, and basically was brought out to court lying about him being an eyewitness and stuff like that. He was amnesiac, and during the trial he remembers stuff. So basically he was talking out of his ass, and he made his whole testimony was perjury and was rendered invalid, but he ran away before he got now he wants to flee the country. But now we have proof that the the high monk was a rebel, and we suspected that his acolyte was zealot, was also a rebel himself, because he was the second victim. The murder weapon was left on his body, and the fingerprints were belonged to Maya. So of course she's responsible. She's been accused of double homicide. So even though we got a guilty verdict on the first, we need her alive to get a guilty verdict on the second, so she can be. The punishment is going to be the same. It's just like basically, uh, a technicality at this point. Right now, we found Hairball, which is the name of the former paratrooper. He's at one of the rebels' secret base, secret hideout, somewhere in the sewers. Like basically, we went down a manhole and then we got assaulted from the back. It was pitch black anyway. It was easy to assault us, ambush us. When we woke up, we were in Dirk's room, who turns out to be a former law office. It turns out that Dirk, before he was a revolutionary leader, he was also a lawyer. And on top of that, we found out that he had two adopted sons. Guess who they were? I'm leaving you a guess. Go on. Don't be shy, Alex. I know you're still with me. The high priest's death hit you hard, so you've been grieving here alone, haven't you? Well, yo! One down. Those flowers don't mean anything. It's just a Chinese way of saying goodbye. Apollo and someone else. Okay, you got one. Apollo Justice was one of them. He was an adopted son. The second one was Nayuta Sanmari. And since it was outlawed to be a lawyer, he wanted to be a prosecutor to get them from the inside. You know that strategy that never works. You try to get them from the inside and you end up being converted to the cause. That's what happened. That's exactly what happened to Sanmari. Nayuta is blood and Apollo is adopted. Hello, Astrodude. Well, he's probably blood, but he doesn't look anything like Dirk. Well, unless we prove that he's blood related, I'm gonna say he's adopted. Anyway, he may be blood, but they really don't look anything alike. Like those, usually there are traits in the baby that are related to the father or the family of the father. Like genetically, it's like it's like nature's way of telling the mother, okay, this child belongs to this person, you know? So there's always going to be in the baby traits of the father. He could look more like his mother. Yeah, he could, but since it's an anime, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But really, genealogically, like genetically, all right. I'm pretty sure, looking at Sanmari, I'm pretty sure that he had his mother is gorgeous. I can just tell. All right, those flowers don't mean anything to you. It's just a Chinese way of saying goodbye. Why hide the fact that your mourning is dead? You're reading into this too much. I told you I'm done with the rebellion. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them in a few days. We'll See Animes has been known to really mess with that stuff sometimes. Yeah. Thank you, Blind Pizza Guy. Alright. So, is there something else I overlooked? Yeah, we found a flag that says at the Plaza of Devotion, where everybody was praying, says at the usual spot, bring Rob the key too. I'm pretty sure that this is what Hairball left there to someone. We don't know who yet. And we interviewed the widow of because the disciple was like an adopted son to them, since like the family photo was taken during the Feast of Blessing, where it's customary to partake in dishes made with ginggil. It's like a fictionary herb that tastes like mint and garlic at the same time. Like, since they're gonna fast, they have a big dinner before they do the ceremony. The feast starts at noon on the day before the rite and must be finished by 3 p.m. on the same day. Yeah, so they lunch from not noon to 3 p.m. and then they went to do their preparation and stuff like that, and they're gonna fast for 2 days. But they have enough energy with the ramen bowl, that thing over there. So it's like it's a very big hot pot. So they gorged themselves. And in this photo, we noticed that the Steel Samurai fan that Maya exchanges memorabilia with was the widow Believe, because she has that Steel Samurai watch on her wrist, and there's a picture of Maya with the Plume Punisher key strap hanging in. So the photo pictures both the feast and the geek exchange. And we have also the Tome of Secret. This is stuff that was in Maya's tote bag. It's very, very secret because it has it's something important that she left in her bag, and she wanted it back. It's a tome given to only the one who will play the role of Lady Kira in the Purification. Inside we have a picture of Lady Kira. How is she really look like? and also Lady Kira's real name. Because for spirit channeling, you need a face and a name to channel that spirit, which is why in all the depiction of the Holy Mother, we don't know who the name of the Holy Mother, or is it taboo to show facial expression on the Holy Mother's face. Yeah, we recognize the Holy Mother through the clothing, but her face is a blank. There's nothing there. Because nobody knows how she looks like, and nobody knows what her real name is. That info is taboo even for the royal family. And here we have Dirk's Law Book, which contains, the first passage of the DC Act. So, back to the Cyclops busting of Hairball. It's a level 4, we just broke 1 already when you came in. So now you're up to pace. If you have any other questions, go ahead, ask away. Okay. I haven't even heard from Dirk or the rest of them for a few days. And tomorrow I'm planning to kiss this kingdom goodbye. 2 thumbs up, heyo! No, I know you've been in contact with the other rebels lately. And now exactly do you plan on proving that? Oh, this piece of evidence ties you to the other rebels. Yeah, the flag. The brand new flag.
Take that!
I found this prayer flag at the Plaza of Devotion. You wrote a message on it and left it behind for your fellow rebels, didn't you? Nope! They brought this food for you at your request. Oh! Haha! So, you're lying about leaving the rebels. You're still involved with Dirk and the rest of them, aren't you? Yeah! And another one down. Are you ready to tell me the truth now? No. Oh, you're good, Mr. Lawyer Man. I admit it. I requested the grub, it's true. But I was just taking advantage of them, that's all. Hey-oh! What do you mean? With my face plastered all over the place, I couldn't stay out in the open anymore. Yeah, the wanted poster and over there. Yeah. So now he's gorging on sewer lizard skewers. Yeah, they're called sewer lizards, by the way, Alex. I just took advantage of my former comrades for some grub and a place to hide. I'm gonna kiss this kingdom goodbye tomorrow. Hi-oh. I'm not buying it. You're obviously lying. I can tell just by looking at you. That doesn't sound very appetizing. Once they're dry, I believe they just taste like any other lizards or a grilled snake. The white hot flames of revolution definitely still burns on inside of you. What? That's ridiculous. Those flames burned out a long time ago. This proves that the flames of revolution still burns on inside of you. The book? No, this is an old book. I cannot get penalized from this part. Anyway, so I'm gonna try the book. Just
take that!
Oh no, my God, it worked! Dirk's Law Book. I'm no lawyer, so what's that got to do with me? Look at the mark branded onto the cover. This mark that stands for an unwavering commitment to the revolution. That doesn't sound very appetizing either. You got a point there. Is it Dirk's way of representing the will of the dragon? Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, so what of it? You have that same mark on the scarf tie around your left arm. But you wouldn't be wearing that if you were no longer a rebel. Oh, I forgot to take it off, that's all. Yeah, he's sweating and he's playing coy. And his mouth is like, whistling. Like, Nope, as a wanted man, that shouldn't have been the first thing you should took off. The fact that you haven't hidden that mark yet proves you're still a rebel. Oh! Ha! One more to go. Think what you want, but you don't know nothing about me. No, you're wrong. You wear your heart and your beliefs right on your sleeve, just like me. And this is what I believe in. The badge?
Take that!
The badge. When a person's back is against the wall, they always fall back on what they believe in. Just as I always have my badge, you always have the will of the dragon with you. And would you risk your life for your beliefs? Kukri? No, I wouldn't. No? No. Because I wouldn't be much use to my clients dead. Now admit it. You've never once thought about leaving the Defiant Dragons, have you? That look in your eyes. It's just like Dirk's. Looks like you've got the will of the dragon inside of you too. Oh shit. Unlock successful. Alright, what are your plans, Mr. Airball? I had planned to take you out if you turned out to be on the side of the Royals. Kukri? Apple. Peel. But I think I can trust you. I can't believe I was that close to getting shanked here. It's like you said, I have no intention of leaving Dirk's group. In other words, you were testing me. Your partner and the lawyer who's been charged with beating a criminal to boot. And I've seen a fair share of lawyers to get pardoned. After weeping at the feet of the Queen. Some lawyers were decide to throw away their convention and pleading for their life, and they were pardoned like that. Maybe that's what they wanted. They wanted us to grovel to get our sentence commuted. They were going for that. I'm going to keep fighting until the end. Yeah, I can see that now. Sorry I ever doubted ya. So, what are you doing here anyway? I came to get the secret hideout key from a helper. Hey! A secret hideout? Yeah, the ladder that goes to a lower level. Yep, I was supposed to get my next order from Dirk there. But the town's swarming with cops thanks to that murder. Nothing I can do about that. What about the order Dirk was supposed to give you? Gonna have to abort that mission. Now I'm just lying low, waiting for a chance to make contact with Dirk again. Hey, why the long face? I thought you'd be able to tell me something about the High Priest's murder. Sorry to disappoint you. Oh, I know. Let me make it up to you with this. An orange ball? Is that the orb? Oh shit, that's the Warbat eye that was removed from the inner sanctum. Why does he have that? What is it? This orb is actually a key. It opens the door to one of our secret hideouts. Are you for real? I can't say any more than that. Anyway, I hope it helps. This orb is a key? Yup. Plus the hideout's in an totally unexpected location. Hey-o! Yeah, I can see that. Hidden in plain sight. Behind enemy lines. And being that it's super secret, we couldn't have just any ordinary key. I see. Golden orb added to the court record. An orb entrusted to me by Mr. Airball. It seems to be the key to a rebel hideout. Maybe this will help me unravel the truth behind this case. Thanks! Phoenix Wright is no slouch, though he's not gonna fall for that. Yeah. Don't mention it. Besides, you're a fellow brother in arms, finding the powers that be. Not really. If it'll help you, feel free to pick my brain a bit more. Lady Kira. Everyone's been talking about the return of Lady Kira lately. Well, my friend Maya suspected of being the rebel hunter disguised as Lady Kira. You wouldn't happen to know who she really is, though, would you? Oh, it's the same mask. Beats me, whoever she is. She bushwhacked me and hauled me off to jail. Okay. So he's got beef. So I'm pretty sure at this point, Lady Kira is the widow. I'm pretty sure. Like, she's the only one left related to the case. Everybody else is dead. Even worse, on top of attacking us and delivering us to the cops, she's been watching us like a hawk and framing us for different crimes. Watching you like a hawk? Framing you for crimes? Why would anyone go to all that trouble? Our kingdoms like to pretend that its people are free to think what they want. Seems like a sudden resolution theory to me. Yep. Because of that, the authorities cannot arrest you for just sympathizing with the rebellion. So they resort to framing people for things they didn't do. Then that Lady Kira figure is... Yep! She's just some lickspittle working for the Garan regime. Of course! Because remember, Kira is the sister of the Holy Mother. She's supposed to be the enforcer of the religion. Oh my god. Wow. Inga! Hey! Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days unumbered. What's that supposed to mean? Let's just say I got a little trick up my sleeve, so I will watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude like one of them dragon dupes. Yup. So he was talking about Lady Kira then. Advanced combat skills, detailed surveillance, clever setups. She's no amateur if you ask me. So you're saying the monarchy is using Lady Kira to secretly take out the rebels? Exactly! The Garan regime is using her to control the people, even down to what we think. Why don't the people protest if the monarchy is doing things like that? Unfortunately, we don't have any conclusive evidence. And without that, we can't prove anything. Ah! I know the feeling. If I bring this up to court, they'll probably dismiss it out of hand. I'll have to unmask Lady Kira if I want to get anywhere. Goal of the revolution. So our goal? To get rid of that evil no-good Defense Culpability Act? I can't tell just by looking at Dirk's law book. The DC Act has turned this kingdom into a corrupt cesspool, where false charges are overlooked and prosecutors are the only one heard in court. It's been 23 years since it was first enacted. What happened 23 years ago to make them pass such a terrible law? Well, Dirk didn't have a good reputation even back then as a lawyer. He had that dragon glare. He was like criminals with any little suspicions of guilt will get caught into the dragon's glare and confess. And that way could get, you know, false confession and stuff like that. Like, Dirk is not as righteous. He doesn't have the moral high ground there. The assassination of Queen Amara, that's where it all began. Oh, shit. Flashback of Albi. It happened before I was even born, but Queen Amara, the previous queen, was assassinated. And it was the rebel leader Dirk who did it. Oh, of course. Dirk didn't do it, but it was no way, of course. The former queen was killed, so the Minister of Justice put the DC law saying, okay, it's the lawyer. It was the lawyer's fault. Dirk assassinated the former queen, didn't he? That's the official line, but... The official line, yeah, of course. Those charges were completely trumped up. Dirk was framed, I'm telling you. He was? Plus, Dirk was a lawyer. Once the people thought the lawyer had killed the queen, they turned against all lawyers. And that's how the DC Act was first passed. So that's why there aren't any lawyers left in Khura'in. Even worse, it changed the significance of the divination seance. The significance of the divination seance. Well, yeah, since only the royal family can do the seance, and only the queen can do the spirit channeling, the Fey secret technique. Like, only the royal family bears any truth, and you have to adhere to that or fuck off. This is bullshit. They were holding seances in court even before the DC Act. I mean, yeah. If the queen spirit, the channel of the dead can tell you, okay, who killed me? Oh, it was this guy. Case closed. But for some reason, they stopped doing that. And they prove it with fuck. The DL6? Was it the DL6? What's the other name of the case? The case where Edgeworth's father has been falsely accused. Anyway, they proved that even that technique was flawed. All the way up through the first case. So it's coming around in circle. So feels like this is another reason why I sincerely doubt that it's going to be a 7 game. Because it's like a too perfect. Like they're closing the loop with this game. You bet they were. Lawyers and prosecutor used to hotly contest the insight that came out of the seance. Gregory Edgeworth, the victim in DL6, didn't know really kill him. Alright, thank you, Esther Dude. I wasn't sure, but yeah. You mean like what I've been doing? Right! It's like Dirks used to say, the real priestess insights are just another piece of evidence. Right. I see what you mean about the significance of the divination seance changing. Yup, the insights became the only truth and arguing against them was banned. Yeah, even Rafa is like that. As royal priestess, it is my duty to reveal the truth through the divination seance. This time, I will prove that the insights I gleaned thereof are the very truth itself. Prepare yourself, for this shall be your last trial and your last rites. Tomorrow shall end with you under the Edsbed's axe. From what I've seen, Rafa would agree with that. This kingdom's a shadow of its former self. It's become a dictatorship where the royals use the fear of the trumped-up charges to rule. And that's what Dirk's been rebelling against? Yup. All we want is to live in a kingdom with a fair and impartial legal system. And there's only one way to make that come true. Get rid of the DC Act. Because right now, the propaganda is going to be like they're going after the royal family. Yeah, overthrow the current regime. Oh. So that's the truth behind the rebels. Well, PW, my friend, it's about time for me to get going. After all, I am the fangs of the defiant dragon. Goggles? Heh. Pose? Aww. Dragon pose! That's airball! You're not going to do that alley-oop thing again, are you? I was just getting to that! See you when I see you. Alley-oop? Yeah, he's doing the alley-oop. Alley-oop? Why does he have to jump like that before running off? Yeah, that doesn't do anything. He just jumps and then leaves. Well, I guess we're friends now. Shit. But enough about that. I've already spent way too much time here. Now, how do I get out? I'm lost! I took the whole day to get out of the sewers. May 11th, Karine the Bazaar. Okay. Yep. Ah, the light. Okay, it's fading back to the bazaar. Okay, I'm back where I was. Phew, I finally got out of there. How long was I out? Mr. Wright! I'm so glad you're okay. I was so worried about you. Yeah, the dog came back without him. Oh, Shadow was worried about me. Oh, Shadow. What happened to him anyway? Well, he came out of the manhole about 5 minutes after you went in. Shit! 5 minutes? Sorry, it wasn't much help. Oh no, oh no, we found the thing. Rafa, well, did you find anything out of worth? Oh, I tripped and fell down there. I must have been out cold for a while. I better keep things to myself for now. I figured as much. I have to find that secret hideout Mr. Airball was talking about. Should probably start with places that have something to do with the High Priest. I know where to go. I recognize that orb at first sight, so Inner Sanctum. Yup, May 11th, Inner Sanctum. There were some pieces of evidence I used in court, some I couldn't. Basically, we managed to prove that there was a third party, but we never managed to figure out who it was. It was donning the Kira's robe, but we couldn't disprove that it was Maya. So basically, what they said that the third party was actually a misinterpretation of the fact, like the definition seance says. So since it's the soul's way of telling the story, they said that basically that Kira was actually the Warbat statue, and the monk interpreted the statue as Kira in the vision. Like they were instead of saying, "Oh no, it was actually the Kira, the rebel hunter," it was actually the monk's interpretation of the golden statue, which I call bullshit. But the word of the prosecutor was as minimal, even more worth than a lawyer's. So it's like it was pointless to argue, and that's how they managed to get the guilty verdict because I couldn't get anywhere. Like that was my only lead. Barbed head, you already searched here, did you not? Oh, I just thought I would look around again, in case I missed something. Probably shouldn't tell her I'm looking for the secret rebel hideout. We have a saying back home, leave no stones unturned. Huh? Oh, yes! You cannot stump me. I know that one. Actually, I don't have a clue. It's written all over your face. Alright, so, the Warbat statue. How do I use this? Do I present the orb? That orb has a mesmerizing core. I must take a closer look at it. Mr. Airball trusted me with this, so maybe I shouldn't even let Princess Refa handle it. Your benevolence? Wouldn't you be the file by touching an object that's been in the hands of a lawyer? I suppose so. You do know that there are no such thing as lawyer cooties, right? Okay, so how do I do it? Because it shows a check mark. Oh wait, not here. I must be closer to the Phoenix. Yeah. Okay, so I said the Phoenix, the Warbad. So now I'm in a better position. I can see the eye, and it's left unchecked. So this is where I should go. It's a statue of a bird. Guess I'll take a closer look at it. There you go. The empty socket. Hey, this eye is missing. What are you doing? You must not touch that for no reason. Sorry. But that shape, I wonder. Ah, thank you, game. Now I can present the golden orb here.
Take that!
Take that! Pluck! Perfect fit. I knew it. Yeah, the statue moved. There's a secret passage. Whoa. She must be at a loss for words. And that doesn't happen too often. What is this place? Explain yourself at once, barbed head! I don't think she's ready for the full story. I don't really know much myself, but it seems to be a secret rebel hideout. Oh, she's mad. Oh, her face is red with anger. She's shivering. She's beside herself. If I'm shocked There's a secret door there, I imagine, that goes double for Ape. A rebel hideout? In the inner sanctum? Somebody will pay for this! Well, for now, I think I'll have a look around. Wait, you must not enter before the police! Don't worry, I won't disturb anything. Or at least I'll try not to. Besides, with you watching over me, it should be fine, right? And, you see... Fine. Just please stop pleading your case. I can only stand so much lawyerly drivel. But I will be presenting all information gleaned from your efforts here to the police. Of course. Now, shall we? I will go no further. Oh, right. You're not supposed to come in contact with the taint of Lady Kira's battle. Very good, Barbed Head. I commend you for remembering. Oh, well, thank you. Wait, why am I thanking her? I may not be able to enter, but I will allow no misdeed on your part. I will be watching you like a warbat from the entrance here. I told you I'm not going to do anything. Better hurry before she changes her mind. Alright, let's go. Rebel Hideout. May 11th, Secret Hideout. Okay, so there are two large green statues that are shaped like the Magatama. One of them has a set of handprints that looks fresh, imprinted on the statue. There's a calendar of the Plume Punisher. There's a clock of the Plume Punisher. A couple of rifles. A plan, a map with units on it, like for use for war and tactics. Some flags from the old revolution that's been tattered. There's okay, somebody built a crossbow inside of a wheel cart. So there's that. And then there's some gardening tools, some crates, some boxes. I suppose to be probably. It looks like they're about to make bombs with manure. They look like bags of manure. So you know what? I'm pretty sure they're gonna make poop bombs. I believe this to be a sacred space that enshrines the source of the spring water. Yeah. There is a source of water, and it's clear. That makes sense. The rebel must have converted into a secret hideout. Yeah, there's a little, yeah. But what about that warbat revolving door? So, yeah, now we see the diagram. There's the source of the water that's coming from the mountain that spits and then go around. And on the other side of the... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. What if Zealot was killed there? In a praying position? But he was a rebel. Because, yeah, on that side, the water is clean, and on the other side, the water is not. But when they come in, the water was already red. But the official statement is the water has been tainted with the blood of the priest. But Maya says that the water was already red. Now they found the body of the Zealot, who presumably, judging by the temperature of the body, they say that the estimated time of death was between 4 a.m. and 5 a.m., same as the monk. But since he was praying there before everybody else, like the day of the rite, it was warm and the snow kind of melted. But the day before, it was freezing cold. So if he was cold and then the body was pulled where in the freezing temperature, it messes up with the time of death. Yeah. The blood on the statue shows the scene of the crime. So the monk, Zealot, was killed inside the hideout. That makes more sense. If he was in a praying position, he got stabbed, the blood splatter on the statue. When he's bled out, they just move him back where the other prayers and they hide the blade with a scarf. He was already in praying position. Everybody said, "Oh, look, he's praying." You know. I wonder if that too was originally intended to hide and protect the sacred place. Yeah, there's even blood on the bricks. I can see the blood. To think those filthy rebels were scheming their scheme in this most sacred space. This is a desecration upon Koreanism itself. The defiant dragon shall pay for this. I suppose it's only natural that she would be upset, but the investigation must go on. I think I'll start by taking a picture of the place. Good thing I brought a camera to snap some souvenir shots. Stop that! You must not take photos here without permission. Rafa's really fired up. She's sticking her head in as far as it will go. I guess she won't be tainted as long as she doesn't touch anything. Rebel hideout photo added to the court record. Now, to search every nook and cranny. Barbed head! Just because it's hard for me to see your every move, do not use that as an excuse to touch and break things. I heard you the first time. Sheesh. Okay, examine. Yeah, weapons, and lots of them too. We are lucky we found them before they could be used. Excellent work, barbed head. Oh, thanks. If the rebellion ever happened, I hope it's bloodless. More weapons. How dare those filthy insurgents raise their banner amidst such a sacred space? Barbed head! You must burn it at once! Didn't you tell me not to touch or damage anything? Ha! This is an exception. Very well, if you will not do it, then I will. But your benevolence, I thought you're not supposed to come in here. For once, the strange custom of these kingdoms are working in my favor. There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? Oh, I found the mic. Where is the mic? I cannot move. It's not a 3D thing. Okay, so statue number 1. The one where the water comes from. So this is the water source that supplies the inner sanctum springs. It flows through the channel built into the floor before heading outside. Lady Kira used this sacred water to wash the taint of battle from her body. It is also not red like the water in the spring. Looks like an order from Dirk. What's this? Let me see that! I thought you're not supposed to touch anything in the air. This is an exception! Hand it over! Let's see here. Oh, Holy Mother! What? What does it say? It's an order intended for that rebel named Dax. It reads, after the rite, infiltrate the palace under the guise of returning Lady Kira's costume. And search for clues about that incident from 23 years ago. Signed, Dirk. 23 years ago? It must mean the assassination of Queen Amara. I wonder what the rebels are up to. It's intriguing and all, but it doesn't seem related to the case at hand. This will not do! I must warn my mother at once! No need to do that. This order will never be carried out. Lady Kira's costume is still here, and Abbott in me is no longer able to aid the rebels. Ha! I knew that! Oh, here's a calendar of the Plume Punisher. Plume Punisher calendar. Now I understand the villains in the Plume Punisher are based on the insurgents. Watching the show must have roused their ire against Lady Kira. I doubt that's it. There's even memorabilia. Look! What is it, Barbed Head? It's a Plume Punisher clock. Why, I believe it is a limited edition promotional item given to 50 lucky viewers. This rare item plays the Plume Punisher theme songs every hour. Hand it over now, Barbed Head. Ah, she snatched it away from me. No matter what she says, Rafa is definitely a huge fan. Yeah, she's a closet fan. She's the closet fan. She's as much a closet fan of the Plume Punisher as Edward is to the Steel Samurai. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... Yeah, it's the Plume Punisher theme song. Yes, now I see. The insurgent who used this room must be Plume Punisher fans. That may be so, but I don't see how it's relevant to this case. Okay, now we see the handprints, a large stone slab shaped like a magatama. Looks rather unstable. I bet it would tip over in an earthquake. Huh. I wonder if it wasn't supposed to be in the horizontal position to begin with. What's that earthy grass-like smell? It is the smell of the moss that covers the stone. Oh, so this shaggy green stuff is moss. Huh? Looks like some of the moss about halfway has been disturbed. Yeah? I wonder why that is. One quick touch can hurt, right? Whoa! The slab's starting to wobble. Ooh. What's happening? What have you done to the sacred space? Nothing! All I did was nudge it a little. I knew it looked unstable. Probably best not touch it again. Okay, blood. What's this? A blood stain? I should probably try to figure out what happened in here. Do not tamper with any evidence before the police arrive! The police? Hey, that reminds me. Emma gave me something just for time like these. Luminol! I thought it might help you investigation. Here, it's all yours. I wanted to bring you a bunch of other forensic tools, but they were confiscated at the airport. Luminol testing fluid. This actually might come in handy. Luminol testing fluid glows in reaction to even the tiniest traces of blood. No, so it can even detect areas where blood has been wiped out. It might help us figure out what happened in here. Okay, time for science to do its thing. Let me put these red tinted glasses on to see the luminol glow. Okay. Then I just press X whenever I want to spray some of the luminol. Areas where there was blood will react by turning blue. So if I spray here, instant blue. Come on. Instant blue. Instant blue. Okay, this blood is fake. I had to spray on the slab, the rotating door. This is a huge bloodstain. Something big must have happened there, yeah. Perhaps the High Priest's blood flowed there before under the Warbat statue. There was definitely a lot of blood here, but it's impossible to say much else at this point. I'll just take another picture for now. Oh right, luminol reaction don't show up in the photos. I'll just have to take some notes. Oh, show where the blood is? That should do it. Okay, so basically put a red marker and drew where the blood was. Yeah. I didn't notice before, but the bloodstain looks like it was smeared away in one place. Is it because of the Warbat revolving door passed over it? Rebel hideout photo updated in the court record. A photo of the secret rebel hideout. Luminol reaction near the entrance. Well, I think that covers about everything here. What about the handprints? Come on, handprints! Emma, there you are. Mr. Wright, you should have come in here before the police. Sorry, but I was in a hurry. I didn't do anything I wasn't supposed to. Her benevolence can attest to that. It's your fault. Okay, she's very so far away. It's your fault for being so slow. I
expect the police to work faster and more efficiently.
Sorry.
Well, Barbhead, have you not already seen enough?
I guess it's about time I got back to the temple and got over everything I learned. I want to examine the handprints. I bet it would tip over in an earthquake. Okay, so it's moss. Some of the moss about halfway up has been disturbed. Yeah, because there were handprints. Cannot touch because this wobbles easily. Okay, I guess we're done here. Inner Sanctum. Notes. Go back to the temple. Okay. Temple. May 11th. Temple. Welcome back, Mr. Wright. How did it go? Unfortunately, I didn't find anything conclusive. No way! I do not understand, Barbed Head. What don't you understand? Why you did not commit any misdeed during your investigation? After all, lawyers ply their trade primarily through illicit means and methods. What? Who told you that? My mother? Are you saying she was wrong? No. No, that cannot be! You must have committed some sort of misdeed right under my nose. If that were so, she wasted her whole day following me around. Nena? Whispering? What is it? Prosecutor Sad Maria has need of me. What's going on? I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is our custom for the prosecution to review its contents before a trial begins. Okay, so she's gonna do it one for him. So he can prepare. But, okay. So this is gonna be interesting. Since we know that he didn't die where he died, we need the seance. We'll see his last moment. Because it's not true that we're gonna see a rug and then, oop, darkness and pain. I see. The third time will be the charm. My insights will finally bring you to your knees tomorrow. And I will teach that neophyte practitioner a lesson. Looks like the royal priestess is back with a vengeance. She's made a full recovery from when we started the investigation earlier today. I look forward to seeing you in court, your benevolence. Your overconfidence will be your downfall. You will not look so confident when I am finished with you tomorrow. Actually, I'm not really looking forward to seeing her tomorrow. Especially without any solid evidence. Why don't we go over everything you know so far? Alright. Okay, let's see here. Acolyte Zealot was killed during the rite with Lady Kira's dagger. Maya's fingerprints were found on it, in inverted grip. That doesn't sound very good! I know. It's the very definition of being up a creek without a paddle. Being up a creek without a paddle. Picture of the family. The day before his murder, Zealot enjoyed a meal with the high priest, his wife, and Maya. I also learned about spirit channeling here in Khura'in. None of that sounds very helpful. Oh, but I did hear something interesting. That the rebel hunting Lady Kira might be working for the Justice Minister. What? Really? Our kingdom is supposed to be ruled through faith and laws. We can't allow the people to be controlled by fear and violence. Albeit, that sounds like something a rebel might say. It does? But if that Kira really is one of Minister Inga's subordinates, that would exonerate Miss Maya. Unfortunately, I have no way of proving it in court. Oh, that's too bad. Oh, I almost forgot about the secret rebel hideout we found at the Inner Sanctum. There was a blood stain inside, but I don't know if or how it's connected to this case, though. Wow, a secret room at the Inner Sanctum? That would be a huge hit with tourists. This kid really is an entrepreneur at heart. What I mean is that hideout could be important to your case. Maybe, but it's still too early to tell. Looks like I'm heading into court without any useful evidence. Not the first, not the last. We'll just have to pray something appears during tomorrow's trial. Princess Rafa's divination seance might be my only hope. There could be some new information in it that might help. The divination seance? But I thought it always works against the accused. Not always. Right. It's like Durst used to say. The royal priestess insights are just another piece of evidence. Really? I've never heard anyone say that before. It's hard to figure you out sometimes, sir. Divination seance worked both ways before the Defense Culpability Act. It's only now that the people of Khura'in find it strange. Mr. Wright? I just wanted to say, good luck tomorrow. Thanks. I cannot afford to lose the next one. I've collected all sorts of information, but I haven't even started connecting the dots. If I could do that, I might have a shot at pulling off a win. Rafa's insight will be the deciding factor. It's a huge gamble, but it's all I've got. To be continued. I didn't have enough energy at the beginning, but since my energy drink and food start to kick in only now, I will continue a bit. Like, I thought I wouldn't be able to stream my usual 8 hours, but now these two parts are getting smaller. I think I can afford a third one. So, let's save here, and we're going to continue. I want to finish this trial. Continue to the next chapter. Alright. I want to... at least 3 more hours. 3 more hours. Let's hope I can finish this in 3 hours. May 12, 9:34 a.m. High Court of Khura'in. Accused lobby. Maya ... Maya looks exhausted, but I can't blame her.
Nick, I was thinking about it all day yesterday. I never properly asked you to defend me, did I?
Doesn't matter, I'm on this case till the bitter end.
I know. That's why I wanted to officially ask you for your help.
You got it, Maya. Let's do this. We gotta wrap this up and get back home so you can make your dream show come true. The Steel Samurai versus the Plume Punisher, right?
Yeah. You bet.
Rafa, you look as if you did not sleep last night, barbed head. It's written all over your face. How can you expect to put a respectable defense like that? I'm all fired up and ready to go. I guess Maya's not the only one looking exhausted. Rafa ... Rafa doesn't seem in the best spirits herself. Go ahead, feign confidence now while you're still able. For I will see to it that your last rites are read to you this day. Guess it was just my imagination.
Ready, Nick?
Okay, Maya, let's head on in. May 12, High Court of Khura'in. Day number 2. Court is now in session. Technically, it's the second day 1. All rise. Now then, if everyone is ready. The defense is ready, Your Majesty. The prosecution is ready. Let us begin without further delay. Oh, no prayer this time, Prosecutor Sanmari. No need. I already offered my prayers for the latest victim during my visit to the crime scene, being that the accused has already been found guilty of the first murder. Let us hasten this trial so we may put this dead lawyer walking out of his misery. I could not agree more. In yesterday's trial, the accused was already found guilty of murdering the high priest. And today she will be tried for the murder of his disciple, Puri Zealot. Now then, Prosecutor Sanmari, your opening statement, if you would. Certainly. Prayer. The accused has now slain two of the most devout clergymen in Quirinism. Even the lowest level of hell, the hell of tickling, would not be punishment enough. Gulp! Then, what terrible fate awaits her? Buddha, a butterfly pose, shakes his head, sighs. Bal Kipokon hell, a realm of eternal agony. Bal Gilpokon hell. Bal Gilpokon. There shall we suffer the endless punishment of Jagar by the Gollum of Pulmoten. Jagar, like jaguar, the Galun, I don't know what it is, and Pulmoten. Looks like another Bishamonten. But Pulmoten? Furthermore, Guljama, enough! It's looks like I don't understand anything you're just saying, but I'm already shitting my pants! My blood runs cold at the mere thought that such a terrible place exists! I was going to ask for a translation, but on second thought, ignorance is bliss. Now then, please continue, minus the part about the terrible hell awaiting the accused. As you wish. Scroll. The victim of this heinous crime was the high priest's disciple, Puri Zealot. He had been training under the high priest while living at the priest's home. I had met him a number of times, and he seems like an earnest young man. Shakes his head. How tragic that he met such a terrible end. The murder occurred at the Plaza of Devotion during the purification rite. It was a bold crime carried out while the plaza was full of the faithful deep in prayer. The war-bat dagger was found impaled in the victim's upper back. The stabbing caused a spinal cord injury that killed him instantly. Ah, the war-bat dagger, Lady Kira's weapon of choice. Scroll back. We have already established that the accused's prints were on the weapon. Incredibly damning evidence in itself.
No, I didn't do it!
Objection!
Hold your tongue. Now, being that the accused might have faced a serial killer, the prosecution believes that the death penalty is the only possible sentence. Would the defense care to respond? While the accused is innocent and nothing can convince me otherwise. After all, the crime scene was packed with worshippers. How could my client possibly have committed this murder without a single witness? Sigh, shakes his head. The accused's fingerprints on the murder weapon alone is enough to render a verdict. As such, I see no need to debate this any further. But... shut up! Once Her Benevolence conducts her seance, it will be clear for all to see. Your Majesty, might I have a word? What? They found something and he's gonna say, no, let's not do a seance because it's gonna do us more harm than good. Is something the matter, Prosecutor Sanmari? It is about the divination seance.
That's enough!
Oh, Rafa? Your Benevolence! Stop right there, Prosecutor Sanmari! As you wish, forgive me for ever overstepping my bounds. What was that all about? Barbed head, have you made peace with your fate? For this time, the divination seance will bring you to your knees! I'm ready, and I accept your challenge. The only problem is I have no weapons at my disposal. Our only hope now is what we can glean from the seance vision and Rafa's insights. Very well! The divination seance, if you please, your benevolence. Yes, let us begin. Nena? My cloak and my staff, thank you.
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name. Let the eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I can skip that part, but I won't. I just like that moment. Let's vibe into that moment. You can take a potty break if you can. It will last about a minute. I'm gonna take a sip. When tiger and dragon battle. You just had your dinner. Great. Let me guess, you had pizza? I had a loaf of garlic bread. Plus an energy bar. One of those whey protein bars from Gatorade, you know? Peanut butter flavored. I actually have teriyaki chicken with additional chicken nuggets and pasta because left over. Oh, okay. Nice. Teriyaki chicken is delicious. And, of course, nobody can say no to chicken nuggets. That was me snapping my fingers. Alright. Let's see what the pool of soul will reveal to us. Okay. Rifa. Dot dot dot. What? Phoenix, dot dot dot. Judge, dot dot dot. Are you for real? Nothing? Especially Bear chicken nuggets. Bear is the brand name of chicken nuggets that you can find at Costco. There are like 40 of them. Yeah! I heard of that. Not that brand, but I know that you can. I know that you can buy, chicken nuggets by the 40s. Although they're very small, they have a lot of flavor. Yeah, they packing. Yeah, great. So yeah, the seance didn't work. They showed nothing. So either Zillat is still alive, or she couldn't get a reading. She couldn't get a good look at his face. Or Zealot is not even his real name. I don't get it. Why wasn't there anything to see? Your benevolence! What in the world? I was unable to evoke any sort of response. I called out the spirit's name many times, but to no avail. I mean, the last choice will probably be my guess. Did he get the wrong name? Just as I thought. Wait, what does he know that we don't? I had sought to confirm the contents of today's divination seance. After all, it is customary for the prosecutor to verify it beforehand. He got a blank as well. Come to think of it, I must go perform a divination seance for Pure Zealot. It is a custom for the prosecution to review his contents before a trial begins. And that is why I sought to stop her benevolence from performing it here. However, she insisted that it be done. She wished to try one more time here in the Hall of Justice. Oh, it would appear benevolence is tired from her manifold duties. Come on. I am not anything of the sort! The victim spirit will not answer my call, but I don't know why. It is my sacred duty to convey the truth through the divination seance. Rafa, what are we to do without a divination seance? I suppose I shall have to deliver the last rite without them, since I'm so used to doing that in other countries. The prosecution has already taken that into account when preparing for today. I am fully capable of proving the accused's guilt with or without a divination seance. God damn it. You never failed to impress, Prosecutor Sadmadi. This is bad. It's real bad. The divination seance was my one and only hope. Your Majesty, her benevolence says she isn't tired. So shouldn't we try to find out why the divination seance failed? Rafa is impressed. She's shocked and like, wow. Why does he care for me? He's just a putrid little awful lawyer. How curious, Mr. Wright. Why have you suddenly taken such a keen interest in the divination seance? Yes, explain yourself. The divination seance is for shedding light on the accused's crime. It is the Holy Mother's hammer of wrath that is ever poised to pound you into your grave. You should fear it, not plead for it. I believe in my client. Plus, yesterday, somebody told me something that changed my mind. The divination seance was once thought of as just another piece of evidence. If we were to correctly interpret the vision through careful analysis, then they would lead us to the truth behind what really happened. And the truth will show that my client, Maya Fey, is innocent.
The truth is, you don't have anything else to fall back on, huh, Nick?
Shut up, but yeah. You're not helping, Maya, please. How dare you! The voice of a Mitama is to be feared, not utilized by vile lawyers such as you! Seances exact a heavy toll upon the royal priestess. It would be best not to burden her any further. Or does the defense feel that it can pose no counter-argument without the seance? No, of course not. He saw right through me. I have to find a way to make the divination seance happen or we're toast. Well, since the divination seance is not possible at this time, I see no other choice. Let us proceed with the trial without the seance as Prosecutor Sadmadi suggested. Thank you, Your Majesty. Why, you! I will not forget this, barbed head! This will not be the last you see of me! And she leaves. Now then, I will now proceed by providing an outline of the case at hand. Very well, if the lead detective would please come to the stand, we may begin. Emma ... Sorry, Mr. Wright. Detective Sky, I understand how you would wish to save the accused and the defense. They are your friends after all, but you must let them go and move on. Satura? But there is only one way to save them now, by giving their soul the chance to burn away the taint of their sin in the infernal flames. Oh, I can't do this. I'm munching. Yum 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 yum. Ah, no eating in the sacred hall of justice. Bailiff, have the snackoos removed. Not my snackoos.
Miss Sky!
Yes?
Don't worry about me and Nick. You just do your job. I'm sure Nick will figure something out eventually.
Right, thanks, Miss Fay. Now, very brave for a criminal with a tainted soul. Very well, Detective Sky, please proceed. Okay, I can do this. The first game's two assistants finally interact. Yeah, finally, at last, they get to meet. Only 1 year difference between those two. Big sister, little sister. I just remember how they look like. They look so similar back in the day. In the character design. Now they grow and then they grow different clear apart. Let me start with an overview of this case. Witness testimony. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Pure Zealot. He had been training under the High Priest and living at his house over the past 2 years. The High Priest's widow believed in me as that identified the victim's body. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. I see. Well, that certainly makes sense. Would the defense care to respond? I didn't spot any inconsistencies in their testimony so far, and I don't have any evidence in my arsenal. What am I going to do now? What is it, Maya?
I was just wondering about how much the police actually looked into Acolyte Zealot. Because it just might prove to be the key as to why the definition seance failed.
What are you getting at?
Well, it's just a hunch.
Wait a second. During my investigation, Rafa told me about how the divination seance works. If I could figure out why it failed, maybe she could try it again. Okay, time to press for some more information. Overview of the second murder. The latest victim was Pure Zealot.
Hold it!
How do we know it's his real name? What kind of person was Acolyte Zealot? According to the neighbor and other who knew him. I mean, Acolyte Zealot just sounds like wrong name for the guy. Yeah! He was a deeply devout youth. I too have heard his name mentioned as one who was a fervent practitioner. I suppose you might say he was the High Priest's star disciple. Furthermore, he has been training under the High Priest and living at his house over the past 2 years.
Hold it!
2 years? Are you sure about that? Oh! You know what? Yeah, I forgot about that part. The other reason why they suspected Maya of being, you know, the vigilante Kira, the rebel hunter, was because Kira's activity started 2 years ago. The same year as Maya entered the country for her training, and the same time as Pure Zealot was adopted and as Abbot, the Abbot's disciple. Acolyte is a title. His name is Pure Zealot or Praise a Lot. Yes. Yeah, we get the pun. Like, even Anonymous TBD. Like, he wrote the file as Anonymous because we had not a name for him, and he thought that the TBD at the end, to be determined, was part of his name as well. So it's like... it was so silly. Yeah, so I believe that he's like Batman, you know? If Batman would have died... No, if Bruce Wayne would have died and you would try to get a seance out of him, and you would refer to him as Bruce Wayne, he will not answer. Because he refers to himself as Batman in his core. So I'm pretty sure that the reason why the seance didn't work is because Zealot doesn't refer to himself as Zealot. He refers to himself as Kira the Rebel Hunter. We mistook statement from his neighbors and his fellow monks. They all corroborate our initial findings. What about you, Maya? Bruce Wayne would have worked. Alright, we'll see. We'll see. When I first came here,
I saw Zealot praying under the High Priest's instructions.
I see. So the result of the police investigation seems to check out. The High Priest's widow believed in me has identified the victim's body.
Hold it!
Okay, was Mrs. and me's positive idea the only way you verify to the identity of the victim? Huh? Well, no. We also checked the ID card he carried and the data in his family registry. But what? His personal information didn't match any of the public record we cross-referenced. There you go! It's kind of reverse actually with that one because Bruce Wayne was Bruce Wayne before he was ever Batman. So if we call Batman, he wouldn't answer. No, they reach this point. Like, there was, okay, maybe I'm wrong, but there was something in Batman Beyond. Like, it was a reference to that. Like Bruce Wayne, like, when he was an old Batman, he kind of figured out, like, that's Batman referred to himself as Bruce Wayne. I don't refer to myself as Bruce Wayne. Batman is not his true name. Batman is not his true name, but that's how he refers himself. It's like, at this point, yeah, I understand where you get, like, his real identity is Bruce Wayne, but what I'm getting at is, like, the connection of his true identity. I don't know. Okay, you guys win. All right. I concede. But it was a nice argument. Thank you very much. But yeah, the personal information didn't match any of the public record we cross-referenced. Maybe that's why the definition seance failed. I'm not sure what you mean, Mr. Wright. Here's what I'm thinking. His address was wrong. Perez-Alot is a fake name. The victim decided to hide his identity for some reason. In other words, he was using a fake name! The royal priestess used the deceased face and true name to summon their spirits. Why, yes, that is indeed true. If he was using a forged ID and there is no mention of him in our public records, then he was likely an illegal immigrant. They are not uncommon here in Khura'in. An illegal immigrant, you say? Come to think of it, I mean, by the time Batman Beyond takes place in the timeline, Batman has already existed for 50 years or less, so his true self, he just forgotten, like Darth Vader and Anakin. Kinda, yeah, thank you for proving my point. You're not giving up on me, Alex, thank you very much. But yeah, at this point, he refers to him more as Batman than Bruce Wayne. Anyway, it's like, the mask became the persona. If that's the case, we have no way of knowing who he really is. We'll have to proceed without holding a definition seance this time. I had always thought that Acolyte Zealot was Khura'inese. Oh, how the High Priest must be lamenting his disciples' deception in the Twilight Realm. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think? Should we add this to the testimony? Yes, please. This is an important fact. Please add it to the testimony. It would seem to be a fact most inconvenient for the defense. But if you insist, Detective Sky, please add what you just said to your testimony. Yes, Your Majesty. He was an illegal immigrant, so we don't know his real name. Do we? Do we know his real name? Peach-shaped tattoo on the nape of his neck. No. Maybe I overlooked something peach related. I'm gonna press it. I'm not gonna do something stupid. Isn't there some way to track down his real name? No, not if he was an illegal immigrant. Have you actually confirmed that he was in Khura'in illegally? Well, we don't have any conclusive evidence. But there is also no evidence of him being a citizen of Khura'in either. Oh boy, now what do we do?
What if there was a clue in the evidence you gathered?
That's probably our only hope at this point. If he really was an illegal immigrant, our proverbial goose is probably cooked. Princess Peach, Mario. Ha 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 ha! Yeah, his real name is Peach. He may have been mistaken for a rebel and killed due to his connection to the High Priest. Okay, so... Maya isn't that Lady Kira who's been going around capturing rebels. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but...
Objection!
That verdict was already handed down in the previous trial. It is no longer a point of dispute, and I will not allow you to make it so. But... no ifs, ands, and most of all, no buts. Let your friend Larry behind. The accused was posing as Lady Kira, and she killed Acolyte Zealot because she mistakenly believed him to be a rebel. That's not true! I'm sorry. The verdict has already been read in that case. I have to assume that it's a fact now. Now what do we do? Now I know why the divination seance failed, but...
nothing's really changed.
yeah, which means we're in big trouble.
If he really was an illegal immigrant, it's going to be hard to find out his real name.
I guess our only choice is to give up on the whole divination seance thing. If only there was some way to find out the victim's real name. So we know for a fact that this is the statement. But I have no idea where we could find Piraki. Keen insertion on the account. Mail insertion escape from one opportunity before yesterday. No, that was 2 years ago. Okay. It's far-fetched. I'm gonna try the crime photo zealot.
Objection!
Are you for real? Sorry, Detective Sky, but the police missed something important in their investigation. Huh? What are you talking about? The victim was undeniably a Koreanese native. Because of the peach tattoo? And this crime scene photo proves it. It does? It's a little hard to see, but look closely. You'll see clear proof that the victim was Koreanese. Where? I don't see anything that would prove that. This proved that the victim was Koreanese. The tattoo?
Take that!
Look at this tattoo right here. Why, that's a tattoo of a peach? I would like you all to think about the meaning of this tattoo. Oh, the victim really liked peaches? Well, peaches are a favorite delicacy here in Korean. They happen to be a personal favorite of mine. The sweetness of their abundant nectars and the softness of their perfectly ripe flesh. They are a blessing from the Holy Mother herself.
Nick, now I suddenly got a craving for peaches.
Uh-oh. After the trial, Maya, right now we have a bigger fish to fry. Unfortunately, that is not a tattoo of a peach. It is not a peach, you say? Then what is it? Take a closer look. Haven't you seen something like that before? Yeah, it's the inverted. Like, this is what I say. Like, the drawing on the abbot's face. Like, the makeup that shows his ranking is like an inverted outline of a peach. But it's inverted, but it's not supposed to be representing a peach. It's supposed to be representing the rank and file. So, namely the tattoo on the high priestess brow. Oh my! What? This mark is only borne by members of the Corinist clergy.
Objection!
So that is what you believe it to be? But are they not utterly different shapes? Sure, they're shaped differently, but there's a reason for that. The victim had the peach-shaped tattoo inked over an existing tattoo for some reason. However, the dark red portion is exactly the same as the mark all Corinist clergy bear. Hey, you're right. So yeah, the guy hide his identity by putting a tattoo on top of another tattoo, just like in One Piece. The Fish Clan. Until about 20 some odd years ago, everyone did get one, didn't they? I myself bear one on my right buttock. That is entirely too much information, Your Majesty. The guy is 21. Information on everyone who enters the clergy is maintained at the temple. All we have to do is look up a monk with a mark in the same spot. I'm on it. I'll let you know if I get any hits. That will not be necessary if you seek information on the clergy. Scroll. I have it all right here. Oh my, you never cease to amaze. So tell us, is there anyone who fits the bill? The live action one, I really enjoyed that. Yeah, so basically, everybody in the Harlong guy has their tattoo of the Harlong gang. Like it used to be like a tattoo, like it's a brand more than the tattoo. It's more like scarred. So they imprint the tattoo on those sun, like it looked like a sun first, and they shape it differently so it would look like another crest. Like it's a tattoo on top of another tattoo. It's the same principle. It's two basically fishermen slaves that were liberated. There's a word for that. Not a franchise. Exonerated. You know where I'm going with this. Nayuta keeps reading. There is just one, and his name is Real Nemu. Boo! Real name. His real name is real name. Real Nemu. He became a monk 20 years ago at the age of 1. Come on, real name. Rifa, do your thing. Then that must be the victim's real name. But why would he have tried to cover up his tattoo with another one? Yeah, there must have been some reason.
Nick, that's not important right now. The important thing is we know his real name.
You're right. I feel like they could come up with something a little better than that. Yeah, please. Yeah, you could have. Like the orthograph, the spelling is very exotic with a lot of apostrophes. But yeah, they were that was kind of lazy on that part. Because they've been doing so much better with Great Ace Attorney. Now that we know the victim's real name, the divination seance might finally work. Our lawyer willingly seeks a seance. This is entirely unprecedented. You are but digging your own grave, defense. We won't know that until we try. Sure, it's risky, but it's our only hope. Very well. Let the divination seance be held once more. Rifa? Why would the lawyer work so hard to see the divination seance be held once more? You are fool, Barbhead, and your foolishness shall yield no gratitude from me. For with the truth revealed by my insights, I shall gladly seek your demise. Bring it on, princess. because I will correctly interpret each and every one of your insights. You will regret ever thinking you could use my secret insight as evidence. She's gonna do a thing, eh?
O Holy Mother, we hold this divination seance in your name.
Okay, go to the bathroom,
Let the
everyone.
eyes of everyone here be clear, and our ears be unstopped. O dance of devotion, guide the victim's soul to me, so that we may receive their final memories in the pool of souls.
I'll go to the bathroom myself. Okay, I'm back. Just in time. Boom. Okay, now there's a light. And a ripple. Bubbles. Alright. We have a visual. Yeah. Gingil. Plum Punisher team. Heavy. But yeah, it was pushing. Pain. Okay. Interesting. So, he died at the secret hideout. His handprint was on the Magatama stone. So, it feels like he got crushed or something. Oh my! It is just as Mr. Wright surmised. Pure Zealot wasn't the victim's true name. And now at last we have seen the victim's final moments. But all we could see was the ground. No, that wasn't the ground. You seem terribly disappointed. I take it you did not find any fodder for one of your infamous turnabouts? Speak for yourself. I, on the other hand, have discovered something. Conclusive evidence that established the accused's guilt. You did? Ha 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 ha! A most surprising surprise attack. So tell us, Prosecutor Sanmali, what is this conclusive evidence you have found? The Plume Punisher theme song that the seas heard. Oh, they're gonna say it came from Maya, the little strap that she has on that plays the theme song when you push on the button. So that's his lead. Please consider this item here. Yeah, it was confiscated from the accused during her interrogation.
Hey, that's my Plume Punisher strap!
When you press the Magatama on the Plume Punisher's belt. Ah! Gallery. No. I thought there was going to be comments from the gallery, but no. Just rubble, 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 rubble. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. There's only one problem, though, that wasn't actually playing. No, because the clock also does that sound every time the hour, like at every hour, the song plays. So it just so happens that real name was killed at the exact at the dot at something o'clock, but we don't know when exactly. It seems the accused inadvertently pressed the button in the midst of her crime. This trap is an extremely rare item, it is it not, Miss Faye?
You better not break it! It's one of a kind! There's only one of those in the whole wide world!
Maya! No! It's just as I said. Your flights of fancy have come crashing down on you.
She sure seems to be enjoying this.
Yeah, I've never seen her look so thrilled before either. It is time to accept the fact that the divination seance is far more than mere evidence. It is the very truth that brings the hammer of justice down upon the accused. That is as conclusive as evidence can get. Now then, if there are no further objection.
Objection!
Slow down there, your majesty. At least let me make a counter-argument. What's this? Do you take issue with the divination seance? Let me take a sip. Oh, I have issues with it. I just don't know what they are yet. But that never stopped me before. The divination seance is not the absolute truth. It only becomes the truth after it's been interpreted correctly. You do not know where you're beaten, do you, you foolish lawyer? I am the only one who speaks for the Mitama, or the deceased. If you believe there to be errors in my insights, then let us see you prove it. Okay. So now we're gonna have insight interpretation. Rafa's insight. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite. Though it's dark, the pattern on the plaza's ground was visible. Then someone was there, and the team to the plumed punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck through, and in that instant, he departed from this world. That is everything the deceased experienced in this final moment. Her benevolence's insight have painted a detailed picture, both vivid and true. I didn't notice any holes there. As they stand now, those insights are really stacked against us. I'll just have to go over each and every one of the deceased sensation very carefully. Okay, so now... So yeah, this is the pattern. There's the smell of gingil. Wait. Yeah, the smell of gingil. A heavy touch. Why it's a heavy touch? Because he's trying to push the stone pallet. It's very heavy. There's the plume punisher sound. The victim was offering up his prayers. It was the night of the rite, though it's dark, the pattern's ground was visible. Someone was there. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. The blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. I'm gonna save here, because I want to see where exactly the heavy goes. Because I want to select the heavy, because what does this mean?
Objection!
Shit. Your benevolence is in the statement inconsistent. No, okay. Okay. It appears that it's either gonna go in the first or the last part of the testimony, but I don't know. Yeah. The blade struck true. Okay, so I'm gonna still let it play. Gingil. Pain. Okay, now it's gonna reloop. He opens his eyes. The light goes dimmer at some point. The blade structure. Okay, so it was the night of the ride, though it's dark, the pattern of the ground was visible. I want to try to point the heavy here. Whoops. Here. Select.
Objection!
No. Let's try with another angle. Let's go with what's obvious. Just figure something out. If the lights go dimmer, what happens right when it turns dark? Yeah, that's what I was doing, but I think I presented the wrong sense, because I was presenting the heavy. I should have presented the sight instead. The victim was offering out his prayers. It was the night of the ride, though it's dark, the pattern of the pleasant ground was visible. So I'm gonna fast forward to where it goes darker. I'm gonna present the sight instead of the touch.
Objection!
No. Okay, the blade struck true, and in that instant, he departed from this world. The accused held the defenseless victim down. Oh! Held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his chest. Okay, so here they say that the heavy is the accused exerting pressure on the head. We need here is not the sight or the touch, but the sound. But we have nothing, it's not contradictory. Like, it's not like we can cross-reference the sound with a piece of evidence that we found. Because right now we can associate every sense with a piece of evidence that we have. But the Plume Punisher team is... Didn't we figure out that the clock made that noise? Yes, we did. But it's not like we can present the clock and put it next to the Plume Punisher team. It doesn't work that way. Right now, what we're doing is finding contradiction between the statement that Rafa did, her own interpretation of the vision, and the vision itself. Someone was there. The team of the Plume Punisher filled the air. There's no contradiction here. Accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. So the heavy sensation, they say that it was the victim pressing down. That's why he felt something heavy. Like, they say that the heavy came from the head, but I think it came from the stone pillar, because it was wobbling and falling on himself. He was trying to push it back. This is what I can see. So now the blade struck true in that instant, departed from this world. Yeah. I'm gonna play here. Pain. Yeah. And then he died. Okay. So let's see. At the beginning, he opens his eyes. Hands on the pallet. Gingil. Okay. The smell of Gingil was around him. But it could have come from him. Because he was eating Gingil. And then Plume Punisher team came in, and then the heavy came in. But, okay, so let's see. Victim was offering up his prayers. Night of the Right. Oh! No, it wasn't! It wasn't the Night of the Right because of the Gingil. Okay, so I'm gonna try that angle. It was the night of the right, but let's see. The Gingil appear at first during here, the second part. Night of the right, select Gingil.
Objection!
Yeah. Was it really the night of the right? What do you mean? It could not be otherwise. The accused slew Acolyte Zealot after killing the high priest during the purification. Because of the fasting, yeah. But also the fact that he was killed when it was cold outside. Because they use body temperature to estimate the time of death, but if the body is frozen, it fucks up the reading, right? The only problem is the deceased spirit does not corroborate that. What's this? Take a good look at what the victim smelled. Do you see how it says Gingil? Acolyte Zealot could not have smelled any Gingil on the night of the rite. What do you mean? Let me back up my statement with some evidence for you. Now we present the evidence. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Gingil on the night of the rite. So here we're going to present the picture of the meal. The Feast of Blessing, the day before the rite.
Take that!
To be frank, your assertion stinks, defense. Come on! Oh, does it smell that bad? Indeed! I nearly passed out from the stench. I didn't know my bluffs had such a pungent aroma. Oh, come on. It would seem that the smell of Gingil is unrelated to the case at hand. No. The fact that the victim smelled Gingil is extremely important. Okay, let me read it. Okay, I'm not gonna save and reload. I'm just gonna take my L. I'm gonna take my L here. It's important because the smell shouldn't have been present on the night of the rite. This should explain how the victim couldn't have smelled Gingil on the night of the rite. It's Belief's statement that I should have done. The statement about the Feast of Blessing that was held the day before the rite. The family photo was taken... Okay, so it wasn't the picture that I should have presented. It was Belief's statement. Okay, this is bullshit. This should have been accepted as well. Come on. The dish only prepared during the feast, which starts at noon and must be finished by 3 p.m. So it was the statement.
Take that!
Okay. The high priest's wife, Believe in Me, told me about the Feast of Blessings. The feast includes a number of Gingil-based dishes, and they're only supposed to be served at a certain time the day before the rite. Why, I believe you're right! I had completely forgotten about that! During the feast, the unique smell of Gingil pervades the entire kingdom. The fact that the victim smelled it means he was murdered between noon and 3 p.m. the day before the purification rite.
That's enough!
I am not so easily fooled! Did that autopsy report not make it clear? The estimated time of death was during the rite! Oh, right, I told her about that yesterday. Forgive me, your benevolence. But the estimated time of death is just that, an estimate. Depending on the circumstances, it's possible for it to change. What's this? Like, if a body was kept cold, the slowed rate of decay makes the death seem more recent. Why, I believe I have heard something of the sort before. If it is as Mr. Wright claims, the estimated time of death in the autopsy report will have to be revised. Zealot's autopsy report updated in the court record. Cause of death, spinal cord injury from being stabbed in the upper back by a bladed weapon, but the details have been changed inside. Okay. Barbed head! You blinded me with science! Sorry. Wait, what am I apologizing for? No matter. The murder may have occurred in the afternoon hours the day before the rite. Nevertheless, the murder weapon with the accused prints on it is incontrovertible evidence. I will now amend my insight to account for this new truth. Okay, insight revise. Okay, so the second part, it was the afternoon of the day before the riot. Though it's dark, the pattern of the plaza ground was visible. The blade struck true in that instant and departed from his world. Okay. The time of death has been corrected, leaving my insight infallible.
Nick,
A change in the time of death is bound to come some sort of inconsistency. If I had something that showed that it was like that on that day, it could really help. Yes. We have an alibi for Maya during that time. Yes, this is where the picture comes in. Oh. Come on. Now the Plume Punisher teams doesn't make sense. It was the afternoon the day before the temple, though it's dark, the pattern of the plaza ground was visible. I'm gonna save here.
Objection!
No. The team of the Plum Punisher filled the air. The accused held the defenseless victim down and plunged her knife into his neck. Oh no. The blade struck true and that instant departed from this world. The pattern on the plaza ground was visible. So this is not the pattern of the plaza ground. Okay, so what do I select here? This?
Objection!
Okay, so now we're going with the angle of the pattern. The change in the date and the time of crime has caused a new inconsistency to surface. What's this? Ah, you're making that irritating face again! Cease that at once! Sorry, but this is the face I was born with. Now let's focus on what's important, what the victim saw in his final moments. Do you have bats? Do you have bats in the belfry, Bart Head? There's nothing to see! The ground at the plaza was all that entered the victim's eyes. And that's what I find so strange. On the day before the riot, it should have been impossible to see that pattern on the ground. Impossible, you said? You explain! This piece of evidence shows why the plaza's ground was not visible that day. Why the... Oh! The weather forecast! It was the weather forecast. Okay, so it's gonna be the newspaper. Okay, I'm gonna save here. I'm not gonna take that L again. Newspaper!
Take that!
This newspaper has an article that is tiny in size but huge in importance. It says that the ground was covered with thick white ice the day before the riot. What? But the victim did not see so much as an ice cube on the ground. Exactly. And so we must ask, what was the victim looking at in his final moments? If you have something to say, then say it! The last thing the victim saw was not the ground at the Plaza of Devotion. This can only mean that he was killed elsewhere. What? 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 Judge, what? There, where do you propose the victim was actually killed? Yes, tell us where, otherwise your argument is worthless. About that, I hadn't gotten to that part yet. Any ideas, Maya?
let me think. Well, it's somewhere green and shaggy, right?
Right, but where could that be? What is it, Barbed Head? Giving up already? No, not at all. Now, where have I seen something green and shaggy? Okay, this shows where the victim was killed. The rebel hideout photo.
Take that!
There's also handprints. The secret hideout the rebels were using. The rebel hideout? There was no such place anywhere on the floor of that chamber. You're absolutely right. There's no place on the floor anyway. Then what did the victim see in his final moment if not the floor of the rebel hideout? This is what the victim saw in his final moments. I'm gonna present the handprints.
Take that!
The shaggy green surface the victim saw was one of the moss-covered stone slabs. As you can see, there are two distinct hand-shaped impressions in the moss here. I believe the victim was killed while he stood there with his hands pressed against the slab.
Objection!
That does agree with the seance vision. However, one cannot definitely declare they are one and the same. I concur! There is no proof that a murder occurred in the rebel hideout. Oh no? Indeed! What evidence do you have of this? The blood? I have already shown you the evidence. What do you mean? Please take a look at this second version of the photo I just showed you. You can see the result of the luminol test I performed in the rebel hideout. This is proof positive that someone has been bleeding in front of that stone slab. Is this true? This information has already been provided to the police. Detective Sky, to whom does this blood belong? We thought it was that high priest blood that flowed in from outside, so we haven't tested it yet. They never tested the blood. Then you must do so at once. Yes, Your Majesty. It appears the police have finished testing the blood. Detective Sky, your report, please. The blood found in the rebel hideout belonged to pure Isolate, just like the defense claims. Detective Sky, do you realize what your blunder has done to me? Yeah, they never took the DNA sample because they were lazy. Yeah. Detective Sky, your lack of zeal in this case is gonna give you a salary revision. Once we're gonna get back to Japan, when this trial concludes, I want to see you in my prayer chamber. There I will deliver you a joyous sermon unto you for 8 hours straight. Not a sermon. It's like lecturing. Like, you know, like in Western countries, discipline is in the form of, you know, spanking. But in Asian countries, discipline comes in the form of a lecture. And where once is physical trauma, the other is psychological trauma. For some reason, giving psychological trauma to a child is better than physical trauma. Because I've heard stories like, okay, my father has been giving me a lecture for 3 hours, and one of the guys said, my God, I remember like that guy did that to me too. It was his uncle. I honestly would rather have a lecture than physical abuse. Yes. Oh, I mean, for 3 hours, you cannot talk, you have to listen, you cannot leave, you have to stay there and take it. At least the physical abuse hurts for a while and then it's done. The sermon for 8 hours straight, that's half your day. Half your day you cannot sit there and do nothing. I'm really sorry, but please, anything but that. Yeah, you see, she doesn't want it. I think she would rather take the physical abuse.
Nick, maybe, just maybe.
I mean, most likely what would happen would be I'd probably fall asleep halfway. Oh, no. If you fall in front of the lecture, it's guaranteed that they're going to make you wake up. No, I'm not done with you. You're going to stay here and take it. This is efficient. It's going to take 8 hours of your time, but it's going to be efficient. You know, yeah, you will not go through another that again. That's why it works.
Maybe this is the chance we've been waiting for?
Yep, it would seem so. I hate to do this to Emma, but...
Go for it! Full speed ahead!
The victim was killed in the rebel hideout the day before the purification rite. Then, his body was moved to the Plaza of Devotion by someone we have yet to identify. I mean, like it would have to be just as annoying for them as for me. I keep falling asleep. They'd have to wake me up, and then it would just wouldn't work anymore. Ah. So when we thought we saw Acolyte Zealot praying during the rite, he was already dead! Rubble, 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 rubble. And that's not all. If he was killed at the inner sanctum, that would explain one more thing. And that would be how the time of death was made to look later than it actually was. The proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. What do they mean? They did the luminal reaction. I'm gonna save. I'm gonna read the where is he going with this? The proof of which was left behind at the sanctum. This points to how the time of death was made to appear later than it actually was. The photo. Oh, the blood. The blood in the spring? Or Maya's statement? The water in the spring was already stained red when Abademi and Maya arrived at the sanctum. Shit, it's either one or the other. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try the inner sanctum photo first.
Take that!
Oh, it worked. Yeah, the blood in the spring. Why, these are photos of the inner sanctum. I would like you to focus on this one. The proof is right there in the photo. Yeah, the removed snow next to the broken lantern. This is how the time of death was made to appear later than it really was. Do you see how the snow has been removed from this one spot only? That's because it was used to keep the victim's body cold. Ah. And that's why the time of death wasn't what it seemed. The time was mistaken, and the place too? And just what do you believe that proves? That my client is innocent? What of her fingerprints on the dagger? And the Plume Punisher team the victim heard? You have failed to address these two key pieces of evidence. I see your point.
Wasn't this your big chance, Nick?
I'm really hoping that the difference in location can invalidate either the weapon or the theme song for being used as evidence against you.
Actually, it might be possible, at least for one of them.
Yeah, the theme. Really? What's this? You say you can contradict our argument for a key piece of evidence? Very well, let us see you try.
Nick, take a good look at the rebel hideout photo.
Yes, I know. The defense can invalidate this piece of evidence. The fingerprint of the Plume Punisher team. The Plume Punisher team? And how do you intend to support such a claim? Since the murder happened in the rebel hideout, there's something there that played the theme song other than my client's strap. It wasn't the strap? Is this true? The item that played the Plume Punisher theme song was this. The clock.
Take that!
This is the Plume Punisher alarm clock. I believe the victim heard its alarm go off.
That's enough!
What proof do you have that the alarm went off?
Objection!
What proof do you have that it was my client's strap that played the theme song? Ah! Do not twist the fact with your lawyerly wiles! Either way, the accused would still be guilty based on our prints on the murder weapon. And here is what really happened. Okay, Insight Revise. Victim is offering us his prayers. No, the victim stood with his hands on the stone slab in the hideout. In the afternoon was removed on the day before the rite. Okay. The blade struck true in when they departed from this room. Okay, so the first two statements change. but the bottom line is still the same. Though there have been some twists and turns, that is the truth of what happened. Alright, it won't get anywhere until I can eliminate the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. Oh, wait. I see. Can I... Oh, okay. I see it now. So what killed Zealot was not the dagger, but the Warbat statue. The stone slab wobbled and it fell on it. And he was trying to push it away, but he made it fall into one of the pointy part of the statue that enter his nape. So that's how you remove the dagger. Got it. Yeah. Well, it wasn't dead by crush. Like it crushed him until his nape got pricked by the statue. The statue killed it. It was not the dagger, but it was the stone. The stone the Magatama stone fell on him, would give him the momentum to get himself impaled on the statue. So it's the Warbird statue that killed it, not the dagger. Most impressive, your benevolence. I see no inconsistencies anywhere in the prosecution's case. No, there is one. What's this? You still claim there is to be inconsistency. Huh. Try as you might, the outcome will always be the same. The heavy at the end. So let's see. The victim stood with his hand on the stone time and the hideout. Pause. No, wait, not here. It was the afternoon on the day before the riot. Someone was there. The team of the Plume Punisher filled the air. That doesn't change. The accused plunged her knife into the defenseless victim's neck. But that doesn't explain the heavy. That doesn't explain the heavy. This is where the heavy comes in. So I'm going to play until the heavy comes in. Okay, so the heavy is here. I'm going to save. Save. Complete. Thank you. Then I'm going to present the heavy here.
Objection!
No? God damn it. I'm gonna try the first statement. Because there shouldn't be anything heavy falling on him. Alright, so I'm gonna try the first statement instead. Same sense, different statement.
Objection!
Okay, I got my statement wrong. Got it. The victim was originally thought to have been stabbed while bent over in prayer. But he was actually standing with his hands against the stone slab. So the question is, where did the sensation of something heavy come from? Yes, I see your point. Since the victim was standing, he couldn't have been held down. Then tell us, Mr. Wright, what was that heavy sensation felt by the victim? What caused the heavy sensation Zealot felt? Any thoughts, Maya?
I agree that sense of heaviness seems important, but there's also the matter of Zealot's hands on the stone slab. Why were they even there?
Could it be related to the cause of the heavy sensation? Well, Mr. Wright, you have an answer for us? Of course. If I just envisioned the state Zealot was in when he was killed, the cause of the heaviness the victim felt was the falling stone slab or the culprit jumping on it. No, the falling stone slab. The only conceivable cause is the stone slab falling over, trapping the victim underneath. What? Exclamation mark.
Oh! The stone slab came falling down on him, crushing him underneath.
Right. That was the cause of the heavy sensation the victim felt.
Objection!
While your theory is impressive, you have overlooked a key fact. The victim was not crushed to death, rather he was stabbed. Yeah, oh yeah. Or do you claim that the dagger was plunged in it after the stab had fallen on him? Shakes his head. Plus, had the killer been behind the victim, they would have both been crushed together. Well, would you care to explain? Sure, I would love to. That doesn't mean I can. How could the dagger have been plunged in after the slab fell down on the victim? The killer couldn't have plunged the dagger into the victim after a slab fell on him. But what if the murder weapon wasn't what we thought it was? Well, there were other weapons in the rebel hideout. But the entrance to the hideout is right by the stone slab. There isn't enough space between the two to use any of the weapons found within. Yeah, there's not much space by the entrance, is there? So, what was the real murder weapon then? I better think of something.
If the murder weapon wasn't the dagger, then the dagger must have been plunged into the victim after he was already dead. That means he was stabbed at least twice, but the autopsy doesn't mention that.
Then he must have been stabbed in the same spot with something shaped like the dagger. Butterfly, Buddha pose. Would the defense care to offer an explanation sometime this century? Okay, so this is where the synapse logic trail is gonna come in. Because there's no piece of evidence that proved that it was the Warbat statue that killed it. Wasn't there something dagger-like near the scene of the crime? Yes. Something that had a shape similar to the Warbat dagger, the Warbat statue. Present your evidence at this time, Mr. Wright. This show what really killed the victim. I'm gonna go with the Inner Sanctum photo again. I'm gonna save just to be sure.
Take that!
Is this not the photo from the scene of the High Priest murder? Are you suggesting the murder weapon is hidden therein? Yes. This is what really took Perez Zealot's life. I'm gonna present this part of the statue right here.
Take that!
But that is the Warbat statue! Exactly. The Warbat statue has dagger-like feathers protruding from it. That is what really took the victim's life.
Objection!
You imbecilic fool! The statue is outside of the hideout. It turns. How do you propose it impales someone who was inside? Haven't you heard? The Warbat statue also functioned as a hideout's door. What do you mean? The statue can pull a complete switcheroo. Switcheroo. To put it simply, it's a revolving door. The wall moves, so the statue comes inside. A revolving door! Why, that makes perfect sense! Therefore, I believe the truth behind the divination seance to be this. As the victim entered the secret hideout, the stone sculpture came toppling towards him. He threw up his hands to stop it, but his weight forced him backwards. Unfortunately, the Warbat statue was right behind him. This cannot be! So nobody killed Zealot.
That's enough!
But the accused's fingerprints were found on the dagger! Yeah, she had held it while rehearsing for the rite, which is when her prints got on it. Ah! This is a shocking turn of events, but there is a great deal of circumstantial evidence in the defense's favor. I believe we must accept that the Warbat statue was what killed the victim. Warbat statue added to the court record. Sharp protruding feathers took Perez Zealot's life. It's also a revolving door. Yes. Alright, we got it as evidence. Now that we know about Acolyte Zealot's really met his demise, there's no basis for claiming my clan committed this crime.
Nice work, Nick! How
How can this be happening yet again? The definition science is the only truth. No, your benevolence. It's not the truth itself, but it is a means for shedding light on the truth. Ah! Do you understand now? Your kingdom needs lawyers so they can interpret your insights. But that means I have been misinterpreting the voices of the spirit all this time. Your benevolence, are you unwell? All the colors has drained from your face. She's seeing the light. I will be fine. Continue your proceedings without me. As you wish. She's leaving. I feel kind of bad for her. Now then, I will have the defense continue. Please explain what you have learned now that we know how the victim actually died. Acolyte Zealot was killed in the hideout before the High Priest's murder. That means the body found at the Plaza of Devotion was moved there by the real killer. But only after the Warbat dagger was thrust onto him, to make it look like the murder weapon. That does seem to agree with what we now know. But why would the real killer go to such lengths? I believe stabbing Acolyte Zealot's body with the dagger moving into the plaza was a warning from the Twilight Realm, a crime committed for fun, to make it look like a serial murder. It was an attempt to make my client look like a serial killer. That's right, the real killer planned all of this. This forged serial murder case. They did?
That's it, Nick. Keep hammering away.
Talk to them.
Whoa-oh. We're gonna get exercise. No, don't block my pointy arm. Your reasoning has more holes in it than that cheese you foreigners so enjoy. What? Like those putrid, hole-riddled clumps of curds that only a rat like you could love? Your reasoning, much like your putrid, hole-riddled brain, has putrefied. What's this deal with things going putrid? You have yet to overturn my argument that the accused is the killer. A careful analysis of the chain of events up to the killing exposed the truth as follows. Buddha pose, butterfly. Disguised as Lady Kira. He's referring to Swiss cheese. Why couldn't just say that? I don't know. Because Swiss cheese is not the only cheese that has hole in it. The accused found the rebel hideout the day before the disguised as Lady Kira. The accused found the rebel hideout the day before the riot, but Acolyte Zealot had followed her there after noticing her suspicious behavior. Caught by surprise, she pushes the stone slab towards him, and we know the rest.
I've never been into the rebel hideout in my life.
When the high priest arrived at the sanctum the next day, he realized what she had done. That is when the accused murdered him in order to silence him. I believe Prosecutor Sadmari has posed a compelling scenario. The defense, on the other hand, has yet to disprove the accused's guilt.
Objection!
Why would my client move Acolyte Zealot's body to where everyone could see it? And why would she stab the dagger with her fingerprints into his dead body? She had no reason to do any of those things. The dagger in his corpse was likely a warning to the rebels. Something along the lines of Lady Kira will slay the defiant dragons. So that is why she moved the body into the plaza for all to see. Now he has the judge convinced too. I thought I finally made some headway. Well, Mr. Wright, how about time for one of your groans of distress, is it not? Groans of distress? It kills me to admit this, but I've got nothing to counter his argument with. And I still haven't disproven the allegation against Maya. It is not time to end your futile... Is it not time to end your futile struggle? You were already judged guilty yesterday. That makes you a dead lawyer walking. Accept the debt that now awaits you. And in doing so, finally no peace. A dead lawyer walking indeed. Then again, Are not all lawyers who practice in Khura'in? But I must admit, I misspoke earlier. Allow me to amend my statement. I had said the defense reasoning has a putrid cheese-like smell. But I now realize the stench was from his own putrid body on the verge of death. Now I'm a rotting zombie. Think, who could have killed Zealot the day before the riot? Who knew about the rebel hideout and could gain access to the inner sanctum?
Only those involved with the riot can enter the sanctum, so...
Wait a second. Only a rebel would have known about the secret hideout. And the only person who was involved with the riot has access to the sanctum. So, Zealot killed himself. Upon seeing his dead disciple's body, changed the crimes. The abbot would have changed. Abbot in me would have changed the crime scene to make it look like Maya did it. And then, during the transformation rite, Hairball came down parachuting. But would Hairball killed the priest? Because the plan was for him to don the Kira suit, but it was aboard because Zealot was accidentally killed. And something happened. I still think that my main suspect is the widow, but I have nowhere to go in with. The only person who was involved with the riot has access to the sanctum. But yeah, how did the widow manage to get into the sanctum? So it has to be Hairball. The only person who was involved with the riot has access to the sanctum and was suspected of being a rebel is... Ah! Yeah, you just figured it out. Did somebody come to mind? Once again, we're probably miles ahead of what they are in the game. Yeah. Except there's one huge problem.
A huge problem?
What are you two going on about? Plotting your escape from this sacred hall? I would not put it past you, considering you have no means to raise further objection. If I don't do something, Prosecutor San Mati will have this one in the bag. I'll just have to bluff my way out of this regardless of that huge problem. Your Majesty, I believe there is another suspect in Puri Zealot's murder.
Objection!
Even the most benevolent Holy Mother would not forgive such a desperate lie. After all, you know very well that such a person does not exist. No, there is one person who knew everything. Does such a figure truly exist? Tell us, who might that be? I believe the prime suspect in Acolyte Zealot murder is... Okay, so... A rebel would know the secret hideout. The only person who was involved in the riot had access to the sanctum and was suspected of being a rebel. So it has to be Trusted Me.
Take that!
Hello, Tyler. I'm doing good. Very well. Doing well. It has to be someone allowed to enter the sanctum and who knew of the hideout. And that would be the High Priest. 7-hour stream? Yes. I was a bit tired, but once I took some energy drink, it kicked in. And I managed, I think I'm going to go for another 9 hours. So as soon as this to be continue part is going to be done with, I'm going to rate somebody, probably Drimzon, who was lurking. He could have committed the crime if it occurred the day before the riot. You would pin a crime upon the dead, knowing very well they tell no tales. Have you no shame? Dead men tell no tales? That is definitely a problem. If only the High Priest could tell his side of the story. No. Bring it the Queen! Nice Pirates of the Caribbean reference. Tell their game. Reference their game. Well, it's it could be a Pirates of the Caribbean, but usually dead men tell no tale is a common expression.
What? You have something on my face?
Wait a second. Could this actually work?
Oh, no. Don't tell me I have some sort of my breakfast caught between my teeth.
No, if there's even the slightest possibility, I have to go with it. Your Majesty, dead men do tell tales. Therefore, I would like to request the High Priest's testimony. His testimony? Just how do you propose we get the deceased to testify? There's a way for the dead to testify. It's known as channeling. It's also the title of the last part of the Caribbean's film that came out. It's true. It's true. Summoning him by means of a spirit channeling. What did you just say? Spirit channeling? Has this lawyer finally gone insane? This is sacrilege! May the holy waters strike him down! Peace! I am frankly astonished you even know of such a thing. But spirit channeling is a sacred art that only Her Eminence Queen Garon can perform. And Her Eminence is far too busy with other duties to perform it at our earthly pleasure. I suspected as much. That means our only hope is... And if I recall, the game came out around the time when this movie came, so if I correct... 2014 or 2000... No, it was 2016. Dead Men Tell No Tale. Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Take a little pause to stretch and search. Pirates of the Caribbean. Dead Men Tell 2017. Sorry, buddy. 1 year after the game. So close!
It's okay, Nick. You can tell them.
But Maya, I thought you wanted to keep it a secret here in Karain.
Don't worry. It's not like it's against the law or violates some religious precept, so... I don't think we'll be punished. At least, I hope not.
But this is a crucial period for you. It'll decide whether you become Master of Karain.
We don't have any other choice now, do we? If I'm found guilty, I'll be a lot worse than not becoming Master of Karain.
Fair? Alright. Thank you, Maya. Maybe the writers of the Pirates of the Caribbean play these games. Nah. It's coincidence. Coincidence. Comment. Actually, there is someone here who is capable of channeling spirits, wouldn't you believe? Yeah, it's sacrilege, I know. But even Her Benevolence Princess Rayfa finds the divination seance to be a challenge. Who could possibly have greater spiritual power than she aside from the Queen?
That would be me.
Is this some sort of a joke? A foreigner could not possibly have such power. Even the royal princess is incapable of such a feat. Pace, I say! You know what? The more this trial continues, the more I think we're the reason there was an upbringing and the return of the Defiant Dragon. We are the spark that ignited the uprising. Because at the beginning of the game, there was a big revolution of the Defiant Dragons, and that was quenched. And then it says 1 month prior. So there's going to be another case that will make things even worse, and that will lead into Dirk coming out of the shadow. And he's going to say, thank you, Phoenix. We couldn't have done this without you. Because we're breaking Karain law, the Garan. We're hurting the Garan dynasty where it hurts. Is this true? Is the accused capable of performing the secret art of spirit channeling?
Well, yes. Yes, I can.
Now, your majesty, would like your permission to begin.
That's enough!
Oh, Rafa will not stand for it. I like it when the rebels are the good guys. Well, it's... The rebels are the lighter shade of gray. The Garon dynasty is the dark one, but it's basically made out of ignorance. Like, the real evil is Inga, Rafa's dad. Like, his face screamed bad guy. And last stream, I don't know if you were still there, but that guy was stamping death sentences like it was nothing. Clock, 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 clock. This guy's dead, this guy's dead, this guy's dead, this guy's dead too. Your benevolence! This is an outrage! An outrage, I say! First, you make a mockery of the divination seance, and now, spirit channeling? Her benevolence speaks the truth. Spirit channeling is a sacred right. Foreign devils, I say they should be put to death immediately. Yeah, you remember that? Okay, you were there. Still your voices, barbed head. Spirit channeling is the most sacred and secret of arts. Are you prepared to face the consequences of what you propose? I'm already dead, so yes I am. Your benevolence, are you saying you approve of their use of spirit channeling? Yeah, the sound, you remember the sound. Yeah. I will judge them whether their claim is true. If this is but another of their lies, they shall be executed on the spot. Very well then. Your benevolence? What if the accused accidentally calls forth an evil spirit? Oh, do you truly believe this foreigner is capable of channeling spirits? Oh, no, but I wanted to be sure as I am responsible for the safety of all present. Oh well, an inexperienced practitioner could inadvertently call forth a dangerous spirit. But do not fear, for I have a Magatama of parting. It's a red Magatama. Oh, she can exorcise demons. Oh, okay, so she can cancel the thing. Alright. With it, I can send spirit back to the Twilight Realm by halting the flow of spiritual power. That is a relief indeed. These foreigners have thrown down the gauntlet. Let us not shirk from their challenge. We must prove them guilty and deliver their last rites. Do I make myself clear, Prosecutor Sanmadi? Perfectly, your benevolence. Very well. The accused may channel the High Priest's spirit. But first, we must take a short recess to prepare. Oh no. We will resume as soon as the preparations are complete. Until then, this court is adjourned. Oh no. No. To be continued. No, no, not now, not now. Not now. Do you want to save? Oh no, I want to see this. I'm sorry, I want to see this. Half an hour. Okay, an hour and a half. An hour and a half. I said I would stop at 9 p.m. and I'll stick to that. I had no idea this part was so short. They keep pulling 4 hours and a half, 5 hours and a half part. Now they bring 45 minutes part. Like, come on, man. I know it makes sense story-wise. Like, okay, Maya's gonna do a spirit channeling in front of everyone. May 12, High Court of Khura'in, accused lobby. Sorry, Maya, but this was the only way. You sure you're up for this?
Thanks for believing in me, Nick. Even though I don't know if my channeling ability is on point yet.
Oh, right! Shit! Before she started training here, her success rate was only about 30%. I know you can do it, Maya. At least I hope she can. Yeah, like, she's supposed to pass an exam. In order to be crowned master of Khura'in, master of the spirit channeling, she has to perform 100 spirit channeling without fail. And she hasn't done that yet. Her plan was to go back to her country and do it there instead of in Khura'in. So if she do it and succeed, this is gonna be like... This will count as her first. So you're sure you're ready?
Yeah, at least I think so.
You don't sound so confident. What about all your training?
Training's one thing, actually doing it's another.
I see. Uh-oh. If she fails to channel the High Priest, we're all good as dead.
Relax, Nick. You can count on me. I'll show you what my training's done for me. This will be a moment you never forget.
Okay, I'll just hope it's unforgettable in a good way. Because usually all she can channel was involuntarily. Like, remember, like, she would channel the spirit of Mia every time Mia would need to. Like, it would be Mia would channel herself and possess Maya's body. That was the only way she could have done it. Now she trained. Apparently she can. She's as good as Pearls. We think.
Once we hear about Abbott and me's story, I'm sure the truth will come to light.
I hope so, but he was hiding the fact that he was a rebel, so I doubt he'll be as cut and dry as all that. They are ready for you. Please return to the Hall of Justice at once. Thank you, Bailiff. Okay, Maya, I'm counting on you.
You got it! Here we go!
The priest may have something to say here, so it could work on several levels. Yeah, well, he's not going to be cooperative, but just the fact that he could channel the spirit and lay the truth on some secrets. Like, he probably will not be willing to reveal everything on the table, but at some point... High Court of Corrine, May 12th. Alright, we're back. Maya's at the stand. We have received official approval for the accused to channel a spirit here today. Mia never took over my body against her will. I don't think any spirit can either. Well, yeah, it wasn't against Maya's will, but what I was saying is that it wasn't Maya that went that gave the calling. Like, Mia came to her and Maya said, okay. Usually it's always the other way around. Maya never called Mia to say, come in. But she did it, but, you know, like, the moments I think is like she was trying really hard, please, 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 please. She wasn't sure of herself, and then Mia came in. Like, this is what I remember. Now, if you will, Miss Faye, please proceed.
Yes, Your Majesty.
I can't believe this. Only the Queen should channel spirits. Execute them. Put them to death right now. Come on, Maya. I'm counting on you. She struggled to channel Mia. Yeah. But it was basically Mia doing the rest of the thing instead of all her.
I have been studying here in Corrine for 2 years now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I meant. Between 1 through 4, yeah.
So that one day I will be the master of Corrine, a village of spirit mediums back home. But first I shall show you all the fruits of my training in your kingdom.
Wow, she seems really confident. Huh! A neophyte practitioner such as you could not possibly channel spirit.
Okay. Your benevolence? How about this? If I succeed, will you stop calling me a neophyte?
Very well. If you succeed. Okay, so 1 through 4 turn about goodbyes. Oh, okay. Chapter 1 through 4 of the first game.
Oh, I will. Just you watch. Oh, spirit of Taurus and me, slumbering.
Oh, she speaks too fast.
Return to the world of the living.
Clams. She's doing the special pose. Twisted fingers. Focus. Looks to the sky. Camera pans down to her. Fade to white. Yeah. Okay. What is this place? Okay. So,
oh, spirit of Taurus and me, slumbering in the twilight realm, return now to the world of the living.
So now we have Tarras's body with Maya's haircut and Maya's clothing. So yeah, this is spirit channeling, as we all remember. Oh my! No! This cannot be! Bold Conquer! It's the High Priest. The accused really can channel spirits. I don't believe it. The accused spiritual power is the real deal. Go, Maya. I do not understand. This cannot be. This simply cannot be. I must step out now before I forget myself. I'm gonna faint soon. So yeah. But in me! Would this be the Twilight Realm? And what of this hair? Luxurious mane of hair. Is it perhaps a gift from the Holy Mother for decades of faithful service? But in me! My, but if it isn't His Majesty, have you two shuffled up that mortal coil? Please do not count me among the dead, it is only you who have passed on. But the spirit medium Maya Fey has brought you back among us today. Why, Acolyte Fey has mastered the secret art of spirit channeling. I suppose that explains these gorgeous locks. When I pass from this world, I too hope to be channeled with a full head of hair. Though it be for the briefest of moments. I give thanks for this splendid coiffure. Praise be to the Holy Mother! However, this kimono is a bit too snug for my taste, if you would excuse me. Oh. Yo! Okay, he removed the top part of his clothing. And now we can see some sutras drawn on his chest. There, that's better. Oh my god. He better dress himself before he turns back. Because we're gonna see a topless Maya at the end of that. He removed his top. He's too snug. There, that is better. Could we get to this testimony now? And I wish you would keep this top on. Why, you are that foreign lawyer the people speak of as of late. And is this not the Hall of Justice? Why have I been summoned here? Forgive us for calling you back from your eternal rest, but you have been accused of murder. Might we ask you to testify on your own behalf? Whoa! He's a yoga master. He just stretched his leg and put him behind his neck, and this is his pondering pose. He's as slim, he's as flexible as dolls seem. He's a yoga master. I have been accused of murder? That is troubling indeed. Ah! What's with that crazy pose? Is this real cause for such astonishment? Even the loyaliest of monks can achieve such body control with the proper training. Oh, I wonder if Albie was able to do that someday. I wonder if Albie will be able to do that someday. Yeah, he will. Will the defense please explain the situation to the High Priest? Okay, I will be happy to. Your disciple, Parisilat, has been murdered. It happened on the day before the purification rite. And the crime occurred in the rebel hideout within the inner sanctum. Acolyte Zealot, he has been killed? Who would do such a thing? Well, someone who knew of the hideout and had access to the inner sanctum. In other words, you abandoned me. After all, weren't you secretly a rebel? Another flexible pose. So he's bending the other leg and he's sitting on the other, and he's joining his arms together, making it look like a triangle. It's very hard to describe the pose, but it's another feat of stretch. Taras, ... Oh dear. That's still Maya's body. I hope she doesn't break. I hope he doesn't break anything. Wow, the High Priest is amazing. To think he has mastered such an advanced prayer pose. He's still worthy of our veneration even if he is a rebel. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Oh my, have my rebel allegiance been exposed? Oh, not even my wife knew of that. It seems to rest in peace is not my fate. Why did you, a devout priest of Corainism, join the rebellion?
Objection!
The High Priest has come back to us for but a brief time, defense. Shall we not cut to the chase and ask the most pressing of questions? All right. About and me, the prosecution believes the one who slew both of you, an acolyte zealot, to be Maya Fey, who had been playing the role of Lady Kira in the right. Being that I was dead until just a moment ago, my memory is a bit hazy. Could you please do your best to remember?
Objection!
The high priest says his memory is hazy. It's all coming back to me. It is as Prosecutor Sanmari concluded, I was slain by none other than Maya Fey. The high priest statement has proven my assertion with regards to his murder correct. No! But what about Acolyte Zealot? You were the one who killed him, weren't you? I know not about my disciple's murder. Furthermore, I have an alibi of my own. An alibi? Seriously? It seems the testimony the defense has been hoping for is working against him. Sorry, I'm adjusting my volumes. Okay. Now, about in me, your testimony, if you please. Prayer pose, bows. Yes, yes, of course. Bird. I have an alibi. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. And I believe my guests can corroborate this. You had guests? Just past noon. That's right about the time Zealot was murdered. Are you sure about that? John Cena. Are you sure about that? Absolutely. Come to think of it, Rafa told me about a spirit's memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't have any sense any gap in time between the moment of his death and the moment it is channeled. Yes, and yet it clearly recalls all of the memories it had in life. The high priest seems to know exactly what he's talking about. So the question is, what would he be the best angle of attack? Something that he knows that he shouldn't? Okay, so let's see. I have an ironclad alibi for the time during which the murder took place.
Hold it!
You use the word alibi as for second nature. Are you perhaps mocking me? Or is it perhaps the kingdom of Karaing itself you wish to ridicule? Come on, everyone and their grandma knows what alibi means. We're not a bunch of country bumpkins here. We have plenty of courtroom dramas on TV. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright, would you care to clarify your last statement? Please, don't take it the wrong way. It's just, alibi is a rather technical term for a priest to use so naturally. I assure you, I know how to use the term. In fact, I have even hoped for a chance to do so one day. I suppose that even I, a great priest, am not immune to such trivial worldly attachment. Oh, I see. Still, he seems unusually calm and composed. It's almost as if he had prepped himself for something like this. Just past noon on the day before the riot, I was entertaining guests at my home. Guests? And you were entertaining them personally? That I was. We gathered around the table for a most enjoyable conversation. He said his guest could corroborate his alibi. That can't be good for our case. Are you sure that was the same day as the murder? Maybe you've misremembered. Ka! Do not doubt my mnemonic faculties. So, the Magatama that Maya was wearing, he's wearing it as well. He put his hands between them and he makes it vibrate and shine. That's what you hear. Chee! Pulsating. Chee! I may have died, but my memories up to that point are crystal clear. I remember it like it was yesterday because from my point of view, it was yesterday. Sorry, he's pretty thin-skinned for a priest. Though, I guess I should have known better than to doubt his memory. A spirit's memory is cut off at the moment of death. So even a spirit that is brought back after centuries doesn't send any gap in time between the moment of his death and the moment it is channeled. Yeah! And yet, it clearly recalls all of the memories he had in life. All of them. There's nothing better than enjoying Gingale cuisine with dear friends. That way everyone's breath becomes equally malodorous. So if his alibi is with Maya, that doesn't stick. Right. And I believe my guest can corroborate this.
Hold it!
And who exactly were your guests that day? Don't tell me they were rebels, so they can't be called here to testify. It was none other than his Majesty, along with his family. Oh yeah! He couldn't attend the ride due to work, so he stopped by ahead of time. My, how his daughter has grown. Wait a second. Let me set the record straight right now. I am not a rebel. Thank you for that wonderful meal, Abbott and me. Lady and me's cooking simply cannot be beat. So there you have it. When exactly was His Majesty at your home? He was here from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Okay. Indeed, precisely the time period within which Acolyte Zealot was slain. Yes, and we had a rousing chat concerning the game of Catch Them All. Catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemonster. But I'll just have that added to the testimony. After all, it was I who visited the High Priest's home. My guests that day were His Majesty and his family. They visited from 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. Is there something I can use to say that it wasn't true? I never checked Zealot autopsy report revised. Let's see. Between 12 and 3, based on definition seance, cause of death, spinal cord injury from a stab wound to his back. The weapon is thought to be the Warbat dagger, the same weapon used to kill the High Priest. It's probably the Warbat statue. In the photo, there's no. So this was before. The Feast of Blessing. Yeah, it cannot be at two places at the same time. Yeah, it cannot be at two places at the same time. Your alibi is faulty. You were not with His Majesty. You were with your own family.
Objection!
No? Is something the matter? Sorry, that scream just sort of slipped out. I don't know about trials in your country, but we refrain to do some rash outbursts. Okay, we read that. We read that. We read that. So it's not it. Okay, let's press.
Hold it!
Your Majesty, are you sure this testimony is completely accurate? Sure can be. Oh, how wonderful it is to finally have my action be admissible as evidence in court. The Feast of Blessing is from 12 to 3. The judge was over from 2 to 3, so the photo was taken between 12 and 2. Well, now I figured it out. Well, thank you for writing it down. As evidence in court. His Majesty was at my home during the exact time period of the murder. Come, let us put this behind us. I could not have possibly committed this crime. How can you be so sure? What if the clock or watch you were using was off, or you misread the time? There was a clock right near the table, and it had the exact same time as my watch. Now, do you understand, lawyer? As you can see, my alibi is airtight. Or do you still think I could have killed Acolyte Zealot? His Majesty is a witness now? Are you satisfied now? There is not a single discrepancy in me's alibi. If I give up now, it's all over. Now, hold on a second. Is there anything wrong with the High Priestess testimony? There's gotta be. I'm gonna be, there is a discrepancy in the High Priestess testimony. There is! Well then, perhaps you could explain what it might be. This is what was wrong with his testimony. The prayer feast was short, he's too friendly with the judge, he knew the time of the crime. I cannot scroll as far up as I thought. But yeah, I remember that we only told them that Zealot was killed on the day before, like during the day before the rite. We never mentioned the time. After Abbott and me was channeled, no one ever stated what time Acolyte Zealot was murdered. Now that you mention it! Despite that, you claim to have an alibi from 2 to 2 p.m.? That means you knew that Acolyte Zealot was dead when you were still alive. Oh shit, the spirit, the spirit left the body for a moment and then went back in. Wait, I think I saw something just now. No, I must be imagining things. So tell me, how did you know what time the crime has been committed? About that, open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Why, we've been blessed with the High Priest's sacred words of prayer. This reminds me of something. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. This is a reference to something. I know that, but where? Where have I heard that before? All who serves our holiness must strive to banish worldly desires from their souls. Open your heart, let the Holy Mother in. Purge your mind of greed and bias. I feel as if my very soul has been cleansed. Wow! You can't fool me. Prayer may banish worldly desires, but it can't make a contradiction disappear. Probably from The Exorcist, or something similar. How can you be so sure? What's that supposed to mean? Buddha pose with butterfly. This lawyer seems to think little of the power of Corynus prayer. Huh? Abbott and me was at home during the crime, but knew of what happened at the hideout. I believe this can be explained thusly. He must have had a way to monitor the hideout from his home. The microphone. What? You never cease to amaze, prosecutor. As he has surmised, there was a listening device installed at the hideout. It enabled me to instantly learn of anything unusual when I was not there. Remember, the rebel has been using this as a top secret hideout. It would be perfectly natural for them to install such an apparatus. Wait, come to think of it, when was I searching the rebel hideout? There's something under the banner. A microphone? What's this doing here? Was someone trying to record something with it? That was a listening device. It starts recording whenever it detects movements. And I heard just such a recording after His Majesty and his family left. If you look in the desk in my study, you will find the tape in question. All right then. Bailiff! Yes, Your Majesty. Go retrieve the tape in question from the High Priest's home. At once, Your Majesty. The power of Corynist's prayer. Even a putrid brain such as yours should understand it now. It's like the contradiction really did vanish. We shall ascertain the content of the recording once we have the tape. In the meantime, I will ask Abbott and me to continue with his testimony. Bows. Very well. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred. Stretch, when I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling. Oh. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. After that, there was a loud noise, followed by a haunting silence. Yeah, I have to find some way to attack his alibi. If only Maya were here. She has a way of putting me at ease. But seeing her like this is only creeping me out. Though the high priest was a rebel, he was still a Corynist holy man. Therefore, take care in your questioning, lest you invoke the ire of our people. How dare you suspect the high priest? May the Holy Mother strike him blind! As if this wasn't hard enough already. Nice try, but I'll stop at nothing to find the truth. I heard everything. I was entertaining His Majesty and his family when the crime occurred.
Hold it!
You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime? Indeed. My wife, Believe, was treating them with her wonderful home cooking. Your wife was there all day? That day? Why, yes, she was in the kitchen cooking up a storm the entire time. Come to think of it, I don't think I saw her at all that day. She takes her culinary duties most seriously, you say? That is why she was in the kitchen cooking without pause the entire day. So the judge never saw Mrs. Inme. Should I have about me add that statement to this testimony? Leave it alone. I'll leave it alone for now. I'll check the other statement first. I doubt Mrs. Inme has anything to do with this case. Please continue with your testimony. How about Inme? After His Majesty left, I listened to the tape record via the listening device. When I listened to the tape later, I heard a man and a woman quarreling.
Hold it!
You heard everything from a recording. Indeed. Stretch. Each night I would secretly check what the listening device had recorded. I would have been in serious trouble with my lovely wife had she discovered my secret. Can you really tell what happened by the audio alone? Long years of aesthetic training have sharpened my hearing. It is but a simple matter to me to ascertain a situation by the sounds I hear. Practicing Corynism improves your hearing? Hearing is but one of the senses that it can improve. If one can focus and attain inner peace, all 5 senses can be sharpened. Stretch. Why, the warbat over in the bazaar just cried. Did you not hear it? Give me a break. It cries every time, every 5 minutes. It's not a feat. It sounded like an altercation between Acolyte Zealot and Acolyte Faye. Hold on. Are you sure about those voices? Was it really Acolyte Zealot and Miss Faye? I would say that was the most reasonable conclusion after the circumstances. Or perhaps Acolyte Faye has an alibi that you can prove. I'm afraid not. Then I suggest you make like a mollusk and climb up. Now I will continue my testimony if I may. After that, there was a loud noise followed by haunting silence.
Hold it!
A loud noise? I'd say that's worth looking into. It was a terrible crashing sound. Poor Acolyte Zealot. It must have felt so heavy. It must have been the sound of that stone slab falling over. Should I have added that statement to this testimony? Okay, let's try this. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. I would describe the noise as a terrible crash. Poor Zealot, it must have felt so heavily. But the slab never crushed. That's the thing. That made the inconsistency. How did he know that was that heavy? Well, he has been into the rebel hideout before. He knows about the stone slab. He knows it was heavy. Okay. I'm gonna try the rebel hideout photo first. If I'm wrong, I'm gonna try something else.
Objection!
Yeah, no, that was not it. Please take a look at this piece of evidence. Anything comes to mind? That's not what I mean. I mean, how could he have known it was a stone slab falling and not something else?
Objection!
Fair. I'm trying to find the right piece of evidence for that, but it's not the Warbat statue, it's not the Rebel Hideout photo. Tome of Secrets, Belief Statement, Family Photo. Cannot present the Warbat dagger. Oh, the autopsy report. I'm stupid.
Objection!
No? No, it's not the statue. It's not the statue. It's not the Rebel Hideout photo, and it's not the Zealot autopsy report. I'm gonna present that.
Hold it!
You believe that terrible crash is connected to Acolyte Zealot's death? Well, yes, the sound, no doubt, was poor Zealot's dead now. Such a tragedy, for he was a fine disciple. Bows. I would ask all here today to give a prayer for his departed soul. Sushire Matame Yoma. 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 I had high hopes for that young man's future. Sushire Matameyoma. Why do I feel like such a jerk just for trying to do my job right now? So all he knows about the crime is what he heard on the tape, and he was with his majesty and his family all the time. Now that I have proven the soundness of my alibi, I believe it's about time for me to return to the Twilight Realm. What's the rush? Why not enjoy some more time among the living? I better find a way to attack his alibi soon. Just have to press harder and hope something useful comes out. Pressing harder as in, I'm gonna press the first statement again.
Hold it!
You were entertaining His Majesty and his family during the crime. The judge never saw Mrs. and me. Should have about... Okay, let him have it. Have him had it. I cannot vote. Please add that statement to your testimony. As you wish. Let's see if I can press on it. My wife, believed, was in the kitchen cooking the entire time.
Hold it!
What was your wife making that day? The menu that day featured Hattin pies and melt and mott. Melt and mott and Hattin surprise. Hattin pies. Hattin pies and melt and mott. Melt and mott, eh? They are both traditional Koreanese dishes. I can't even begin to imagine what those are. Ah, yes! The exquisite zest of Hattin pies and the supreme texture of met and mott. Lady in me's cooking that day was utterly unforgettable. Thank you. It brings me great joy to know you enjoyed our meal. You know, once His Majesty and his family had left... Ah, Mr. Wright! Do you still feel the need to question the High Priest? His alibi is as tight can be. This isn't going so well. I'd better ask him about something else. I'm curious, Abbot and me. Did you stop by the rebel hideout after His Majesty left? Yes, I thought it would be wise to assess the situation. But as I said before, there was nothing to say. The hideout appeared as it always had. And the victim's body? It was nowhere to be found. I call that famous I've already disposed of it, and anything else incriminating. So when you saw the rebel hideout, it looked like it does in this photo? Yes, I would say that's how it appeared that day. So the stone slab has been put back into place. Rebel hideout photo updated in the court record. A photo of the secret rebel hideout is just as Abbott and me saw in after the incident. Mr. Wright! Is it not time to concede defeat? No way, I just need a little more time. Ah, if you insist. Okay. So that was the difference. The rebel... The rebel hideout was correct, but it needed to be amended with the first testimony. So now, I'm gonna go back. It would describe the nose as a terrible crash. I'm gonna save here. Because the contradiction here is not that the contradiction here is that if he went to the rebel hideout photo and it was already like this, and he says that Maya would have put the stone slab back to its place, would be impossible.
Objection!
Yeah, I knew it. About in me. You said, and I quote, "Poor zealot, it must have felt so heavy." Why do you think he felt something heavy? You said the hideout looked like it did in the photo. If so, there's nothing that would lead you to believe that you experienced a heavy feeling. The fact is, of course, a stone slab did fall over onto Acolyte Zealots, impaling him on the Warbat statue behind him. Mia is a little thing, isn't she? I don't think she can lift that. Yeah. Like, the thing we're contradicting here is, like, he knew that he died by stone slab crushing. Impaling him the Warbat statue behind him. But that was only revealed through her benevolence's divination seance earlier. Would the defense please get to the point? My point is, simply hearing a crashing sound shouldn't have automatically led him to conclude the victim was crushed to death. I still don't see your point. I was definitely on the right track with, yes, you were, but yeah, the evidence need to be revised first. I'm saying that the High Priest knew. He knew how the victim was really killed. How the victim was really killed. Now we see a picture of a zealot being impaled by the statue, being pristine clean. And then we see the feather inside of his back. Why? And that is information only the real killer could have known. But he didn't really kill them, though. That's the thing. He just messed with the crime scene and tried to put the pin on Maya. Okay, now I definitely saw it that time. Yeah, he tried to leave the body from the shock. So it was very fast. I just want to see it again. Oh! Okay, the sutra are on Maya's body. And we see a bit of Maya's body for a glimpse second, but we cannot see any nudity, like that could be incriminating for Twitch. For a moment, like Maya revert to her regular body, and as soon as the spirit entered Maya's body as well, he took back the form of the abbot. I've got the high priest spirit shaking his boots, or should I say sandals.
Objection.
Need I remind you, Abbot and me was with his majesty at the time of the crime? Such an alibi precludes him from being the killer. Not just Twitch, the game ESRB rating. Yeah, also that. That's true, but he can't be the killer. However, he knew about Zealots who was killed. Something only the killer could know. Can this discrepancy be resolved somehow? Well, Mr. Wright, we're waiting for an explanation. I was just getting to that. Time to think of something quick. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it during the trial. He inferred it after the fact. He heard it from the real culprit. I think he inferred it after the fact. No, shit, I got it wrong. Okay. He figured it out later. After all, we figured it out. He could have, too. Why, yes, it is as the lawyer says. Okay. You are stating the obvious and negating your own point, Mr. Wright. Oh, shit. Oops. Let's pretend that never happened. Oh, then you shouldn't have brought it up in the first place. Now I'm really on His Majesty's bad side. You're going to make such a bold claim and since you back it up. Okay, don't worry, I'm going to do just that. The High Priest knew something only the killer could have known because he heard it from the real culprit. He must have heard how the victim died from the real killer. The real killer. Of course, that makes perfect sense. I don't want to believe it, but this is the only possible explanation. So tell us, who is the real killer? It's gotta be someone close to the High Priest, someone without an alibi. The person most likely to be Zealot's killer is... This is where we're gonna see if my assumption works. believe in me, widow of the victim.
Take that!
Your Majesty, while you were visiting the High Priest's home, you didn't see Mrs. Inme at all, did you? No! I never saw her, but what does that have to do with anything? Did the High Priest ever leave your sight? No, we were talking the entire time. And the food was brought right into the room's entryway. So the High Priest has an ironclad alibi. But his wife does not. What the devil are you insinuating? I'm insinuating that Mrs. and me might have killed Acolyte Zealot.
Objection!
You have a lot of nerve making such a baseless allegation. As I said, we were miles ahead of where the game was once again. Yeah. She had no motive to kill Acolyte Zealot. He was like family to her. No. We can't entirely discount the idea. Especially if you consider that Mrs. Inme could have been the one posing as Lady Kira.
Objection!
Even a fool must temper his foolishness at times. Or do you truly believe that Kira would kill Acolyte Zealot though he was not a rebel?
Objection!
As we all know, the High Priest was secretly a rebel. It would follow that his favorite disciple could very well be a rebel too. Are you suggesting that Mrs. Inme killed her husband as well? No. Or maybe, as sad as it is to think she'd kill her own husband to rid the kingdom of rebels, I don't think we can rule it out. Hold that! Because remember, Kira is a tool of the government. Ah! Right? You claim my wife is that rebel hunting Lady Kira? And that she slew both Zealot and myself? My lovely wife? That is utterly impossible. Yikes! I've never seen the High Priest so angry. It is as Abbot in me stated. And the accused has already been found guilty of his murder. It is far too late to overturn it. That's right, Mr. Wright. Now apologize to the good priest before he gets angry again. Quickly now. No, I'm not going to apologize. The true identity of Lady Kira is a major piece to this trial's puzzle. Admit it, Abbot in me. Your wife, Lady Inme, killed you. Yet even now, you continue to lie in the effort to protect her. Hold it. How absurd. It appears the lawyer has forgotten. My lovely wife could not possibly battle rebels in the guise of Lady Kira. For we were blessed by her holiness, and she is with child. Praise be to the Holy Mother. Ah, completely forgot about that. That abominable Lady Kira figure who slew me and Acolyte Zealot was the accused. This is bad, but I can't give up now. Don't forget, my clan doesn't have the strength to fight rebels either. How could a weak young woman like her possibly... Don't steal my pointing arm. You foolish oaf of a lawyer. If only you were just as blessed as Lady and me. What? Surely the accused possessed the strength, or should I say the power? The power to battle those black-hearted rebels. What are you talking about? Are you suggesting that she could spirit channel a tough guy and fight rebels that way? My good prosecutor, I see you have come to the same conclusion as I. Such keen insight. Then you have figured it out as well, Abbot in me? May I ask you to explain it to this putrid brain lawyer? Certainly, for I cannot allow him to frame my lovely wife for murder. Foreign devil! Your Majesty, allow me to testify as to how my affair is that murderous Lady Kira. Well, it would assuage, if it would assuage your anger, then by all means, please testify. Witness testimony. Maya Fey is Lady Kira. Acolyte Fey channel Lady Kira's spirit. She cannot. She needs a face. She only has a name. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. Okay, he knows that because he knows that the Tome of Secrets goes to whoever is going to portray Lady Kira. Okay. Stretch. So it was the real Lady Kira who returned to root out the rebels among us. She attacked and killed me with a strength far beyond any mortal woman. But do you understand now? Murder by spirit channeling explains everything. This is the only way the accused could have defeated one rebel after another. Indeed, I am a living, or should I say dead, proof of her terrible power. Ah! Maya's ability to channel spirit. It's come back to haunt her. Now, is it not time to let it go and move on, defense? No, never. I'll never give up. I'm a shonen protagonist. Now what? Now what? Think. How can I prove that Maya couldn't have channeled Lady Kira? She doesn't have a face. She doesn't have a face. The Tome of Secret never revealed Lady Kira's face. Acolyte Fate channeled Lady Kira's spirit. I'm gonna save here.
Hold it!
My clan channeled Lady Kira? Isn't that a little far-fetched? Far-fetched, you say? Why, the very fact that I am here proves she has the power to channel spirits. But you've no proof she actually channeled Lady Kira. Oh, but I do. She is a spirit medium who knows Lady Kira's true name, so she could have done it. Okay, I'm gonna present the Tome of Secret here.
Objection!
Yeah. The Tome of Secrets is only given to the priestess who performed the purification rite. Is this your proof that my clan could have channeled Lady Kira? Yes, indeed. For it contains the true name of Lady Kira, her secrets only revealed within. About me? I'm afraid you're mistaken. This couldn't have been used to channel Lady Kira. What nonsense! Mr. Wright, would you care to explain? This is why my clan could have channeled Lady Kira, the mask.
Take that!
Lady Kira's face is hidden behind the mask in the Tome of Secrets. You need both a name and a face to channel a spirit. Oh, it can't be. Without a face, it would be impossible for my clan to channel Lady Kira. Oh my! Therefore, the claim that she became Lady Kira by means of spirit channeling is patently false. Gah! He's gonna break his rosary if he clutches it this hard. And with Lady Kira out of the equation, my clan has no motive to commit murder. But then, who is the rebel hunting Lady Kira we've been reading about in the paper? Yes, who is this other suspect, if indeed there is one at all? Let us hear the defense brilliant deduction. Think. The true identity of Lady Kira is the key to solving both murders. I thought Mrs. and me was suspicious, but her pregnancy takes her out of the running. Well, it's already broken at once. We proved wrong. Yeah. And Mrs. Airbold is a rebel, so that doesn't make sense. That leaves us with... Mr. Wright, you have that look again. The one where you know you have to say something but can't figure out what it is. This is my chance to really turn up the heat. I'll just have to stir the pot till something floats to the top. Your Majesty, I know, has been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. You know? Are you sure about that? No. Yes, completely. No, I'm not. I sense that I may regret this, but please go on and explain. Thank you, Your Majesty. This is who's been posing as the rebel hunting Lady Kira. It has to be Zealot. Because it cannot be Airball. Exo of the Defiant Dragon. He escaped from prison. At one point was a paratrooper in some country's airborne unit. It has to be Zealot. So... okay. Fingers crossed.
Take that!
The true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira we seek is... Puree Zealot. What's this? The High Priest's murdered disciple was Lady Kira, you say? Peace! I say peace! The defense will continue. Okay. Yes, Your Majesty. I whittled down the list of suspects until there was only one left. But the process of elimination is not the same as solid evidence. I assume you have evidence to back up your claim? Well, yes, of course. I will have some in a moment, that is. At least I hope so. Maya wasn't Lady Kira, and neither was Mrs. Inmi or any of the other possibilities. That leaves Zealot, and I have the evidence to prove it. The evidence that proves Acolyte Zealot was posing as Lady Kira is this. The newspaper. It started 2 years ago, same thing as when he came to the... it has to be the newspaper.
Take that!
This proves that this was Lady Kira. I failed to see your point. Of course you don't. I just wanted to throw that out there and see what happened. Okay, that didn't work. I'm gonna reload. So I'm here.
Take that!
I'm gonna save after that.
Objection!
There's not only save state, but also autosave. Okay, the proof that Zealot was Lady Kira was not the newspaper, so what else? The warning? Only someone capable of entering the priest's home could have delivered it. Okay, let's try the warning.
Take that!
This is what proves that Acolyte Zealot was Lady Kira. Lady Kira's warning letter. How absurd! What could that possibly prove? Prosecutor Samadi? You stated that this warning letter proved that my client was Lady Kira. And the reason you gave that was that High Priest's house was locked tight. But there was another member of the family who lived there. Ah. Therefore, Acolyte Zealot could have delivered the warning anytime he wanted. What is he talking about? That's just not possible. The swearing. Are you saying Lady Kira was not the culprit, but rather the victim? Yes. That's exactly what I'm saying. But that would overturn the entire premise of this case. Yeah. This trials proceed on the assumption Lady Kira was behind the serial killings. But if Lady Kira is one of the victims, who was the killer and what was their motive? The only suspect left is Mrs. Inmi, and there's only one possible motive. What if Mrs. Inmi is a rebel? What? Fiend! You're still bent on casting suspicion upon my lovely wife? Blasphemer! You have no evidence of this. Repent for the mistrust in your soul.
Objection!
Well, you have no evidence either. After all, the dagger with my client's prints on it wasn't what killed Acolyte Zealot. And the Plum Punisher team that we heard could have been an alarm clock. That means all of the evidence linking her to the crime have been called into question. Was Lady in me a rebel? As did she pose as Lady Kira to kill Acolyte Zealot? Or was Acolyte Zealot a rebel and was accused as Lady Kira who killed him? I would say either scenario is just as likely. What are we to do now? Hold it. The alarm clock, you say? Do you mean the one in the rebel hideout? Yes? What of it? So that's it. What's got into him? Oh, ha 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 ha! How about it, me? Just what is so comical? Prayer pose, bows. Forgive my outburst. That simply tickled my funny bone. What did? The team song came from the Plum Punisher clock, you say? Huh. That alarm could not possibly have gone off. What makes you say that? The clock was working just fine the last time I checked. Try using your head for a change. Would not the existence of a secret hideout be given away if an alarm kept going off? Huh. Shit, he's right. Wait, you don't mean... Indeed! We leave the alarm switch off at all times! No! In that case, I am sad to say that the defense claims do not hold water. Would you care to respond, Mr. Wright? Oh, this can't be happening. Not now! This should put an end to the lawyer's futile struggles. The theme song the victim heard was from the accuser's trap, just as we suspect. You know what? We have proof it's Mrs. In Me because it was never the Plum Punisher song, but it was the Steel Samurai. Take that! Therefore, the accused is the rebel hunting Lady Kira as the victim's killer. I need an opening, something I can raise an objection to. The Steel Samurai watch play the Steel Samurai song, but they sound too much alike, one can confuse them one with the other. A Kurainis will mistake the Steel Samurai song for the Plum Punisher song, because they sound too much alike, they cannot tell the difference. Yeah. That Plum Punisher theme song Acolyte Zealot heard in his final moments. I too heard it by way of a listening device. But did you really? If you had heard it, why didn't you testify to the fact before? Oh, is it not obvious? I did not know such a tune could become a key matter of dispute. Yes, the matter of the theme song came about before Abbott in Me was channeled. Oh, right. Well then, what if he's lying about the clock's alarm being switched off? Oh, miserable wretch. That would be a pointless lie, one easily disproven. If you check the clock, you will see that the alarm is in fact switched off. Ah, come to think of it. What a fine item. And this switch, if I'm right... Yeah, it's Rhea that turned it on. We set the switch back into the off position before we left. I remember hearing it clearly. Those distinctive taiko drums in the intro are etched in my mind. Here! There are no taiko drums in the Plume Punisher. Only in the Steel Samurai. He just he just dug his own grave. He doesn't know about the Steel Samurai. They went bum 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 bum. Dum 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 dum. Distinctive taiko drums in the intro. This trial has gone on far too long. What we move ahead to the verdict phase now? By all means, let us also return Abbott and me spirit to the Twilight Realm. Before I go, let me say a word to my darling wife.
Objection!
Now hold on just 1 minute. Your Majesty. Yes? The High Priest statement is inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence. It is? Still, you're right in defiance of your fate. The very sight reminds me of a tortured soul riding in flames. You won't be saying that once I show you the evidence. Now all I have to do is pick the right one. This piece of evidence is inconsistent with the statement about the taiko drum intro. The strap.
Take that!
This is what's inconsistent with the statement. My clan's Plume Punisher strap. What does that have to do with anything? It plays the Plume Punisher theme song. And here it is. The theme to the Plume Punisher Warrior of Neo Twilight Realm. Do you see what I mean? The music the victim heard in his final moments might not have been the Plume Punisher theme song. I'm afraid I am not following you. What was it? What was it if not the Plume Punisher theme? In his final moment, Acolyte Zeller heard the Steel Samurai theme song. There are no taiko drums in the intro of the Plume Punisher theme. So what Acolyte Zeller actually heard in his final moment was the theme for the Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo. Peace! Peace! Peace, I say! Mr. Wright, what is this Steel Samurai of which you speak? The Steel Samurai, Warrior of Neo Old Tokyo is an action hero show from America. The Plume Punisher team is a total very similar to it. If you didn't know about the Steel Samurai, you could easily mistake the two. But the fact that Acolyte Zeller heard music from an American action hero show is irrefutable evidence that the accused was in the secret hideout. Actually, no. You have it backwards. Backwards? That's right. Miss Faye met an avid Plume Punisher fan here in Khura'in. And as a token of their friendship, she traded a certain Steel Samurai item she had for the Plume Punisher strap. And this avid Plume fan was the one who killed Acolyte Zeller? Yes. And that avid fan is none other than the High Priest's wife. Believe in me.
Objection!
Do you have evidence to back it up? The photo. For as forgiving as the Holy Mother is, I am not. I doubt she would tolerate yet another dose of your baseless slander. I suggest you prepare yourself to face Sir Holiday Rat. Okay, all the chips. For all the marbles. Oh, I'm prepared to turn this entire case upside down, that is. This is my last chance. I better take a deep breath and review the evidence. Very well then. Please present your evidence if you would, defense. The evidence that proved Mrs. and me was the one who killed Acolyte Zeller is this. The family photo. It's right here, this family photo. Prove that Mrs. and me and Miss Faye traded items featuring their favorite character.
Objection!
A family photo. And what exactly should we be looking at here? Alright, let's point at the wrist to prove that they exchanged items featuring their favorite characters right here. The wristwatch.
Take that!
Look at Mrs. Enmi's left wrist. You can see the Steel Samurai trademark top knot right there. Da 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 da. The rust, da 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 da. Which clearly makes this a Steel Samurai watch. Ah! Why, I never knew your wife had such hobbies, Abba, than me. This family photo was taken right before Acolyte Zealot was murdered. By that point, my client had the Punisher strap and Miss Enmi had the Samurai watch. So what the victim heard in his final moments was none other than the sound of the watch Miss Enmi was wearing. All that. I wish to amend my testimony. What I thought were taiko drums was something else. No. Don't play that shit with us. My wife never had such a watch. It's the truth, I tell you. You must believe me, your majesty. Be not deceived by the defense lawyer lead chicanery. Now what? He's been pretty quiet up to this point. What does he have up his sleeve? There is a big gaping hole in this flimsy claim. A big gaping hole? I don't think so. Oh no, I'm afraid it is there, alright. Just like the big gaping holes in your putrid brain. My brain is neither putrid nor full of holes. I'm not a zombie after all. Says the dead lawyer walking. He with narrow vision focuses on what is before him, never seeing the big picture. Or as they say in your country, you cannot see the forest for the trees. For it is as you said. And Lady Enmi, the rebel, slew Acolyte Zealot, the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Then the rebel hunter would have been dead before the high priest was slain. Yes? Ah, that means the high priest could not have been slain by the rebel hunting Lady Kira. I never said that she killed both of them. Like, Lady Kira killed herself. No, wait. Lady Kira. Wait. Ah, okay, I see now. Miss Enmi killed Lady Kira, aka Zealot. She has no reason to murder her own husband. So who killed the husband? How could I have missed that? So tell me, who are you going to say killed the high priest now? Nope. Do you finally understand the sheer size of the hole that riddles your putrid brain? I'm in hot water now. I don't have any other suspect in the high priest's murder. You mindless zombie! You should have begun your journey into the Twilight Realm long ago. Now let it go and move on. No, I will never give up. Just need to think things through and figure out. Okay, so this must be the synapses thinking. I need that. Who really killed the high priest? Who really killed the high priest? Yes! Alright. Let's sort everything out. If Acolyte Zealot has been Lady Kira, he couldn't have killed the high priest. So the question is, who did? We can get to the bottom of this by reviewing the event, in this case, in order. What evidence could tell me something about the crime scene before the murder? The Warbat dagger or Maya's testimony? Maya's testimony, the water was already red when they arrived. The spring was stained red before the rite. Maya said that the spring had been stained red before the rite even began. The spring was already red before the high priest of murder because of Zealot's blood. The spring was stained red by Zealot's blood? Okay. That's right, Zealot has been killed in the rebel hideout the day before the rite, and his blood has flowed into the spring. Wait a second, the High Priest knew that Zealot has been killed in the hideout. So why didn't he report it to the authorities? If Maya has been the killer, he could have easily been arrested on the spot. Why didn't the High Priest inform the authorities right then? To keep the hideout hidden. You wanted to keep the hideout a secret, of course. If you reported Zealot's murder, the authorities would have found out about the hideout. That's what he was worried about. But by going through with the rite, the High Priest risked having Maya see the spring running red with blood. So that's exactly what happened. Why did he have to go through with the rite? Did he want to set up the scene during it or kill Maya? No. Did he want to kill Maya? But he had any number of other chances to do that. The fact that she's still alive must be he wasn't out to kill her. So it has to be to set up the scene during it. Use the rite to cover things up. He wanted to set up the crime scene to conceal the hideout. But how was he planning to concealing the source of the blood? He used his own blood. That's why he impaled himself on the blade. He stained the spring with his own blood. He concealed the source of the blood with his own. That's how he kept the rebel hideout a secret. It's all starting to fall into place. I know who killed the High Priest. It was Tarus himself. He killed himself to protect the hideout. Tarus' death was suicide. I can't believe it. So there were no guilty party. Zealot killed himself. Tarus killed himself. A series first. Yeah, double suicide. Well, the Zealot wasn't a suicide, but yeah, this is a killer. Yeah, there were no the victim were the culprits twice. Like this is a series first indeed, because if we count the DLC, there were no culprits either. I can't believe it. The High Priest took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. The High Priest wasn't murdered by anyone. He took his own life to keep the rebel hideout a secret. Wah! What? Which DLC? Dual Destinies. The one with the pirates. With the orca. Like, they were accused of killing orcas, and they were never killed. There were no murders, but all the murders were accidental. Like, they were not really culprits. Like, what's this? Yes, that wasn't a suicide, but there were no culprit. That's my point. Here it's a first because they were suicide for the Taras. Like, this is a first. Like, the victim killed himself, but what I'm saying is, like, Zealot kind of killed himself as well. But not as suicide. It was accidental, you know? Taras, ... The High Priest committed suicide? I have never heard anything more absurd!
Objection!
The lawyer has placed a stain on the good priest's desk with his putrid brain. Its putrid gaping holes are as large as the hole in his logic. What hole? You still fail to understand. You truly cannot see the forest for the trees. You claim the High Priest took his own life, but have you considered who brought the dagger to the Plaza of Devotion? Oh. After the High Priest was killed, the dagger was thrust into Acolyte Zealot's dead body. Only the accused Maya Frey could have done that. That's what Prosecutor Sadmati says. Your claim is rather porous in its logic, and your evidence is too weak. You cannot prove that the High Priest took his own life to conceal the rebel hideout. You're right. The dagger was impaled in Zealot's body, but his body has been placed at the plaza the previous day. Well, Mr. Wright, would you care to respond? Zealot's body was already in the plaza the day before the riot. But what if the dagger was also already in him at that time? Yes, he was. That's what I'm saying. The dagger was never at either sanctum. Taros tied by a different weapon. Because Maya didn't have the dagger with her. Taros died by a different weapon. What is it? There was no need to move the dagger. It had already been stabbed into Acolyte Zealot's body the day before the riot. What? So that means... What does that mean? It means the dagger wasn't the weapon that took the High Priest's life.
Objection!
But no weapon was ever found at the inner sanctum. If you will not listen to reason, then I assist you prove your assertion. Show us what you believe the real murder weapon to be. The real weapon? The statue again? I've got nothing, but I know there has to be a weapon there. Maybe if I think back on the trial thus far, I'll spot the clue I need. Well, will the defense care to tell us what the real murder weapon is? This is what really killed the High Priest. The statue again. I'm gonna save here.
Take that!
What really killed him has been in the Inner Sanctum all this time, and his lethality has already been demonstrated by the late Acolyte Zealot. That's right, he was the Warbat statue. Pop, 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 pop. There you go. Polkonka! Yeah. Pop, 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 pop. He'd been uppercut by his rosary again. You believe that that statue claimed both victims' lives? Would you care to chime in about it, me? No, he lies. Pay him no heed. Why, it's... Who said hold it? Oh. Believe. Lady in me. Darling, don't you think this has gone on long enough? Hold it. Believe, no. Your Majesty, my wife knows nothing. Please, Abbot in me. Let your wife speak. Now, Lady in me, please continue if you would. Believe, da. It's that time again. And what time would that be? 2:30 in the afternoon, the time my husband conducts his daily prayers. And the time Pere was slain. That sound! It's the Steel Samurai alarm. I too like to pray at the same time as my dear husband. So I set an alarm to remind me each day, but I have no idea what would come to this. Oh. No, stop. She knows not what she speaks. Because it's already 2:30 and she left the alarm on. It's time for the prayers. It's 2:30, so now there's a Steel Samurai alarm that pops up. Your Majesty, I am the one who slew Acolyte Zealot. Abbot in me! Bailiff, summon a physician at once! I think he left the body. The physician is now attending the High Priest, so there is nothing to fear. Now let us continue. And what about the half of him called Maya that's still among the living? Mrs. Idme, will you tell us everything you know? The truth is, I am a rebel just like my husband. This tragedy unfolded before the riot during the Feast of Blessing. I had gone to the rebel hideout to prepare it for Das's escape. And that's when Acolyte Zut suddenly appeared. Yes. Parade was shocked when he saw me there. Acolyte Zut did not know you were a rebel? I do not believe he did. I believe he was there simply to investigate the hideout. And then he suddenly came face to face with Mrs. and me. So the true identity of the rebel hunting Lady Kira was Puri Zealot. Yes, he was a member of the secret police serving directly under the Minister of Justice. Aha! The secret police! And this is what he said to me. I can kill rebels with impunity. The Justice Minister has my back. He was using his position within the secret police to deal us rebels a heavy blow. But murder sanctioned by the Crown is still murder.
Ha! Even without the DC Act, Dirk and his insurgent scum buddies' days are numbered.
What's that supposed to mean?
Let's just say I got a little trick up on my sleeve, so I would watch it if I were you. Cause you got a defiant attitude like one of them dragon dupes.
The trick of Minister Inga's sleeve was Lady Kira. No! This can't be! My father would never! This must be a bolt out of the blue for Rafa. This explains why Acolyte Zealot abandoned his real name. Yes. He even went as far as covering up the tattoo that all Kurain's clergy member received. Lady Kira was a member of the secret police. That explains why no order was given to investigate her attacks. Ha 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 ha. Guess I'm not alone in hearing this for the first time. But this cannot be!
Is this true? The Justice Minister is sanctioning state-sponsored murder?
Peace! Now, Liddy and me, please continue. Perez suddenly lunged at me. That's when I pushed the stone slab towards him with all my might. Ah, the stone never falls on itself. I never meant for what happened next to occur. Okay, you wanted to stop Parade, but she didn't mean... Yeah, the death was accidental. Okay, I got it. So yeah, this is the first time that it was a suicide in the series because Zealot's death was an action. Because somebody had to move the slab. The slab cannot fall on its own. It needs a small push. And the pregnant woman is strong enough to push that slab. Hold it! Oh, Abbott is alive. Tarust is still in the body. Allow me to take it from here. Abbott and me, are you sure you're alright now? I am sorry you had to see that. But you need not worry about me. I am already dead. Please. We need to know what was so important that you would take your own life. After I learned that my wife had accidentally slain Zealot, I chilled his body with snow to make it seem as if he died more recently than he did. Then I later moved it to the Plaza of Devotion and inserted a dagger into his wound. The plaza was empty at the time, so for it was before prayer time had started. I was wondering how it fell over. Yeah! Finally I placed his body in the prayer pose, knowing that no one would notice anything was wrong until the rite hasn't concluded. But would the cold slow down rigor mortis? That's the thing. Because you would think that the cold would make the body stiffer, right? Anyway, I'm overlooking this again. Is it perfectly plausible that no one would disturb him if he seems to be praying? We do treasure our prayer time after all. Depending on how cold it was, believe it would. Well, enough to create ice. That's how cold it was. They didn't say any temperature level. So I would like to say -5 and below, between maybe -10 maximum. You admit you tried to pin this crime on Maya Fey? Yes, this was all my doing. I never told my wife of my plan, for surely she would have tried to stop me. Believe ... How did you get Miss Fey's fingerprint on the dagger? They were already there. I had her hold it while we were rehearsing the rite the day before. And right before the rite, I drugged her with a sleeping agent. Then I put Lady Kira's robe over the war bat statue. Oh! That means Maya was probably already groggy by the time the rite started. Finally, I ended my own life, to ensure that the crime would appear to have been by Acolyte Faye's own hand. But when your body was discovered, Lady Kira's robe were on the ground. He grabbed it with them. Like when he stabbed it, like he put the Kira's robe on the Warbat statue to make it look like Kira did it. Because he knew the royal family would do a seance. So once he was stabbed, he closed his eyes and grabbed the cloak with him and then fainted. Boop. How did they end up there if they were on the statue? After I impaled myself on one of the statue's dagger-like feathers, I used the last ounce of my strength to hurl my body backwards. As I did, I grabbed onto the rope, taking them with me as I fell back onto the ground. Ground being the spring. How terrible! What possessed you to do such a thing? You needn't have committed suicide simply to frame the accused. Prosecutor Saint-Madi, as one well-versed in our kingdom's legal system, I would expect you of all people to understand. Understand what? This kingdom's legal system, Mrs. Inme's crime, your suicide. It can't be. That would be sadder than sad. Why, I believe the defense knows of what the High Priest speaks. Yes, I finally understand. This explains why the High Priest took his own life. What haven't I used yet? The DC Act.
Take that!
The Defense Culpability Act. Circumstantial evidence supports Mrs. Ennemy's killing of Acolyte Zealots in self-defense. However, it would be next to impossible to prove it without a lawyer. That's why the High Priest wanted to pin the crime on Maya Fey. I fail to see what that has to do with his suicide. Oh my god, he doesn't get it. In Qur'an, the divination seance is the most important piece of trial evidence. The High Priest wanted to frame Miss Fey as a serial killer. It was a clever plan in which he made sure he would see Lady Kira's in his final moment. The lawyer speaks true. That is why I placed Lady Kira's robe among the Warbat statue. I made it seem that Acolyte Faye was the rebel hunting Lady Kira. Hold it! But are you saying you used my divination seance to produce false evidence? Forgive me your benevolence, but it was the only way to help my lovely wife. Oh, sorry. There was Autobot. I'm gonna authorize this. I still never, the human body, when it living at 37 degrees, put to condition that are minus degree colder, should slow down the processing. Okay, sorry. I haven't touched, I need to remove, the Autobot thing, because it bars, words that shouldn't be barred. I forgot to, take care of that. Sorry about that. If you have approached me first, I could have proved that murder was in self-defense. Perhaps. But I had little faith in lawyers, despite being a rebel. How utterly foolish to cast away one's life for such a reason. There must have been other ways to cover up the crime. Yet I had done so, my wife would rush to my defense, and when the case went to trial, she would suffer the same fate as I under the Defense Culpability Act. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish. Some people have automat set up so where it can ban somebody if they don't check it within a certain amount of time. Thank goodness you... Oh, yeah. Yeah. Basically, I set it in the way that the sentence would be removed. I would not ban people out of... because of certain words. I'm not like that. I'm more of give a warning first and manually ban people. which is why I would hope that I get more mods who could monitor me while I stream. It's not always the case. Tyler can do the best that he can. I have also chased her, but she hasn't been on my stream for a while. She has her own thing. I could not have lived with myself had she been convicted because of that fiendish man. This cannot be. I'm the same. I will time out somebody first. I feel like they have said something very appropriate, something like that. I don't man someone unless I absolutely have to. Yeah. This cannot be. All I have done under the laws of our kingdom, it has all been... Poor Rafa, she's really taking this hard. But I can't say I'm surprised. And he bows. Mr. Phoenix Wright, it is time to show the might of your legal prowess. You mustn't allow another innocent soul to be charged under that despicable law. Of course, I'll do whatever I can. What I have done to you in Acolyte Fae is unforgivable. I can only offer my most humble of apologies. Your magistrate. Yes? I ask that you please look after my wife. You have my word. Your benevolence. It is time that I return to the Twilight Realm. The Magatamov parting, if you please. Very well. Hold it. Your benevolence. Please allow me the honor. Oh, okay. The wife is gonna do it herself. Okay. Yes. It would be more fitting for you to send him on his way. Mrs. and me. Darling, I'm so glad I was able to see you one last time. Yeah, she was grieving. Yeah, her way of grieving was not healthy. She was holding the picture of her and always kissing the portrait and sometimes talking as him. She took it really hard. That way, she can grieve better. And please, can you put the top back on before you do it? Put the top back on, sir. Thank you for everything. Yeah, he put the top back on. I'm sorry to leave you like this, my love. But now you can watch over me from the world beyond. Yes, always and forever. And with every breath I take, my darling, I'll be thinking of you. She holds the Magatama parting in her hands. It glows. She closes her eyes and hold it aloft. And the spirit. Yeah, there's light coming out of underneath Maya. And he smiles and nods, closes his eyes, leans down. And yeah, the body is gonna lift up. And yeah, we see the soul being parted away. And the Magadatama turns brown and Belieb cries in silence. So basically, he did what he did because he was trying to demonstrate just how stupid the system is. Kinda. Farewell, my darling Tarust. Beleb and Taras goodbye generally made me cry. Maya deserves a similar moment in 3 out of 5. Yeah! I believe so too. Yeah, in case 5 of the third game, yeah, this was the big farewell. Yeah, not the way I would have went about it, but you know, what does that get you?
The High Priest has returned to the Twilight Realm.
Maya!
I'm okay! I feel great. I guess that means he didn't leave any regrets behind. Oh! But what about the trial, Nick?
It's over. It was a sad reality born of love and a great tragedy born from the Defense Culpability Act. Well, I see no need to continue this trial. Does the prosecution have anything to say? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I owe a debt to you, one that I will pay back in court someday. He smiles. What does that mean? No! To deliver today's verdict and overturn that of yesterday's trial. With respect to all current and previous charges against them, I hereby declare the accused, Maya Fey and her defense, Phoenix Wright, not guilty! Butterfly coming from the sea, the pool of souls. Turning over Maya, she smiles. Phoenix is fine. And San Mari closes his eyes, humbly. This is better than confettis and fireworks. May 12, 4:20 p.m. Ha 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 ha! Time for weed. It's 4:20. High Court of Korean, accused lobby.
So, I was thinking, Nick, the legal system here is really stacked against the defense. It's totally unfair.
Yeah, even forced the high priest to make the ultimate sacrifice just to protect his wife.
It's just so sad.
Protect the status quo or join the revolution. If the real Lady Kira were here, I wonder which side she would take. Yeah, the real Lady Kira, not the puppet of the state. Rifa, Your benevolence. Huh? What? I was, just wondering. Are you alright? Quiet, you! How could I possibly be alright? Rifa, I hate you. Yeah, she's not doing well at all. Who do you think you are, suddenly appearing before me? Trampling my insides underfoot and plunging the whole of justice into utter chaos? You even desecrated my mother's and father's teaching, you soulless infidel! Oof, that was a bit more extreme than usual. Rifa. She tried not to cry, but what am I to do? I had always believed that communing with a victim's mitama would lead me to the absolute truth. But each time you overturned my insights, it was revealed that they served to support false charges rather than the truth. I am left now with that heavy truth in my heart. I'm sorry, Rifa. Perhaps I'm not worthy of hearing the voices of the mitama. Question mark, that's where you're wrong, your benevolence, that must be Maya. What?
That's where you're wrong, your benevolence.
Maya? How dare you!
Your role is to bring forth the forces of the Mitama into our world. If you don't do it, who will?
You know nothing, Maya Fey! It was spirit channeling, not a divination seance that brought the truth to light. How? How dare an outsider like you employ the Queen's secret art? What can I do? My spiritual power does not even approach yours. Is it not a cruel joke? The royal priestess bested by a lowly outsider? Don't be so hard on yourself. Why not? Is it worth at least a laugh or two?
You shouldn't talk like that.
Huh?
Listen, your benevolence. You were just fulfilling your duty, weren't you? And you're the only one capable of performing the divination seance, right? The station of royal priestess is not something to abandon lightly.
The station of royal priestess?
The people of your kingdom believe in you. But if you really mean all that you just said, then what are they supposed to believe in?
You know not of what you speak.
Actually, I kinda do. After all, I'm only here training so I can become the master of my village back home.
A village master, you say? I did not know. It seems I owe you an apology. For even today, I called you a neophyte practitioner.
It's alright, your benevolence. Thank you for finally acknowledging me.
A future queen and a future village master. Guess it shouldn't be a surprise, considering they may have had a common ancestor. Maya's right, your benevolence. Barbed head? Your insights were a crucial piece of evidence in this last trial. It doesn't matter if they weren't always 100% accurate. You should be proud of what you did. You played an important role in assuring that justice was served. Great Huh. Besides, your insides aren't the problem here. It's your kingdom's legal system. Without lawyers, your insights have come to be accepted as the sole truth. And the Defense Culpability Act, which gave rise to that, is the root of it all. But that is the dangerous thinking of a rebel!
Your benevolence. As crown princess, you are destined to rule this kingdom one day. That means there will be many things that you alone must determine. Things like how to keep your people happy, and what is true and what is false, and most importantly, what role you must play therein.
Rafa da. I wonder if I'm even up to this task.
Knowing you, your benevolence, you're more than capable.
I've never heard Maya talk like this before. She's really come a long way. Boom! What was that? Is that Dirk? Tell me it's not Dirk. It came from the hallway. Smoke! We better go check it out. Hurry! Mrs. Inme. Mr. Wright? Acolyte Faye? I'm so sorry for what transpired. You were almost sentenced to death because of me. She removes her veil. And she used her makeup to make a sign on her forehead. I will make amends by picking up where my husband left off. Is that the Satura symbol? I will see the revolution through so nothing like this can ever happen again. For that is the depth of my love for my dearly departed husband. Lady and me, we gotta hurry. This is that. That voice, is that Mr. Airball? I must tell the people. They must learn that the peace we enjoy is a false one. One built on the back of innocent charge with false crimes under that odious DC Act. We have it in our power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. Hey there, PW! I wish we had more time to talk, but... Dirk! Everything's ready, it's go time! Dirk? He's here! Dirk is here, he's got an eye patch. And he's wearing his jacket just like Oren from Final Fantasy X, but that's his jacket, yeah. The same as in the picture, longer hair. Oh yeah, he looks like a badass. He looks like Dragon from One Piece. A bit. Without the scar. Wait, was that the rebel leader Dirk? Oh yeah, it's happening. After them, don't let it get away! The power to forge a society in which the law judges all of us fairly. It's the start of a legal revolution. That's probably what they got the idea for Defiant Dragons. Well, the rebel group was always there. Yeah, the Defiant Dragon. Yeah, they defy the rule, and the dragon is representing their will.
Hey, Nick. Hate to bother you while you're lost in thought, but I just got this great idea.
What is it?
The Steel Samurai versus the Rebel Dirk. I bet we'll make another awesome TV show. And if we threw the Bloom's Punisher in there, everyone would go nuts over it.
I'll never get what she sees in those shows. But it's good to know that no matter what happens, Maya will always be Maya. Alright, the end. Alright, this is the end of chapter 3. Okay, we're gonna save here. Okay, a little bit a collab still Samurai and Plume Punisher special. I watched that. Yeah, but now they throw in Dirk as well. So it's like Mexican standoff. Save complete. Alright, who are we rating? We rated Drimazon last time. Somebody we haven't rated before. Roshark 9. She's playing Detroit Become Human. And yeah, this is her first playthrough. She's from Scotland. and it's the late hours in the evening for her. It's not gonna be she's not gonna be ending soon, but usually she stream until the sunrise for her, and then she goes to bed. That's her deal. But yeah, she plays Detroit Become Human. It's a nice game. It's her first playthrough, so no spoilers. And she loves to read. She loves to read chat, and sometimes she'll take long pause just to keep up with chat. And she's gonna be excited that we rated her. So, all right, this has been our stream for today. Tomorrow, same time, I'll be